testing. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this weekend's regatta, the PLC King's School and Rowing New South Wales Regatta, a celebration of junior rowing here on the lovely course at Sydney International Regatta Centre. We begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land and waterways on which we gather and pay our respects to their elders past and present. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. We have a program of events. We have a program of events today that cover schoolgirl rowing and schoolboy rowing from year 8 right up to year 12, and covering all the different distances, 500, 1,000, 2,000 metres. We're opening the racing today with the schoolgirl para single scull, the recreational division, which races over 500 metres. And as always, the wonderful para program at PLC Sydney is producing talent. Today, Pelin Ozen is racing in the recreational 500. She has made it through the 250 metre mark, has just readjusted her course and is now into the last 100 metres, giving it a red hot go, rating nice and high. She's got beautiful conditions. There's very little wind at the moment. It's not too humid and not too hot, so she's making the best of wonderful conditions and a great course to row on. So let's give her a cheer. Pelin Ozen from PLC Sydney in the para single scull, racing over 500 metres. And just a couple more strokes and she'll be across that finish line. And there she goes. Congratulations to PLC Sydney and their sculler, Pelin Ozen. We're going to continue racing with the schoolgirl year 8 double sculls, divisions 1 and 2, and then move on to the year 8 single scull, and then we'll move up to year 9, staying with schoolgirl, having a look at the coxed quads. We have our first 8s race at 9:10 with the schoolgirl year 10-8. And then looks to me as though our first boys race is at 1040s, kicking off with the schoolboy Year 10, 4th 8. Our next race will be at 5 minutes past 8 and will be Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. So the weather today will be warm and definitely heating up. Right now we're at 23 degrees, but it feels quite a bit hotter. The humidity currently at 95%, so as the wind slowly picks up, that's blowing some of that humidity out, which is great, but fabulous conditions and really very little wind at all right now. There's a very slight chance of a morning shower, but hardly anything at all. The wind, however, will rise this afternoon. Nothing really for people to worry about. It's more the sun and the UV. So would really encourage everybody right now to be putting sunscreen on, covering up with hats and long-sleeved white tops if they can, and staying in the shade where possible, just to counteract the effects of the rising heat and the UV. So lining up now, our first division of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. In Year 8, we race over 1,000 metres, which is half of the Olympic distance. So you can see a series of flags as you look up the course. Each of those groups of flags marks 500 metres. So we're looking up to halfway down the course, the second set of flags. And we will see progressing down the course now, Division 1 of the schoolgirl Year 8 double scull. In lane 1, we have PLC Sydney 4th crew, Isabel Graves and Orby Cohen. In lane 2, we have Pymble Ladies College, represented by Mary Lee, Ellie Zhao, coached by Matilda Pennington. In lane 3, Sydney Girls High, represented by Juliette Lefebvre and Riva Dotel, coached by Timothy Hughes and Zara Greenwood. In lane 4, PLC Sydney 1, Zoe Leisha and Sophie Moore. In lane 5, Sydney Girls High 3, Chloe Sun and Fei Yang Zhang, coached by Tim Hughes and Zara Greenwood. In lane 6, our visitors from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Chloe Owen and Madeline Colburn. In lane 7, Tara School, represented by Penelope Love and Mackenzie Track. They are coached by Ben Board. In lane 8, from MLC School, Emily Hyatt Smith and Stella Vincent, coached by Rob Glendenning and Toby Tegg. And in lane 9, from North Sydney Girls, Sarah Newton and Yu Yi Wang, coached by Philip Brown and Pamela Withnell. So at this regatta course, lane 1 is on the far side to the grandstand and lane 9 is the lane closest to the grandstand. At the 500 metre mark, it was the PLC Sydney 1 crew of Zoe Leisha and Sophie Moore who were in quite a good lead over the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew of Chloe Owen and Madeline Colburn. And if you're looking at the big screen or you're joining us on our live stream, you can see some really lovely footage there from the umpire's launch. Seeing these Year 8 double sculls progress down the course. So a lot of these girls will be new to rowing. Some of them may have rowed for a season already. And you can see that the steering is not quite as easy as it looks from the outside. So things that affect the steering definitely include the timing of the entry of the blade into the water and also how deep that blade goes. So trying to get 4 blades into the water at the same time might look easy on the outside, but really isn't when you're an inexperienced rower. So this crew from PLC Sydney in lane 4, Zoe Leisha and Sophie Moore, progressing steadily down the course, the whole race, a nice calm rate of striking, but one of the outstanding features of their rowing is their timing, and how accurate their placement is. They are squaring up as they come up to the catch and putting the blade in right there, rather than missing the water. Congratulations to PLC Sydney. That looks like a great crew. We'll be interested to follow the rest of their progress this season. Still sitting in second place, Chloe Owen and Madeline Colburn from the Canberra Girls Grammar School. They look like taking out second place. And at the moment in third place, the crew from Lane 5, the Sydney Girls crew of Chloe Sun and Fei Yang Zhang. So they are being challenged by the crew in Lane 9 from North Sydney Girls, Sarah Newton and Yu Ye Wang. But I think that the steering of Lane 9 might just place them in fourth. Yep, it will do. Our fifth crew is the crew from Sydney Girls of Juliette Lefebvre and Riva Dotel. Sixth is the crew from MLC School of Emily Hyatt-Smith and Stella Vincent. Seventh will be Isabel Graves and Orby Cohen from PLC Sydney, right across there on the far side. Don't have a lane number, but that's definitely lane 1. And lane 2, our crew from Pymble Ladies College of Mary Lee and Ellie Zhao will take 8th place. And our final crew, who look like they're probably quite new to rowing, so good on them for getting over the course, will be our crew from Tara School of Penelope Love and Mackenzie Track. So just coming up to the finish line now. I'm sure 1,000 metres seemed like a very long way. Some nice sculling there though. And across the line they go. Congratulations to them. So confirming our winners of Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull were PLC Sydney 1, Zoe Leisha and Sophie Moore. Second, Canberra Girls Grammar, Chloe Owen and Madeline Colburn. And third, Sydney Girls 3, Chloe Sun and Fei Yang Zhan. On the course now we have Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 8 Double Scull. In lane 1, representing Sydney Girls, Mia Zhang and Lin Yan Han, coached by Tim Hughes and Zara Greenwood. In lane 3 from PLC Sydney, Rosemary Full and Zoe Lee. In lane 3 from Tara School, Millie Sivaram and Catherine Shen. In lane 4 from Sydney Girls, Amala Thilenas Desan and Iris Yang. In lane 5 from PLC Sydney, Madeline Miller and Scarlett Askew. In lane 6 from MLC School, Maya McBrien and Tabitha Lloyd. In lane 7 from North Sydney Girls, Angela Cheng and Erica Q. And in lane 8 from Loreto Kirribilli, Jessica Hermans and Amelie Elias. Well, across on the far side, the Sydney Girls crew of Mia Zhang and Lin Yahan have had a lovely scull, uninterrupted and not distracted by anybody. Great racing to take out the win in Division 2 of the Year 8 Double Scull. But a real battle going on between lanes 5 and 4. Unfortunately, lane 5, I think, going off course a little. That's Madeline Miller and Scarlett Askew. They will cross second. The crew from lane 4 of Sydney Girls will be third. Fourth across the line from lane 7, North Sydney Girls, Angela Cheng and Erica Q. Fifth will be our Loreto Kirribilli crew of Jessica Hermans and Emily Elias. Sixth, somewhat off course I think, the crew that started in lane 6, MLC's Maya McBrien and Tabitha Lloyd. And seventh will be our PLC Sydney crew from lane 2 of Rosemary Full and Zoe Lee. And that just leaves us, I think, with the Tara School crew. Yep, the Tara School crew still to come. They will take 8th position. That's Millie Sivaram and Catherine Shen. So well done, Tara. Again, finishing the course in fine style, Millie Sivaram and Catherine Shen. So just confirming then, our winners of that race were Sydney girls Mia Zhang and Lin Han. And then second and third, very close together with slight entanglement there, Madeline Miller and Scarlett Askew from PLC Sydney, and Amala Thilanis Desan and Iris Yang from Sydney girls. So underway now is the first of our single scull races. This is the Schoolgirl Year 8 single scull. In lane 1, we have Sydney girls represented by Lauren Fong. In lane 2, Tara School represented by Sarita Wijaya Wikrima. In lane 3 from Sydney girls, Harper Kepi. In lanes 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Heidi Heap. In lane 5 from MLC School, Megan Kewitt. In lane 6 from Sydney girls, Chloe Tisdell. In lane 7 from Ascombe School, Ingsa Dive. And in lane 8 from Sydney girls, Evelyn Chu. So tomorrow we have the IGSA Championships, and 3 of these girls are doing a warm-up race today ahead of that championships tomorrow. That's Sarita Wijaya Wikrima, who's from Tara School in lane 2, Heidi Heap from Sydney Rowing Club, who's in lane 4, and Ingsa from Ascombe, who's in lane 7. So that's one of the things we'll be looking at. A sculler here who has great form is Heidi Heap from Sydney Rowing Club, who's in lane 4. And you'll notice I said Sydney Rowing Club. She rows at Sydney Rowing Club as well as in a school program, but representing Sydney Rowing Club here today and has a slight lead. Sitting in second, Harper Kepi from Sydney Girls on lane 3, the other side of her, and then Chloe Tisdell, who's had some good races already this season from Sydney Girls, who's in lane 6. So Heidi Heap out in front, Harper Kepi from Sydney Girls, coached by Tim Hughes, who rowed at Sydney Rowing Club himself back in the day. Currently sitting in second. Looks as though something's gone wrong with the steering though, so that's definitely going to slow her down, because obviously the fastest line is a straight line. And then a great battle going on between Evelyn Chu of Sydney Girls in the lane closest to the grandstand, Ingsa Dive of Ascombe School in the lane next to her, lane 7, and Chloe Tisdell of Sydney Girls in lane 6. Then it's back somewhat to Lauren Fong and Sarita Wijaya Wikrima. So, coming into the red boys now, which signify the last 100 metres of the race course, Heidi Heap from Sydney Rowing Club. She's reduced her rate of striking, conserving her energy now for racing tomorrow, and looking very good indeed as she just, in a very calm and controlled way, takes her way through to the finish line. So Ingsa Dive in the last 250 metres has picked up her pace a little and more importantly picked up her power and has broken the stranglehold that Sydney Girls had on either side of her and has managed to take a length over Chloe Tidstill. She's now challenging for second position for Harper Kepi, who's had a good race at a high rate of striking all the way down the course. I think Harper's going to hang on for second place there. And Ingsa Dive will come through to take third position. Fourth will be Chloe Tidstill from Sydney Girls. Fifth will be Evelyn Chu from Sydney Girls, not far behind at all. A great race in our Year 8 single sculls. And then our final contestant is our sculler from Tara, Sarita Wijay-Wikrima. I can't see on the course the MLC sculler or Lauren Fong from Sydney Girls, so we'll assume that they did not start. So I've just checked, and I think that somebody on the pontoon can give me a thumbs up. I think we are awarding for first position only. Is that correct? Yes, first position only. So Heidi Heap, if you'd like to swing round and come into the medal rostrum to receive yours, that would be fantastic. Congratulations to the others. So we're going to move up an age bracket now to Year 9, staying with schoolgirl sculling, and going to crew rowing now. So this is where a cox is required in the boat, a coxswain, to steer the crew. And just a reminder that our coxes are required to weigh in, and the weigh-in scales are on the ground floor of the finish tower, which is also where the bow numbers are. The minimum weight is 55 kilos, so if you are lighter than that, you will need to carry some metal with you to bring yourself up to 55 kilos. And the maximum is 15 kilos that you can carry, so that means you need to be 40 kilos in weight. If you're Year 10, Year 9, Year 8, you don't need to weigh in. So this is Year 9, coxed quad sculls, quad meaning 4, and skull meaning they've got an oar in each hand. Division 1, we have Mossman in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, Redlands in lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 5, PLC Sydney in lane 6, and in lane 7, Canberra Girls Grammar School. And out in the lead is the crew from Pymble Ladies College of Zara Kinneberg, Allegra Tobenschlag, Harriet Murphy and Kelly Clifton. Their cox is Mi Nato and they are coached by Andrew Lee. And they have clear water over the remainder of the field. A really good showing there from our Pymble Ladies College crew. There's a good battle going on between all of the others. Coming through quite strongly in this last half of the race are Mossman Rowing Club on the far side in the red and white striped suits. Their crew is Claudia Doyle, Amelie Kemper-Massey, Amelia Darcy and Abby Wrightson. They are coxed by Chloe Benfield and they're coached by Ben Whitewolf. And a very strong sprint coming from the crew on the near side, closest to the grandstand. Canberra Girls Grammar School, the crew of Olivia McBride, Lucy Cordaris, Meg Story and Grace Disney, coxed by Madison Auger. The win is for Pymble Ladies College, and that Canberra Girls Grammar School will take out second position, and in a final sprint to the line, I think it's a photo finish between lanes 5 and 4, Loreto Kirribilli and Redlands, just squeezing Mossman out of those top 3 positions. I think they're going to have to settle for 6th, and 7th will be the PLC Sydney crew of Willow Swift, Carla Rasika, Claire La and Jessica Burrows, coxed by Holly Angwin. So that great sprint came from the Redlands crew of Aurora Crennan, Eva Simpson, Liv Goodland and Tilly O'Flynn, coxed by Tully Sloot, and Loreto Kirribilli's crew of Sophie Mansfield, Phaedra Kevin, Paloma Sang and Kiara Crino, coxed by Charlotte Clarkin. Great finish there. But it's the Pymble Ladies College that we would invite to row over to the finish tower to collect their medal. Division 2 is on the start line, and on the big screen you can see the bows being lined up with the start line. So we always take the timing from the bow ball because some boats have longer or shorter bow canvases or decks than others. So we always use the bow ball as the timing point, and every rowing boat must have a bow ball on it. That's a legal requirement. So from the far side, in lane 3, we have Roseville College, the crew of Gabriella Bogossian, Lily Coonan, Piper Robertson and Georgia Rye, coxed by Beth Lawrence and coached by Caris Campbell. In lane 4, Sydney Girls, Camille Zankel, Saskia Alexander, Mia Williams and Alison Rayo, coxed by Ellen Dew and coached by Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. In lane 5 from St Catherine's, Elvie Liston, Stella Olenderek-Smith, Phoebe Sherrard and Ashley Innes, coxed by Claudia Lynham. In lane 6 from Tara School, Rita Liu, Isabel Dumalov, Kelly Lee and Nicole G, coxed by Charlotte Goy and coached by Aidan Smith. And on the near side, from Queenwood, Lara Scalina, Sally Faingang-Nuku, Charlotte McWilliam and Genevieve Hayes, coxed by Alice Holm and coached by Ray Boyle. Ray, who took a Queenwood crew to the Junior World Championships this year, where they really raced with such amazing passion and vigour. Good to see some of those girls continue on with their rowing now at university level. And this too is a great race in Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. There's 250 metres gone and there's very little to tell between those crews. It does look as though the crew from St Catherine's might just have got its bow bobble in front of the others. And the crew from Sydney Girls may have dropped back a little. But a really good battle going on between Queenwood and Tara in lanes 7 and 6. St Catherine's inching their way through. And it looks to me as though the cox from Queenwood School, Alice Holm, is looking across at the crew from St Catherine's and challenging Claudia Lynham as they come through to the halfway mark, the 500-metre mark, and do a big push. And it's Queenwood level with St Catherine's. And just less than a length behind the Tara School, sitting in 3rd position. Then a really good battle going on between Roseville and Sydney Girls on the far side. At the moment, Roseville have just got the better of the Sydney Girls crew. So this is the first division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls, which in itself broke down into 2 divisions. This is the second of those. So seeing some great racing from the crews at this level. St Catherine's and Queenwood now out in front over the other crews. Both of these school programs led by rowers who've come to Australia from Ireland, bringing all of that knowledge and expertise with them, and some really good rowing going on between these 2 crews. It does look as though the crew from Queenwood now has managed to ease its way in front. In the bow seat, as you can see the cox lying down, that's Alice Holm. In the bow seat, we have Lara Scalina, Sally Faingana-Nuku at 2, Charlotte McWilliam at 3, and Genevieve Hayes in the stroke seat. And then across to the St Catherine's crew, it's Claudia Lynham in the cox's seat. You can just see her head poking up over the bow canvas. Elvie Liston in bow, Stella Olenderek-Smith at 2, Phoebe Sherrard at 3, and Ashley Innes at stroke. They will have to settle for 2nd place today. A great race between those 2 crews, but Queenwood taking the win. Tara School in a great row there. Rita Liu, Isabel Dulimov, Kelly Lee and Nicole G, and their cox, Charlotte Goy, they will take 3rd. 4th is the Roseville College crew, and 5th Sydney Girls, really close in racing. Looks unofficially, that winning time was 3:51.01. And in the end, the margin between Queenwood and St Catherine's was just over 4 seconds. A lot of that done in the second half of the race. So we would invite the Queenwood crew to come across and collect their medals. We've just seen the Pymble Ladies College crew from the 1st Division receive their medals. So we move to Division 2 now of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quadruple Scull. Still racing over 1,000 metres. In this race, Division 1, we have Loreto Kirribilli in lane 2, Tara School in lane 3, St Catherine's in lane 4, Redlands in lane 5, Pymble Ladies College in lane 6, PLC Sydney in lane 7, and Sydney Girls in lane 8. The Loreto Kirribilli crew is Annabelle Kovacs, Charlie Reeves, Belle Tripp and Grace Edwards, coxed by Chloe Olesnicki. The Tara School crew in lane 3 is Victoria Eaton, Adele Toya, Sydney McCartney and Alicia Seraglio, coxed by Sophia Trofer and coached by Aidan Smith. The crew from St Catherine's in lane 4 is Lillian Aranji, Georgie Smith, Emily Fletcher and Evie Lloyd, coxed by Zinnia Shu. The crew from Redlands is Isabella Solgard, Saskia Kay, Lila Sost and Lillian Forsyth, coxed by Alice Franceschi and coached by James Petering. The Pymble Ladies College crew is Ellie Poynton, Leander McLaughlin, Amber Eisenhower, Annie Pennington and their cox Emily Bartrop, coached by Alex McMillan. The PLC Sydney crew in lane 7, Isabella McFarlane, Grace Moody, Kiara Ewing and Vicky Russell, coxed by Lily Burrows. And the Sydney Girls crew in lane 8 is Emily Devlin, Alice Gao, Veronica Tan and Ashlyn Considine, coxed by Lisa Shee and coached by Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. So just a reminder now that racing is underway to please return your bow numbers to the finish tower as soon as possible after the end of the race. The bow numbers get recycled and they're alphanumeric, so we really do need you to bring them back as often as possible and not wait to bring, say, 20 back at the same time. So bow numbers at the bottom of the finish tower, and please bring them back as soon as you can once you've finished racing. Also, at the bottom of the finish tower is the weigh-in for coxes. You don't have to weigh in if you are in years 8, 9 and 10, or if you're in under 16 and under 17 events, but you can if you want to. The minimum cox weight is 55 kilos, so if you're less than that, you need to carry some weight with you. So we are down to the halfway mark now in Division 1 of our Division 2, Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. And it looks to me as though it's another excellent race, very close indeed. But the crew that looks as though it's got its nose in front in this race is the crew from Pymble Ladies College in lane 6. So that's the third lane across from the bank where you're watching. And in that Pymble Ladies College crew, we have Ellie Poynton, Leander McLaughlin, Amber Eisenhower, and Annie Pennington, coxed by Emily Bartrop. So coming through quite strongly in this second half, 2 lanes over from them is the crew from St. Catherine's again, of Lillian Orangi, Georgie Smith, Amelie Fletcher, and Evie Lloyd, with Zinnia Shu their cocks. They look as though they're moving quite nicely. And then across to the Loreto Kirribilli crew, who've put a big push as they come away from the halfway mark and into the last quarter of the race, and it's lifted them beautifully. Annabelle Kovacs, Charlie Reeves, Belle Tripp, and Grace Edwards, coxed by Chloe Olesnicki. And sometimes it can be a real advantage to be out on your own, because you can concentrate on your own rhythm and timing. So challenging St. Catherine's, the crew from Redlands that's in between Pymble and St. Catherine's. That's the crew of Isabella Solgard, Saskia Kay, Lila Sost, and Lillian Forsyth, being coxed by Alice Franceschi. And they have managed to pull away from the PLC Sydney crew of Isabella McFarlane, Grace Moody, Kiara Ewing, and Vicky Russell, coxed by Lily Burrows. But there's no doubt now that Pymble Ladies are going to take out this race in fine form, looking very good indeed. Their coach, Alex McMillan, will be happy with this. Across the line they go, taking out the win in an unofficial time of 3 minutes 52, so only 1 second slower than our previous Division 1 race. And here we go, across the line now will be Loreto Kirribilli in second place. Third will be St. Catherine's. Fourth will be Redlands. Great race between those 3 crews. Fifth will be PLC Sydney, looking good. Sixth will be Sydney Girls, and seventh will be Tara School. Some great racing there. So the Pymble Ladies College crew, unofficially their time is 3:52. I just mentioned it was only a second slower than our Division 1 crew previously. And they did have almost 12 seconds over Loreto Kirribilli as a margin. Loreto Kirribilli just 1.9 seconds over St. Catherine's, so very close there indeed. That's an exciting start to Division 2 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. We'll move on to the next race, Division 2. In lane 2, we will have Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 3, North Sydney Girls. In lane 4, Roseville. In lane 5, MLC School. In lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar. And in lane 7, Queenwood. The Mossman crew in this race is Chloe Phillips, Ava Michevsky, Abigail Walsh, and Sophie Mills, coxed by Abby Wrightson, and again coached by Ben Whitewolf. The crew from North Sydney Girls in lane 3 is Andrea Deng, Sarah Wang, Luogia Tang, and Felicity Moy, coxed by Daisy Meng, coached by Phil Brown and Pamela Withmill. Roseville in lane 4 are represented by Millie Phillips, Ariane Papas, Mina Fassos, and Sophie Ben, coxed by Cara Sheeran and coached by Samantha Reeves. MLC School in lane 5 are Mina Kanthathas, Isabel Warazavatiani, Adelaide Abernathy, and Jemima Blake, coxed by Steffi Liang and coached by Rob Glendenning and Amelia Fink. Canberra Girls Grammar are represented in this race by Fleur Baisby, Elizabeth Tarver, Ligia Wang, and Catherine Tarver, coxed by Isabella Collins. And our final crew is the crew from Queenwood of Zoe Elliott, Isla Macmillan, Chelsea Yates, and Charlotte Garner, coxed by Hudson Gordon and coached by Kieron Glynn. As they come up to the halfway mark, the Roseville College crew in lane 4 has taken a length's lead over Queenwood in lane 7. And then it's back to North Sydney Girls in lane 3, MLC School in lane 5, Mossman in lane 2, and Canberra Grammar in lane 6. Well, coming out of that halfway mark, that crew from Roseville has put in a big push by the looks of things. looking very together. A little bit of looking around from everybody in the crew though, and they need to be careful because every time you move your head you shift the weight in the boat, and that crew on the inside of them, North Sydney girls, looking pretty tidy and pushing against them. I think Roseville have seen the danger and they've upped their rate of striking. In the meantime, Queenwood, having a tussle with Canberra Girls Grammar and MLC School, have put the power on. But their push is being matched by Canberra Girls Grammar. Canberra Girls Grammar have a very good finish and they're looking really ferocious here now, very determined. In the meantime, North Sydney girls looking very calm, keeping their act together. Roseville College have put their foot down now and they're stamping their authority all over this Division 2 race in the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull to take out the win. And Queenwood, fighting gallantly against Canberra Girls Grammar, will keep just a bow canvas in front to take second place. Canberra Girls will be third, North Sydney Girls will be fourth, fifth will be MLC School, and sixth will be our crew from Mossman. Congratulations, Roseville. We invite you to come over to the pontoon to collect your medals. And a medal presentation has just taken place for the Division 1 of this Year 9 Cox Quad Scull Division 2. Congratulations to our crew from Pymble. Ellie Poynton, Leander McLaughlin, Amber Eisenhower, Annie Pennington and Emily Bartrop. On the course now, we are starting the Division 3 part of our Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. The first race has Redlands in lane 2, St Catherine's in lane 3, MLC School in lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 5, PLC Sydney in lane 6 and Tara School in lane 7. The crew from Redlands is Orla Collins, Saffron Charles, Alice Hagman and Darcy Menny, coxed by Saray Bailey and coached by Beth McClellan. The crew from St Catherine's is Isabel Williams, Sophia Krishtenko, Ginger Campbell and Aroa Tumoe Campbell, coxed by Maya Ross. MLC School's crew is Liana Way, Eleanor McHugh, Annabelle Mansfield and Nicola Keast, coxed by Mara Nichols. Canberra Girls Grammar is Elise Wyatt, Constantina Sulias, Scarlett Ridd and Abby Barlow, coxed by Annie Bush. The crew from PLC Sydney is Grace Logan, Zara Kanbai, Isabel Wadland and Chloe Lau, coxed by Boston Blazczynski. And the crew from Tara School in lane 7, Ella Jiang, Sin Yi Lu, Nicole Wu, Eden Wong and their cox Aishani Shekhar. They are coached by Sophia Kenau. And it is that crew from Tara who look to be in the lead at the halfway mark. Coming up to the final quarter of the race, a good battle going on between St Catherine's in lane 3 and Redlands in lane 2. But it's still Tara School looking good here in lane 7, perhaps fading just a little now in the second half of the race, whereas the St Catherine's crew seem to have put their foot on the gas and really moved on and being challenged the whole way by the crew from Redlands. And sitting in 4th position right now looks to be our crew from Canberra Girls Grammar School. Yes, that's right, the crew that's in lane 5. So moving now into the lead, the crews from St Catherine's and Redlands. A great row coming from Redlands. Orla Collins, Saffron Charles, Alice Hagman and Darcy Menny. Their cox, Saray Bailey, She's looking across at the St. Catherine's Cox and the crew of Isabel Williams, Sophia Krishtenko, Ginger Campbell and Aroa Tumoe Campbell with Maya Ross, their cox. They still have their bow ball in front. Will it be Redlands taking their first win for the day, or will it be St. Catherine's? A massive push from St. Catherine's. They up their rate of striking for the last 2 strokes to take out the win. A narrow loss there to Redlands. What a fantastic race between those 2 crews. And a great row from the Tara School crew of Ella Jiang, Xin Yi Lu, Nicole Wu and Eden Wong. Eshani Shekhar, their cox. A fantastic race all the way down the course. So Canberra Girls Grammar having to settle for 4th position in this race after a good row. PLC Sydney, a crew, they had to really battle hard in the first half of the race. It looks like we might have some equipment damage, which unfortunately means one of the girls can't row, but the others staying together and really working hard as a crew to take out 5th position. Well done to them. These things happen, and it's not what happens, it's how you deal with it. And finally, our MLC school crew closing off this Division 1. Cross the line now. An unofficial time of 4 minutes and 8 seconds for St. Catherine and a margin of less than a second over Redlands. Then it's back to Tara School, who took 3rd place. So we would invite the crew from St. Catherine's to come across and collect their medals. On the race course now, in the schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull Division 3, the second race. In lane 2, Pimble Ladies College. In lane 3, Sydney Girls. In lane 4, Queenwood. In lane 5, Loreto Kirribilli. In lane 6, Kinross Walleroy. And in lane 7, Roseville. The Pimble Ladies College is Lucy Simpson, Genevieve Bazina, Georgina Curtis and Mia Sherry, coxed by Angelina Attinger and coached by Andrea Newham. The Sydney Girls crew is Jenny Zhu, Amy Du, Karina Lee and Ashley Wren, coxed by Maya Reid and coached by Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. The Queenwood School in lane 4 is Eloise Lintvelt, Gemma Wyrell, Zoe Fenwick and Brigid Thompson, coxed by Lucinda Twigg. The Loreto Kirribilli crew is Indiana Orth, Anna Cooper, Gracie Murrell and Alex James, coxed by Lucy Karamanian, coached by Tessa Harris. The Kinross Walleroy crew in lane 6, which looks as though it has a narrow lead, is Grace Storer, Lucy Baldwinson, Zara Brewham and Stella Davis, coxed by Harriet Bird, coached by Rebecca Pierce and Fletcher Smith. And the crew from Roseville in the lane closest to the grandstand, Rennie Han, Emily Wang, Amalia Fiedler, Kiona Wu and Lola Mason, coached by Alyssa Burke. So a great start for Loreto Kirribilli and Pimble Ladies College. And that Kinross Walleroy crew. Loreto Kirribilli looking as though they're sitting in the lead at the moment. On one side they have Kinross Walleroy, that's the side closest to you if you're here at the grounds. On the other side they have Queenwood, who are always up for a fight. But on the far side, Pimble Ladies College looking very neat. On the camera there we can see the Sydney Girls crew. So they're coming into the last 100 metres of the race, and it's really on now between Pimble Ladies College and Loreto Kirribilli. Queenwood just working their way through Kinross Walleroy to try and take 3rd position. I think they've run out of time to get first. But Pimble and Loreto Kirribilli, it looks as though Loreto Kirribilli are on the move. Their boat, lots of power going down there. Their boat moving just slightly faster than Pimble Ladies College, even though Pimble are rating higher. It will be Loreto Kirribilli that will take the win just over Pimble Ladies College. Oh, big push on the line, but 3rd will be Queenwood. 4th will be Kinross Walleroy. Great row from Kinross, well done. Coming in 5th position at the moment, Sydney Girls, but Roseville pushing really hard. Good long, strong strokes there as they come into the finish line. Sydney Girls will be 5th. Roseville will be 6th. What an awesome race for Division 2 in our Division 3 Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. Unofficial fast time of 3 minutes 56 for Loreto Kirribilli, looking good. And we invite Loreto Kirribilli to swing around and collect their medals. We now move to Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Sculls. And in our first race, we have Loreto Kirribilli on the far side, lane 3, Meg Warburton, Freya Fallowfield, Marnie Chiswick and Mirella Di Giovanni. Their cox is Julia Kearney and their coach is Tessa Harris. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, the crew of Sophie McColl, Charlotte Doyle, Alice Dimmock and Alice MacDonald. They're coxed by Ingrid Sabotta and coached by Rebecca Pearce. In lane 5, from Redlands, Isabel Bannon, Eva Blundell, Zoe Potter and Gabrielle Bernath, coxed by Zoe Trevina and coached by Charlotte Harmon. In lane 6, from Queenwood, Tessa Calvaley, Elsie Hood, Bronte Hannah and Lauren King, coxed by Olivia Carl-Betzer. And in lane 7, Tara School, Megan Suhartono, Piper Walker, Titi Taiwo and Caitlin Lelievre, coxed by Navya Singh and coached by Sophia Kenner. And we've got a camera on the umpire's launch in this race as well, so we're able to see these first few hundred meters of the race. So you can see just coming onto the screen on the left-hand side, the Kinross Walleroy crew. We've got Redlands in front of the umpire and Queenwood in front of them, and then to the right of the screen, Tara School. So just out of view are Loreto Kirribilli. But it is that Queenwood School crew which have taken an immediate lead. Tessa Calvaley, or Calvaley probably, Elsie Hood, Bronte Hannah and Lauren King, with Olivia Carl-Betzer coxing them. And they're through the halfway mark, and it's the Queenwood School crew who continue to lead. Not much to choose between the remaining crews. We've got Loreto Kirribilli on the far side. We've got Kinross Walleroy in lane 4 next to them. Dropping back just very slightly, the crew from Redlands. And then back again is the crew from Tara School. And now they're coming up to the 250-meter mark. And it's still Queenwood who continue to lead. They now have clear water over the remainder of the field. Still a good battle between Loreto Kirribilli and Kinross Walleroy, but it looks as though Kinross Walleroy putting down some big, powerful strokes right now to try and stay up with Loreto Kirribilli. Queenwood extend their lead now. So this is the crew: Tessa Calvaley, Elsie Hood, Bronte Hannah, Lauren King and Olivia Carl-Betzer. A big push from Loreto Kirribilli, Meg Warburton, Freya Fallowfield, Marnie Chiswick and Mirella Di Giovanni. Julia Kearney, their cox, urging them on. And succumbing to the pressure somewhat, Kinross Walleroy, a little bit of a shipwreck there. Ingrid Sabotta, their cox, encouraging them to get it back together. They were rowing so well. Sophie McCall, Charlotte Doyle, Alice Dimmock and Alice MacDonald. What a wonderful recovery from that shipwreck. Well done to those girls, and now they've got to try and catch up Loreto Kirribilli again. In the meantime, Queenwood calmly crossing the line to take out this race in Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. Still a great race between Kinross Walleroy and Loreto Kirribilli. It's going to go right down to the wire. At the moment, Kinross Walleroy have a bow canvas, and although they're coming back at them, Kinross Walleroy run out of space to take that up, but that's a great race. And another good race going on between Tara School and Redlands. And again, under pressure, it's always just so difficult to stay with the technique and the training that you've done. Redlands responding to that challenge and coming across to take 4th position. Tara School having to settle for 5th, but a great race where they were right up there the whole way down the course. The unofficial time, 4 minutes and 1 second for Queenwood in Division 1 of the Division 4 Year 9 Cox Quad Sculls. The second race is on the course, and we've got North Sydney Girls in lane 3, St Catherine's in lane 4, Roseville in lane 5, Sydney Girls in lane 6, and Pymble Ladies College in lane 7. So 5 crews, 1 set of medals. Who will it be? Pymble Ladies College have sent out a clear message right from the get-go and have taken an early lead. They're in the lane closest to you in the grandstand, lane 7. And the crew for Pymble is Claire Ferreira, Emily England, Scarlett Mitchell and Olivia Norton, coxed by Cassandra Vealman and coached by Evie Thompson. Trying to stay up with them in the lane next to them, Sydney Girls High, the crew of Chelsea Dam, Dana Ewan, Betty Lynn and Olivia Pan, coxed by Alisane Withayaban and coached by Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. Then it's back to the crew from Roseville in lane 5, Elizabeth Giles, Isabella von Arnim, Eleanor Forster and Hannah Ryan, coxed by Bonnie Castellas and coached by Lillian Sargent. And then it's across to North Sydney Girls in lane 3, Ada Poe, Iris Liu, Andrea Yang and Chuan Yi, coxed by Zoe Mawini, coached by Phil Brown and Pamela Withnell. And then it's back to St Catherine's, the crew of Bailey Villeneuve, Eva Steed, Eliana Alafaci and Bridie McGregor, coxed by Bo Lepinus. Coming up to the last 250 metres, Pymble Ladies College continue to lead. And still not much difference between Sydney Girls, Roseville and North Sydney Girls on the far side, and then just dropping back a little, the crew from St Catherine's. So Pymble Ladies College, their stroke girl Olivia Norton, definitely displaying the fine qualities of her coach, Evie Thompson, in terms of racing aggressively and keeping the rate of striking up and staying accurate with her placing as well. And that's a fine win here for Pymble Ladies College in Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Quad Scull, winning by a long way. Congratulations to them. And such a great battle going on now with Roseville in lane 5, St Catherine's in lane 4, having a great finish, and North Sydney Girls in lane 3. So Roseville College across the line to take 2nd place. St Catherine's, what a finish to their race, a great second half. And 4th will be the North Sydney Girls, and Sydney Girls, not far behind, will take our 5th place. On the medal rostrum right now, the crew from Queenwood, who won the first race of this division. That's the crew of Tessa Calvley, Elsie Hood, Bronte Hannah, Lauren King, and Olivia Carl Betzer. Congratulations, Queenwood. So just a reminder, it is one set of medals only at this regatta, so we're presenting medals to the winners if they'd like to either row over to the pontoon or come down and collect them later. Looks as though we have a Roseville College crew there on the medal rostrum now. They were the winners of Division 2 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull: Millie Phillips, Ariane Papas, Mina Fassos and Sophie Ben, coxed by Cara Sheeran and coached by Samantha Reeves. So we move to Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. We have Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 1, Roseville in lane 2, Queenwood in lane 3, Pymble Ladies College in lane 4. Loreto Kirribilli in lane 5, St Catherine's in lane 6, North Sydney Girls in lane 7 and Sydney Girls High in lane 8. The crew from Canberra Girls Grammar is Ruby Allen, Tara Congahay, Sienna Williamson-Bell and Chloe Ryan, coxed by Karen Loftby. The crew from Roseville is Lucy White, Eleanor Aoyong, Kalila Lau and Chloe Zhang, coxed by Matilda Ridgely, coached by Lucy Thompson and Sydney Krieger. The crew from Queenwood, Katia Cassidy, Cara Jollypool, Isabella McNee and Claudia Gassman, coxed by Emma Lugtenberg. The Pymble Ladies College crew in lane 4 is Matilda Clement, Sana Kapoor, Sanea Lakhani, Catherine Boyce and their cox Sophia Lau, coached by Eliza Entwistle. The crew in lane 5 from Loreto Kirribilli is Zara Macedone, Isla Mather, Lily Cadwalada, Arabella Merrick and Adelaide Russell. For St Catherine's, the crew of Florence Vinnell, Jasmine Matheson, Harriet Clune and Chloe Crabb, coxed by Scarlett Knowles. The crew from North Sydney Girls in lane 7 is Rosalie Sun, Zian Tang, Alicia Shasidaran, Evie Wang and their cox Airy Williams. And in lane 8 from Sydney Girls High, Anna Gandhi, Talia Limberopoulos, Meda Anil and Zhu Li Zhang, coxed by Hayley Huey and coached by Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. And the crew from Queenwood have taken quite a commanding lead by halfway. That's the crew of Katja Cassidy, Cara Jollypool, Isabella McNee and Claudia Gassman, coxed by Emma Lugtenberg. At the moment, the only crew challenging them looks to be the crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, which is in lane 1. And that's the crew of Ruby Allen, Tara Kongahar, Sienna Williamson-Bell and Chloe Ryan, coxed by Karen Loftby. Then it looks as though it's back to Sydney Girls High in lane 8 and Pymble Ladies College in lane 4. So they're inside the boys, signifying the last 100 metres of the race and looking very strong indeed, this crew from Queenwood. I'm sure they would agree, not the neatest crew in the world, but definitely have real commitment and guts there. Getting that blade in and really powering on with the legs and some good rhythm. I shouldn't have said that. I've given them the commentator's curse, haven't I? The rhythm's gone a little bit, but they're still pulling powerfully and moving away from their nearest challengers, which coming from Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2. They'll have to settle for second place. Queenwood taking out Division 5 of the Year 9 Cox Quad Scull. And it's still on between Sydney Girls High and Pymble Ladies College, with another fast finish coming from the crew from St Catherine's. Pymble Ladies College keeping their heads together. Sydney Girls pushing on, and they'll take it by a quarter of a length, that third position. Loreto Kirribilli will have to, Pymble will have to settle for 4th. Very strong finish from St Catherine's to take out 5th. 6th will be the crew from from Loreto Kirribilli. 7th will be Roseville, and 8th will be our crew from North Sydney Girls. So sorry, just recapping on that, it was a win for Queenwood in a time of 4 minutes 16.81. Second was Canberra Girls Grammar. The margin in the end was some 8 seconds, and then another 17 seconds back to our next group, led by Pymble Ladies College. Led by Sydney Girls, I apologise. Pymble Ladies College 4th, St Catherine's 5th, Loreto Kirribilli 6th, Roseville 7th, and North Sydney Girls 8th. So we're up to race number 14 on our programme, which is the second race in Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Coxed Quad Scull. We've had a scratching from the St Catherine's crew in lane that was supposed to race in lane 2. That's St Catherine's 6, leaving us with 5 crews. I can only see 4 on the water. So we might be missing a Queenwood crew as well. So in lane 3, we have Queenwood 2, the crew of Elise Simons, Stella Tumbers, Ilva Knutson and Victoria Chang, coxed by Shiloh McGlone. In lane 4, we have the crew from Loreto Kirribilli of Charlotte Saunders, Beatrix Cadman, Claudia Campbell and Zoe Cubis, coxed by Lucinda Rose. In lane 5, we have St Catherine's 7, Gabriella Griffin, Ava Jameson, Harriet Hawthorne Jarman and Georgia Love. They're being coxed by Anja Ruefli. And in lane 6, we have Queenwood 3, Sadie Migliorini, Juliet Talbot Stern, Lara Vahan and Jules Spring, coxed by Sophie Hunt. And yes, Queenwood 4 have scratched, so that was the crew that was supposed to race in lane 7. So it's Queenwood 2 who, in the absence of their colleagues, have decided to take the lead and fight on valiantly. And they are managing to stay just ahead of Loreto Kirribilli. Then it's back to St Catherine's and Queenwood 3. So again, year 9, racing over 1,000 metres. Some of these girls may have been rowing since year 7 or even year 6, but others may be very new to this term. So Queenwood School. They now have a 1-length lead over Loreto Kirribilli. And you'll notice that the coxes in these crews are in the main are facing the crew that are racing, so for the younger crews, easier to have a cox that can guide them. And our winning cox, Shiloh McGlone, she's delighted with the performance of Elise Simon, Stella Tumbers, Ilva Knutson and Victoria Chang, taking out the win in Division 2 of Division 5 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Cox Squad. Loreto Kirribilli disappointed, but it was a fabulous race. We're looking forward to seeing them the next time. Third across the line, the crew from St Catherine's, and coming across the line now, our crew from Queenwood. Happy to get across that finish line. So the provisional winning time, 4 minutes 33.17, the margin 3 seconds, Queenwood over Loreto Kirribilli. Queenwood, we invite you to come across to the medal pontoon to collect your medals. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a little break now until 9:10, when we'll have our first 8s race of the day, which is always exciting and noisy. It's the Schoolgirl Year 10-8 kicking off at 9:10. We've got 8s from Queenwood, Loreto Kirribilli, St Catherine's, Roseville, Canberra Girls Grammar and MLC, and Loreto Kirribilli have 2 crews. So a reminder please to bring your bow numbers back to the finish tower And if you've just arrived, the bow numbers can be collected from the finish tower. The coxes can also weigh in at the bottom of the finish tower, so those Year 10 coxes will have weighed in by now. We've got more divisions of Schoolgirl Year 8 coxed quads coming up soon, and those coxes don't have to weigh in. And then our men's 8s will start racing at 10:40, starting with the 4th 8s in Year 10. And just another reminder, for those of you who are following crews on bicycles, it is a legal requirement that you wear a helmet. And just to give you the heads up, the police are targeting those of us who cycle around Cirque, so please do remember your helmet. And particularly if you're coming out for the regatta tomorrow, bring your helmet with you. So for those of you at the grandstand end or watching on the live stream, we can see on the screen now that the Year 10 8s are just backing onto the start. And if there are any rowers new to rowing who haven't yet been up to that end, when you're in senior races racing over 2,000 meters, you have a held start, which means there's somebody lying down on a little pontoon. You can see that on the screen now, and those people will hold on to the stern of the boat. The cocks and the people in the bows help get the boat straight. You can see the crew closest to the camera from Loreto Kirribilli just tapping around now. So there you can see on the screen somebody leaning over the pontoon, hanging on to the 8, and the cox has now reversed her 8 up to the holding point. We're looking here at the crew from Loreto Kirribilli, so you can see the cox looks at the crew. Her name's Jessica Bruce. And we've then got the crew from Stroke, Phoebe Aarons, in 7, Cleo Donahue, Imogen Shield at 6, Zara Jean Folinsky at 5, Chloe Stevenson at 4, Luella Roberts at 3, Andy Schuster at 2, and Harriet McCloskey in the bow seat. In the lanes next to them, MLC School, the crew of Steffi Liang, Eliza Kershaw McDonald, Miranda Hudson, Eve Parker, Julia Zarlenga, Isabel Ng, and Clementine Hendricks. Stroked by Ella Hugh, and their cox is Alana Ng. They are coached by Georgia Catlin and Amelia Fink. The crew from Canberra Girls Grammar, from bow, Alice Hinksman, Meg Story, Lucy Cordaris, Elkie Spiller, Mia Wiley, Charlotte Bowen, Grace Disney, and Sophie Murphy, coxed by Heidi Bell. In lane 5, we have the crew from Roseville. From bow, Sabine Baird, Annabelle Eburn, Annie Smith, Eva Zhang, Claudia Berger, Alice Bestick, Chloe Franklin, and Abigail Kelly. Their cox is Matilda Marchant, and they are coached by head coach Gonzalo Briones. In lane 4, the crew from St Catherine's of Holly Corcoran, Tiali Morgan, Genevieve Links, Matisse Borthwick, Imogen Baldassar, Florence Hennessy, Freya Gaston, Eva Hunstead, and their cox Indy Warnock. And they're coached by Jeff Patterson. The Loreto Kirribilli 1 crew is in lane 3. That's Lily Loiterton at bow, Mary Dunstan, Scarlett Cortez, Gemma Ronan, Elizabeth Roberts, Millie Fallon, Sarah Holt, and Maddie Wheelahan, coxed by Lulu Warren. And in lane 2, from Queenwood, Winter Shervington making her debut, Daisy Waite, Larissa Rosenbergs, Isabella Kennedy, Charlotte Burt, Scout Ferguson, Lucinda Doku, and Charlotte Nell, coxed by Isabella Goss. So 8's racing, always really ferocious. And they're off to a clean start, a steady start, but it will be quite noisy. 8 blades going in and out of the water, plus coxes shouting, and sometimes the girls cheering each other on. No surprises that it looks as though St Catherine's are right up there, and Canberra Girls Grammar School. So St Catherine's in lane 4, Canberra Girls Grammar School are in lane 6. Then it's just back to the Loreto Kirribilli first crew. A lot of these girls rode together in 8s and quads last year. Great to see their names in the same crew this year. I noticed there's no coach listed, but a very stable group of coaches there at Loreto Kirribilli who've been really working on sweep with the girls. So it'll be interesting to see how closely they can hang on to what we know is a fast crew in St Catherine's and what we expect is a fast crew in Canberra Girls Grammar. St Catherine's, their first crew winners of the Schoolgirl Head of the River last year. So on the screen we can see we have Roseville College now pressing on hard in lane 5, sitting at, Canberra Girls Grammar School sitting at 32.5, nice steady rate as they pace themselves against the crew from St Catherine's. And they're through the 1,000 metre mark with Canberra Girls Grammar School now stretching out leads over St Catherine's. Loreto Kirribilli still sitting in 3rd place, Roseville now sitting in 4th position. So they're through the halfway mark. These girls, as seniors, are racing over 2,000 metres, which is the Olympic distance. And somebody who's familiar with the Olympic distance is our coach, Jeff Stewart, who raced at the Olympics himself. Jeff, it seems like such a very long way. Is it a long way when you race it as well?
You get used to it. You know, the first 500 is always a bit daunting at the start there, but then once you get into that middle of the race, it's actually not too bad. You just sort of row through it, and then obviously you've got a bit of a race plan which you stick to, and you know, you're focusing on that, and that's the plan.
Hopefully end up in the last 500 in good shape, able to race again.
Yeah, and normally about the 600 to go, people start to build up the rate, and things start to happen, and you just go for home. Just focus in.
And you've just mentioned that 600 metre mark, so we're at about the last 500 now. And that crew from Canberra Girls Grammar School actually looking very powerful and rhythmic, aren't they? And they've managed to sit on top of St Catherine's.
Yeah, so they're sitting on about 31.5 at the moment. So I think they've got it under control there. And then you've got the crew next to them, which hopefully they're going to try and start going for home now and have a bit of a competition here.
And then it looks as though, looking across to Loreto Kirribilli, they raced really well last season in year 10, and it looks as though we've got a fair few in there again this year. They're managing to stay ahead of Roseville.
Yep, and they're on about 33 rate at the moment.
And then we've got a little bit of action going on in lanes 8 and 7. Not quite sure what's happened, but Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8 and MLC in lane 7 look as though they've had some steering problems. They've sorted it out now. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but they suddenly veered across the course. And of course, that's going to slow you down and doesn't help you feel balanced, which in an 8 you really want in order to get that run.
Yeah, and these last two crews are coming down to the last 100 metres now. Really bringing it home. They'd be really feeling it in their lungs.
They would, but it looks as though Canberra Grammar sitting up fairly tall and really sending that power down now. Doesn't seem to be much of an increase in their rate at first, but now as the boat frees up, the rate of striking is coming up, and they're really sending a very strong message about their intentions for this season to St Catherine's. Taking out the win in the schoolgirl year 10-8, Canberra Girls Grammar School. A great row from St Catherine's though. They've kept themselves together, and as Jeff said, stuck to their race plan. They will take second in this year 10-8 today at the PLC Kings Rowing New South Wales Regatta. Third, Loreto Kirribilli. Fourth, Roseville. Fifth, Loreto Kirribilli 2. And sixth, MLC School. And the unofficial time for our year 10-8 winners, Canberra Girls Grammar, 7 minutes 15 seconds. The margin over St Catherine's in the end, almost 7 seconds. Then a further 15 seconds back to Loreto Kirribilli. Our next race is race 16 on the programme, the Schoolgirl Double Scull, Division 1. In lane 2, North Sydney Girls. In lane 3, Mossman. In lane 4, PLC Sydney. In lane 5, Redlands. In lane 6, MLC School. In lane 7, Askham. In lane 8, Sydney Girls High. In the North Sydney Girls crew, we have Audrey Thomas and Julia Wang. They are coached by Philip Brown and Pamela Withnell. The Mossman crew is Isla Milne and Scarlett Bradshaw, coached by Ben Whitewolf. The PLC Sydney crew in lane 4 is Hannah Bebbington with Ellen McCartney. Representing Redlands, Scarlett Thorpe and Jemima Hugman, coached by Uz Beaton and Alfred Bear. In lane 6 from MLC School, Amelia Glastonbury with Ella Baker, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Kathleen Hextall. In lane 7, representing Askham, Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak, coached by Chris McCarthy. And in lane 8 from Sydney Girls, Annie Dang and Ariel Moniaga, coached by Matteo Villani.
So it looks like we've got Askham up there in lane 7, doing really well at the moment, followed by what looks like Redlands, and then we've got back to MLC in 3rd position there. So it looks like Askham's doing really, really well out there in front. Yeah, Askham's stroking along really well there, sort of sitting on about 33 rate. Got their course going straight.
Yeah, and I was saying when we had our year 8s racing in double sculls earlier, year 9s, that a lot of this ability to go fast is about going straight and getting the timing, isn't it? And you've got 4 blades, and you can see just with a couple of years more physical and psychological development, the motor coordination is a bit better, isn't it? They're much more able to get all 4 blades into the water at the same time and then get the legs on.
Absolutely. You can see those crews that are usually in front have the best technique with the entry point and the finish around the catches and the finish timing, you know, and they're usually rowing really well together, and that just comes with time in the boat.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. Yeah, and of course we've got really feels like we've got a condensed season this term in that because of Olympic trials taking place at Cirque, the venue's not available very much, so we're having to cram it. For example, IGSA in the first weekend.
So it looks like a pretty good battle between 2nd and 3rd here. Looks like the Askham crew there really coming through. Oh, sorry, the Redlands crew coming up.
Yeah, that's Scarlett Thorpe and Jemima Hugman challenging Kitty Elias and Kitty Zusak, who from Askham, who remain out in the lead as they now power their way down towards the finish line. And in between them, is that the MLC crew? Yeah, MLC school crew of Amelia Glastonbury and Ella Baker, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Kathleen Hextall.
So that Askham crew is on about 33 rate there, doing really well. Got the timing going very well together and looking very strong coming into this last sort of 50 metres. They're going to finish off. Yep, it just looks like they're bringing up the rate now just to finish it off there. There's between 2nd and 3rd here, between Askham, if they can hold that out. Sorry, between Redlands.
Yeah, very MLC. Strong finish coming from MLC.
MLC coming through there. And it looks like MLC in front there, in for that 2nd spot.
So Askham take the win in the schoolgirl double scull Division 1, MLC School 1 2nd, Redlands 3rd, and then another race, almost like a separate race, going on between our remaining 3 crews of Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3, PLC Sydney in 4, and Sydney Girls in 8. And sorry, there is a crew in the middle in lane 2, North Sydney Girls, and they will place 4th. Audrey Thomas and Julia Wang.
Well, it's very close here between the last 3 crews here.
Oh, strong finish from Sydney Girls. Oh,
wow.
Well, I'm not sure about that. Photo finish between Mossman and North Sydney Girls. Sorry, Sydney Girls. Sydney Girls and Mossman photo finish, and then PLC Sydney taking out 7th position. Provisional time for that winning crew of Askham, 8 minutes 31.23.
So we've got that schoolgirl double scull Division 2 coming down now with about 500 to go. We've got Askham 2, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 3, Sydney Girls 2 in lane 4, Roseville in lane 5, Tara School in lane 6, and Pymble Ladies in lane 7.
And in the Askham crew, we have Sabrina Koskar in the bow seat, Lucy Yabsley in the stroke seat, and Chris McCarthy again is the coach. And we're more familiar with seeing these girls in single sculls, but today having a bit of fun and going back into the double that they used to row in year 7. So definitely having some fun. Yeah, I've seen some photos, very sweet. And they have a commanding lead over the second crew, Loretto Normanhurst, the crew of Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. We've seen Stella and Patty from Loretto Normanhurst, who also row at Glebe, coached by Thomas Parker. They've been fantastic throughout the season and a really strong showing again today. Then it's back to the Sydney Girls 2 crew of Olivia Bilbao and Nazara Jones, coached by Matteo Villano. The crew from Roseville of Hannah Clark and April Menk, coached by Alex Brown. In lane 6, the crew from Tara of Karen Way and Matilda Badman, coached by Jack Crampton. And the crew from Pymble Ladies College in lane 7 of Madison Hodgetts and Iris Wang, coached by Lucinda Wickham Fines. So coming up to well inside the last 250 now, that crew from Askham of Sabrina Koskar and Lucy Yabsley, followed by Stella Moore and Patricia Boland. So some excellent racing there from both Askham and Loretto Normanhurst. An unofficial time of 7 minutes, 46.27 for Askham. The Loretto Normanhurst, 13.38 seconds. The margin. And here comes the remainder of the crew. And of course, it's interesting with the smaller boats, the doubles and the singles, in that we some schools, like Askham School, don't have very many rowers at the moment, working on that. But that just means that you're putting your strength into the small boats.
That's right.
Whilst you gather your crews, as it were. So we're hoping for a bigger input. Askham is where I am, and then you have other schools who have lots of girls and put their focus on the bigger boats like the 8s, the quads. So you never quite know what you're going to get in the schoolgirl double. Yeah,
well, we're going through a bit of a build phase as well at PLC Sydney, and you know, we've got about 60 girls there at the moment.
Wow.
And you know, we had a really good rowing camp this last holidays, like a couple of weeks ago. So we were up at Penrith on the PN.
Yep.
And there was such a good vibe there.
Yes.
You know, it was great just seeing everyone lift, and you know, I could see them develop over that week. Yeah, and you can see it in the racing. And the Sydney girls just crossing the line in third place there. Had a good season last season, had a good start to the season this season, so certainly getting some okay results so far today. Lane 5, the crew from Roseville, a nice row there from those girls from Roseville, well done, and they will take out 4th place in this second division of the schoolgirl double scull. And doesn't look as though Pymble Ladies College have joined us, so Tara School will be our final crew to come across. Karen Way and Matilda Badman. And they're at the 250 metre mark now. We've got the schoolgirl double scull Division 3 coming up from behind there, probably about the 750 metre mark at the moment. So we've got in lane 1 there, we've got Mossman. Lane 2 is Sydney Girls 3. MLC's School 2 in lane 4, Queenwood in lane 5, Askham number 3 in lane 6, and Tara School in lane 7. So that Mossman crew of Tanya Hornby and Frida Kirkman, coach Ben Whitewolf. In the Sydney girls crew, we've got Shalona Archaya and Zoe Ann Laxama, coach Matteo Villani. MLC School 2, we have Charlotte Penny, Jodie Feng, and the coaches of Kristen Linkfist and Robert Glendenning. In that lane 5 crew of Queenwood, we have Gemma McLaren, Zara Taylor, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. In lane 6, we have Askham 3, which is Grace Carter, Isabel Bugg, and coaches Christopher McCarthy and Gemma Coloncourt. In lane 7, we have Tara School, Michaela Hussain and Gemma Whitewater, coach Jack Crampton. So it looks like this lane 6 crew here coming through has just have a few technical difficulties here, just crossing the line. They just need to get across there.
It's definitely a sport that teaches you resilience, doesn't it? Because once you're right out there on the course, there's nowhere to go other than to get to the finish line. So you've got to figure it out. I always think rowing is like problem solving. So
they'll clear the course there with plenty of time.
Down on the presentation dais now, we've got 2 Askham crews, winners of Division 1 and Division 2, and we've got a 3rd Askham double out on the water now. So congratulations, Division 2 winners Sabrina Koskar and Lucy Yabsley.
And it looks like Queenwood out there for a nice, comfortable finishing off there.
Yeah, looking very good, aren't they? Gemma McLaren and Zara Taylor. Their coaches Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. Ray, who took the Junior 4 to the World Championships last year. Kieran, who's well known to anybody involved with Pathways Women's and school rowing. Excellent organiser, looking really strong there. Queenwood School taking out Division 3 of the schoolgirl double scull. Currently Mossman sitting in 2nd place, Tanya Hornby and Frida Kirkham. And sorry, I just missed mentioning the medals being presented there to that 2nd Askham crew who won Division 1. So we invite Queenwood to come and collect their medal for Division 3. Mossman will take out a fine 2nd place. And 3rd will be the crew from Askham of Grace Carter and Izzy Bugg.
And looks like MLC in lane 4 coming up there.
Charlotte Penny and Jodie Feng. And then we have Tara School, who look as though they will place 5th. And then it's back to Sydney Girls High, who will place 6th.
So coming up to that 500 to go, we've got the schoolgirl single scull Division 1. In lane 2, we have Pymble Ladies College with Linda Hazelwood Lee. Lane 2, MLC School, Sasha Kovarik. Lane 3, Mossman with Elise Coates. Lane 4 is Tara School, Hannah Wilkins. Lane 5 is Mossman 1 with Maeve Maloney. Lane 6, St Catherine's School, Layla Gaston. And lane 7, Sydney Girls, number 1, Charlotte Steele. So So it looks like lane 7 there with at St Catherine's, Layla Gaston is out in front there at the moment. She's just got a rate down, cruising along there at about 21. Nice and controlled. She's got this race under control at the moment. So on the other side, we have the Mossman crew from Elise Coates. She's on about 29 rate. Probably trying to make a move here, try and catch up a little bit. But I think this St Catherine's Sculler has got it under control at the moment. Coming down to the last 100 metres. This Mossman person's really giving it a go, trying to make a race of it. Followed up by Charlotte, still in that third position there from Sydney Girls number 1. Probably about 50 metres back. But it looks like the St Catherine's Sculler's got this under control. She comes down to the line here. So there's a bit of a battle between 4th and 5th here, between the Tara School and the MLC Sculler on the other side.
So we have 3 divisions of this schoolgirl single scull, and I think a good opportunity for some people to just have a go and for others to just do something different. And for others, it's their main boat. So here we have in lane 8, Charlotte Steele from Sydney Girls. She'll take out 3rd. Our winner, of course, Lila Gaston from St Catherine's, coached by Jared Watson. And our 2nd place sculler was Elise Coates, coached by Ben White-Wolf.
And here comes the MLC Sculler, crossing the line now.
Sasha Koverick, coached by Kirsten Lillequist and Carl Coverage. And now our 5th sculler from Tara School, Hannah Wilkins, coached by Aidan Smith. And that seems to be it. We seem to be missing a few there.
Yeah.
In Division 2 of the schoolgirl single scull, again racing over 2,000 metres, so very different pace now to when we've seen others racing in singles. I'm just checking we haven't had anybody pull out, so...
It looks like maybe the Queenwood Sculler in lane 5 maybe might not be in the race there at the moment.
Yeah, she would. Oh no, she is there.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
Yep, she's sitting in 2nd at the moment. So we have Isabella Crennan from Redlands in lane 2, Maria Karoutsos from Tara School in lane 3, Tully Phillips from Mossman in lane 4, Addison Rolls from Queenwood in lane 5, Lulu Clinton from Kinross Walleroy in lane 6, Noah Kepi from Sydney Girls in lane 7, and Freya Bateman from Loreto Kirribilli in lane 8. And it is Tara School's Maria Karoutsos, according to the timing system, in the lead at the 500-metre mark. It says followed by Queenwood, but I can't believe this timing system. I think you're right. I think she might have scratched. Redlands sitting in third place, Mossman next, then Kinross Walleroy, then Sydney Girls, and finally Loreto Kirribilli. So we're just having a look through the binoculars, and just to confirm that Freya Bateman from Loreto Kirribilli, who is in lane 8, is in the lead, and she has a commanding lead, and that Addison Rolls from Queenwood doesn't appear to be in the race. Sitting in second position now would be the Mossman Sculler, Tully Phillips. She's right across in the middle of the course in lane 4. So quite a way away from Freya Bateman.
So Freya's sitting on about 29 to 30 rate there at the moment, really giving it a go.
Yeah,
she's sitting out in front and actually trying to go for home here. So really wants to push herself to the limit today. She's having a good dig here. So she's brought her rate up again to 30 rate. Stroking really well. So she has about 50 metres lead over the other competitors at the moment. Further back we have Mossman with Tully Phillips in that second position. And then it's a close race with Redlands with Isabella Crennan doing really well there. I think it's on between the Redlands crew and the Kinross crew. I think the Redlands number 2 with Isabella Crennan's coming through. Pretty good. Good job by Freya.
Yeah, very good job. And many of our girls contesting here today will row at clubs as well as at schools, and Freya rows for the UTS Haberfield Club. And then, as you can see, we have an actual club where we have a school-age competitor, Tully Phillips from Mossman, who's going to take out second place in this schoolgirl single scull. Then it's across to our Redland sculler, Isabella Crennan, coached by Ooze Beaton and Alfred Bear.
So sitting on about 28 there as we cross the line. They're really starting to build it up for home, some of these girls. It's good to see. Really fighting for the line. So quite close between Tara and Kinross. About half a boat length in it. So coming down the course now, we have schoolgirl single scull division number 3. In lane 1 we have, or actually sorry, lane 2 we have Loreto Kirribilli, lane 3 Tara School, lane 4 Redlands number 1, lane 5 North Sydney Girls, lane 6 Mossman, lane 7 Sydney Girls 3.
And our Loreto Kirribilli sculler Isabel Howard was in the lead at the 500 metre mark. In second was Lily Wainberg from Redlands, who's in lane 4. And sitting in third position, Eloise Stevens from Mossman Rowing Club, who's in lane 6. Then it was back to Tara School's Suhanya Jayasuriya, coached by Aidan Smith, in fourth. Placed fifth at the moment, Alana Song from Sydney Girls. Sixth, Eva Day from North Sydney Girls. So the action looking as though it's coming across on the far side there. Loreto Kirribilli sculler Isabel Howard in the lead, and Redlands Lily Wainberg sitting in lane 4, sitting in second place. But you can see as they come up through the 1,000 metre mark that the sculler from Mossman has really put her foot down. Eloise Stevens, who has looked progressively stronger through the season after starting in the time trials in the early part of the season, and she's really now recouping the interest of that deposit of hard work and race performance earlier in the season. She's looking pretty strong now, actually, as she comes up to the last 500 metres to go, and is now, by the looks of things, in ahead of Isabel Howard. This is the final race in the schoolgirl single scull. We'll be moving back to year 8s in a moment and moving to year 8 coxed quad sculls, where we have quite a few divisions and 2 races in each division.
And they're only over 1,000 metres, so they've got to come in and then they row down to the 1,000 metre mark. So it takes a little bit of time to get them all organised and, you know, in a line. So they've got to get themselves sorted out up the top there.
So meanwhile, back to our single scull race. Eloise Stevens from Mossman continues to lead over Isabel Howard from Loreto Kirribilli, who was our early leader. And Lily Wainberg from Redlands, who was sitting in second place at the 500 metre mark, but has been rowed through by Eloise Stevens in the latter parts of the race. A nice tidy scull coming there from our Tara School sculler, Suhanya Jayasuriya. And then it's across to Alana Song from Sydney Girls High, who's managing to just stay ahead of Eva Dye from North Sydney Girls. So last 250 metres of this race for our lead sculler, Eloise Stevens of Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Ben Whitewolf. And she's looking to make it 2 wins in a row in the schoolgirl single scull with her clubmate Tully Phillips. Oh, sorry, yeah, Tully having led strongly, didn't quite manage to take the win over Freya Bateman, who had such a commanding lead. And Eloise Stevens writing that now by coming through strongly in the last 100 metres of the race to take out Division 3 of the schoolgirl single scull.
Still got under control at about 28 rate there. Looking good. Hey.
So we've got Eloise Stevens safely across the line from Mossman Rowing Club. Isabel Howard from Loreto Kirribilli took second place. Our PLC and coming across the line now from North Sydney girls, Eva Day, who completes the field for the Division 3 of the schoolgirl single scull. And we invite the Mossman sculler to come across to collect her medal. Right, we are going to move now to some fast and furious racing in the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad sculls, where we have several divisions, 2 races in each of them.
So we got Loreto Kirribilli in lane 3, Loreto Normanhurst in lane 4, PLC Sydney in lane 5, Sydney Girls in lane 6, and Pymble Ladies in lane 7. I'm just looking at the names here, and I saw Zoe Leish's name from PLC Sydney. They won the double scull earlier today, so that's a really good thing. So hopefully they can back that up today with a second win for the school in the quad this time. But as we have a look down there at the moment, it looks like maybe Pymble Ladies College might be just in front at the moment. Stroking along there. They look really good, connected at the front there. Timing's really well. And it's really interesting to see when you've got crews rowing well together, technically, they usually are the girls that are actually going to be in front. So through that first 500 there, Pymble Ladies in 153.67, followed by Loreto Kirribilli. Then Loreto Normanhurst and Peel Sydney up there in 4th position, and Sydney Girls in 5th. So halfway through the race there, sitting on about 33 rate is Pymble, stroking along really nicely. The coxswain's probably giving them some good words of encouragement. So still sitting on about 33 rate there. It's really on between the last few crews there, between 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Let's see what they can do in this last couple of 100 metres here as they all really fight for home. Most of these girls have only been rowing for just over a year, this season really, so it's only a few weeks they've been rowing together. Such a short season, you know, but I think mostly they have really enjoyed it. As they come down towards the line, finishing line here, Pymble's in front there. They're head up and they're rowing really strongly, followed by Loreto on over the other side there. And Normanhurst coming into that 3rd spot. But the race is really on here between PLC Sydney, finishing off really well there. The next division coming down, Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Division number 2. We have in lane 3 Roseville, lane 4 Queenwood, lane 5 Canberra Girls, Grammar, lane 6 Tara School, lane 7 is St Catherine's. Looks like St Catherine's has taken a bit of a lead there. Coming up through that first 500. So coming through there, 157. Followed by Roseville, 150, by just 1.5 seconds behind. Really close racing here today. It's good to see everyone so competitive. Coming out of rowing camps and things like that over the holidays, it's been really good to see everybody coming together. It looks like everyone's really taken off, improved their rowing. So coming down to this last 150 metres now. So that St Catherine's cruising on about 30 rate. But on the other side there, we have the Roseville crew looking really smooth. Slightly underrating them. This should be really on in this last sort of 100 metres if they can really give it a go. We can quite see what happens at the finish line here. But I think the St Catherine's crew is looking too strong today. And we've got Tara School coming across the line now to finish off that race. Okay, as we look back up to the start there, see the other division, next division is coming down. They're just lining up at the moment. So that's Canberra Grammar School in lane 3, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 4, Queenwood in lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 6, and St Catherine's in lane 7. Still getting lined up there at the start line. And it looks like they've made a start. So these 1,000-metre racing, they're only really 4 minutes of racing, so the girls have really got to put maximum effort in over that first 500 to sort of make a bit of a push against the other crews there and see where they end up. So we'll see how this first 500 goes for these girls. So we have in that lane 3, Canberra Grammar School, we have Lucy Dale, Caitlin Burney, Camilla Griffin, Pepper Greffenell, and Isabella Collins is the Cox. In lane 4, Loretto Normanhurst, Lucy Meek, Ruby Matthews, Eloise Moore, Andrea Yaman, Charlotte Fagan is the coxswain, and coach Jackson Gursky. In lane 5, Queenwood, we have Vivian Walk, Ella Hinton, Morella Gillies, Ava Francis, and Juliet Yardley is the coxswain, coached by Ray Boyle. Lane 6 is Loretto Kirribilli with Camilla Squire, Charlotte Mutton, Xanthi Psychogis, Lucia Bartlam, Olivia Stevenson, coach Nicholas Miro. Lane 7 is St Catherine's with Gabriella Griffin, Ava Jamison, Harriet Thornton Jarman, Georgia Love, Anja Raffelli is the Cox, coached by Jeff Pattinson. So as they come down here, I'm just looking at the, looks like it's a really close race between Loretto and St Catherine's at the moment. It looks like Loretto might be just in front there. Both crews really fighting for it. And the rate's a little bit above like the previous race, so they're on about 31 to 32 rate, so they're really giving it some right now as they come into this like last 150 metres. Looks like Loretto Kirribilli might just have the edge at the moment, but if we can see a bit of a battle between St Catherine's coming here. On the far side, we have Loretto Normanhurst like in that third position there, but it's still really close. A really good battle between first and second at the moment. Still anybody's race. Just under 100 metres to go. Kirribilli looks like they've just got that technique just a little bit better together. But both crews really fighting for it. Right down to the line there. Only a canvas in it. Followed up by Normanhurst in third position there. Okay, on the finish podium here, we have the St Catherine's School about to get their presentation of their medals. Dr. Burgess is heading down there to present the medals now, which is a good thing. So from St Catherine's, we have Charlize Morgan, Stella Copeland, Madeline Inez, Delphi Walsman, Ellie Carr is the coxswain, coached by Jared Watson. Proud moment for the girls down there. Okay, we have another race underway at the moment. Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division number 2. In lane 3, we have Sydney girls with Mia Zhang, Lauren Fong, Linya Han, Evelyn Chu, Melody Song, coaches Timothy Hughes and Zara Greenwood. Lane 4, we have MLC School 1, Lucy Stoddard, Grace Likely, Catherine Goldring, Maya McBride, Mara Nicholas as coxswain, coaches Amelia Fink, Kirsten Lindquist. Lane 5, we have PLC Sydney with Isabella Graves, Rosemary Full, Zoe Lee, Orby Cohen, Madeline Barrett is the coxswain. Lane 6, we have Pinball Ladies, Catherine Zhu, Annabella Lee Hughes, Aura Zhang, Rose Jones, Phoebe Hutton is the coxswain, coached by Sam Bristow. Lane 7 is Roseville with Chloe Zhang, Isabella von Arnhem, Eleanor Foster, Hannah Ryan, Lola Mason is the coxswain, coached by Lillian Sargent. Okay, now if I look down the course there, we can see Pinball Ladies crew is taking a dominant lead here in this race, and they're looking pretty solid there as they stroke along. Sitting on about 32 rate there, so they got the rate quite high compared to some of the other. Oh, they just had a bit of a blade clash there. They've stopped rowing. Oh, they've got it back together again now, which is good. Oh, maybe they've just need to get themselves sorted out, which gives an opportunity for the second and third spots. I think they've got too much of a commanding lead at the moment. I think bow person needs to get themselves sorted out there. So, but it's still Pinball Ladies College in front there. Managed to pull it back together again. Followed up by Sydney Girls. It's a close race between Sydney Girls and Roseville. That second and third spot. This could be anyone's in that between second and third at the moment. And fourth is only a length and a half behind. They brought that rate up to 33 as they cross the line here to take out the win in that Division 2. Race 2 of Division 2. And we've got the PLC crew coming across. They've had a bit of a technical issue there with the stroke. Bit of an equipment foul, but they're crossing line in. It's good. Followed up by the MLC school. Okay, down on the finish podium here we have Loretto Curability, about to get presented with their medals from Dr. Burgess. We have Camilla Squire, Charlotte Mutton, Xanthi Psychologist, Lucia Barton, Olivia Stevenson, coached by Nicholas Miro. Well done to the girls down there. Okay, coming down on the line now, we have Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull, Division number 3, the first race of that division. In lane 2, we have St. Catherine's with Lucy Brown, Ellie Avery, Lucia Waters, Eleanor Aguilar, Contente, Eliza Ajakar. In lane 3, we have Roseville College, Eleanor Angyong, Zoe Edmondson, Kalila Leo, Bonnie Castellas, Lucy White, coaches Lucy Thompson and Sienna Meany. Lane 4 we have Loretto Curability with Virginia Dixon, Chloe Hunter, Abigail Lee, Georgia Woodward, Arabella Johnson is the coxswain, coached by Henry Cross. Lane 5 we have PLC Sydney with Sophie Galloway, Evie Boyle, Katrina Vlandis, Ava Lane, Amelia Pereira Cox. In lane 6 we have MLC School number 2 with Elizabeth Ravens, Tabitha Lloyd, Emily Higgins-Smith, Stella Vincent, Alana Ing, coaches Amelia Fink and Toby Tegg. Lane 7 we have Queenwood with Ashwara Sharp, Edie Birch, Minnie Maj Ilangati, Piper Sherlock and Sadie Miglori. Looking over the course here, looks like St. Catherine's. It's a really close race between St. Catherine's and is that Queenwood over there? So it's a really close race between the two of them. It looks like St. Catherine's got the rate up. They think they want it with their timing is like together. There's a really close race between second and third here, with Loretto, Kirribilli coming up. Oh, and Kirribilli just having a bit of a equipment foul on the line there, but they still come across in third. Okay, all crews across the line there now. Next race coming down is Schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division 3, race number 2. We have in lane 2, we have Canberra Girls Grammar with Layla Mason, Amelia Pantano, Emily Lenfield, Madeline Colbrand and Audrey Blacker as the coxswain. Lane 3, we have Loretto Normanhurst, Ella Tegg, Amelia Edwards, Ella Jones, Beatrice Germain, Alison Boone is the coxswain, coach India Hobbs. Lane 4, we have Sydney Girls with Juliet Lefevre, Reva Doitel, Chloe Sun, Fei Yang Zhang, Enyi Annabelle Cock is the cox, coaches Timothy Hughes and Zara Greenwood. MLC School 3 is Imogen Bush, Amy Lee, Elenia Sibyar, Tabitha Lloyd, Sophie Grave, coaches Toby Tegg and Amelia Fink. Lane 6 North Sydney Girls is Angela Cheng, Erica Q, Yu Ye Wang, Chloe Markry, Emma Wang Cox, coaches Philip Brown and Pamela Whitnall. Lane 7 is Pimble Ladies with Kate Rogers, Alexandra Ritchie, Sophie Harris and Sasha Paris. Just getting their medals now is Pimble Ladies College with Catherine Zhu, Annabella Lake Hughes, Aurora Zhang, Rose Jones and Phoebe Hutton. Well done, girls. Good job. So across here in lane 7 here, looks like Pimble Ladies College is just in the lead. Over the top of Loretto on the far side. It's a close battle between second and third. To have Canberra Girls Grammar really fighting for the line there. And Loretto's in that third position. But we have North Sydney Girls there in that fourth position, really going for that third spot. Looking good in that from Sydney Girls there, North Sydney Girls. As you come up to the line there, very close racing today again. Oh, very close racing between lane 2 and lane 7. It's going to be a photo finish. But I think maybe Pimble thinks they've taken it out. Very close race. Pimble Ladies College taking it out there, 4:27. Okay, and we just made a start in that schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division number 4. The first race of that division. In lane 3, we have St Catherine's with Elizabeth Gilchrist, Lily Freeman, Beatrice DeBell Hancock, Evie Masita, Layla Ross. Lane 4, we have Pimble Ladies with Abby Pisani, Tabitha Leyland, Poppy Fox, Ashwin, Eloise Jenkins, Helena Fitzsimmons, coached by Harry Birchmore. Lane 5, Loretto Kirribilli with Eloise Roberts, Edel Knox, Piper Courtney, Tatum Tripp-Smith, Isabel McCarthy, coached by Talisa Knock-Driver. Lane 6, we have Loretto Normanhurst with Zoe Naden, Lucy Prentice, Sahara Bornstein, Lataya Towney, Inyana Absar is the coxswain, coached by Madison Bartholomew. Lane 7, we have Canberra Girls Grammar with Alyssa Lee, Sienna Pappas, Aaliyah McCree, Cordelia Valentine, and Karen Lofty is the coxswain. Looking across the course there, looks very close racing between Kirribilli, Normanhurst and Canberra Girls Grammar. Very close to call from the box up here. So coming down into the presentation dais here, we have the St Catherine's crew just getting out of the boat now with Lucy Brown, Ellie Avery, Lucia Waters, and Leonor and Eliza as the coxswain. Dr. Burgess is about to present the medals. It looks like the Kirribilli crew of Eloise Roberts, Edel Knox, Piper Courtney and Tatum Tripp-Smith and Isabel McCarthy are out in front there, just going really well with their stroking and technically look pretty good together. Sitting on about 33 rate, so they've got the rate up. Trying to hold their position out there in front. It's probably about this time that their arms are burning and their legs are hurting. Just need to keep breathing through it. They come down to the finish line with about 50 metres to go. A really close race between second and third position there. St Catherine's and Canberra Grammar's races on for them. So I think the crew who can build it up the highest will finish it off in front. So really building for home. As they cross the line there. Okay, looks like the Division 3 race number 2, the girls from Pimble Ladies College about to get their medals from Dr. Burgess again. Kate Rogers, Alessandra Ritchie, Sophie Harris, Sasha Paris, Zinrui Lee is the coxswain. Well done there. Getting presented by the principal of PLC Sydney, Dr. Paul Burgess. So now we're up to the Division 4 of that schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. This is the second race of the Division 4. Getting ready for a start. The scheduled race start is 10:21. It's we're right on time, so we're just 3 minutes behind the race schedule, which is actually pretty good. Race organisation going really well today. We've got lots of volunteers out on the course in all the 500 and the finish tower. Start boat holders doing a really good job there. Looks like they're just trying to line them up at the moment. Maybe they're waiting for one crew to turn up. Yeah, so it looks like maybe the Queenwood crew may be not in the race at the moment. Oh, actually Sydney girls haven't turned up. And they're off to a good start there. And there's been a little bit of a collision there, and I think that they might have to restart that race if it's been in the first 100 metres of the start. So we'll leave that up to the umpires, but looks like they've corrected themselves and they're going to restart, which has left some of those crews there a little bit to the disadvantage. Like it looks there was a collision between PLC Sydney and the Roseville crew there, which is, yep. So we'll see what happens with the start of that, with the rest of this race. So it looks like the Queenwood crew's sort of taken off there at the start there, which has been good for them. You know, if it looks like the crews have started in the middle there, they're straightened up, which is good. Hopefully they can stay in their lanes again this time. So in lane 3 we have North Sydney girls with Hayley Chow, Selena Q, Emma Chu, Sarah Newton, Zoe McWeeny is the coxswain, coaches Philip Brown, Pamela Withnall. In lane 4 we have PLC Sydney with Camille Brown, Amana McCarthy, Lily Sullivan, Lily Sabawal, Claudia George Karkas is the coxswain. Lane 5 is Roseville with Noni Wilson, Zoe Waterhouse, Cara Sheeran, Madeline Edge, Elizabeth Giles is the coxswain, coaches Sophie Brady and Samara Chirara. Lane 6 we have Queenwood, Gabby Ashbolt, Penelope Rolls, Nyla Russell, Genevieve Hughes, Lara Ben Nahit is the coxswain. And lane 7 is Sydney girls with Kelly Tang, Charlize Tan, Erin Chi, Amy Brown, Eliza Abad is the coaches Timothy Hughes and Zara Greenwood. Down on the finish podium there we have the medal presentation for Loretto Kirribilli, Eloise Roberts, Edel Knox, Piper Courtney, Tatum Tripp-Smith, Isabel McCarthy and coach Talissa Knock Driver. Well done girls. So we come down to this last 50 metres of the race. We've got Queenwood out in front there at the moment. Just holding it together in the lane, which is good. Followed up by Roseville College. On the far side, we have North Sydney Girls and PLC Sydney coming up. Crossing the line now, we have Queenwood looking really good. Yeah, for a lot of these girls, this is their first season of rowing, so they're really learning a lot about being resilient in the water and turning up to training and all those things that go with the sport of rowing. Some early mornings for the girls, getting used to all that sort of stuff. So yeah, for a lot of these girls, really good learning experience for them at the start. And being the first year, I think they'll continue into the second year and learn a lot from what they've learnt from this season. You know, and hopefully they can improve on their ergo scores and things like that over the season in the winter time. Coming down on the next, we have Division 5 of the girls' schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull Division number 5. In lane 3, we have Queenwood with Miller Moran, Scarlett Bennett, Naomi Garland, Edie Gillett, Natalia Allen is the coxswain. Lane 4, we have St Catherine's with Eva Rodopoulos, Eve Bell, Violet Brooks, Isabella Rose Inez, Alice Newen is the coxswain. Lane 5 is Loretto Kirribilli with Gabrielle Westerway, Gabrielle Hatcham, Heidi Bitar, Ariel Wood and Lucy Fisk. Lane 6 is Loretto Normanhurst with Samyutka Sharamram, Isabel Kellett, Taylor Miller, Jacqueline Whitaker and Akira Chisholm is the coxswain. Coach is Sebastian Castaldi. Lane 7 is Roseville College with Vienna Spear, Abby Harris, Elisa Jenkins, Matilda Ridgely, Sarah Webb is the coxswain. Coaches Elisa Burke and Sydney Krieger. Looking down over the course there, we have, looks like Roseville College is in front there, followed up by Queenwood on the far side. So really nice race developing here. On the far side we have Queenwood just coming out to a commanding lead there. Holding it together with their blade work. It's usually the crews you see out in front, they can match their timing at the catches and the finishing together. And it's when it's under pressure after they've been doing 500 to 750 metres of racing that you start to see the crews fall apart. But the crews that actually can maintain their togetherness, their boat speed and efficiency stays high, so they can manage to stay in front there. So it looks like St Catherine's is just coming through over the top of Roseville now. But Roseville's just picked it up after they've just had a few bad strokes there. Trying to dig deep. Queenwood will definitely take out this race, then followed up by St Catherine's. But it's this last sort of three crews here where the battle's really taking place. Okay, so we got race 31 coming down now. Like in the box up here, in the commentary box, I have Chris McCarthy from Ascombe joining me. How's it all going over there?
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, pretty good. Had a pretty successful little morning, and glad to be up here in the commentary box now for the last couple of schoolgirl races, and then on to our GPS races to round out the rest of the morning. So on the course now, race 31, Division 6 of the schoolgirl Year 8 Cox Quad Scull. 8 crews across in this race. Looks like we might only have 5.
Yeah, it looks like maybe
crews on the course.
Yep, there's a couple of crews missing out of this race, but
the dangers of Year 8 rowing, but we are meant to be having. So Roseville over in lane 1, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 2, North Sydney Girls in lane 3, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 4, St Catherine's number 1 in lane 5, Loretto Normanhurst in 6, Loretto Kirribilli 2 in lane 7, and St Catherine's in lane 8. And to my eyes, I would say that Loretto Normanhurst crew in lane 6 rather, and St Catherine's in lane 4. Lane 5, first race of the day, are our two race leaders at the about 750 metre mark. That's that Loretto Normanhurst crew: Jazz Burgoyne, Sally Hines, Ella Freeman, Amelia Bassotti, and Adele Simon, the Cox, coached by Lily Gavin, a fantastic athlete in her own right, and that crew leading by about half a boat length at this stage from the St Catherine's crew on their right-hand side. Loretto Kirribilli on the far side of the course, challenging for a top 3 finish, but a little bit of work to do in the closing stages here. And the Normo crew, St Catherine's crew rather. So it was the Normo crew that we got missing from the race, but it's the St Catherine's combination: Matilda Jack, Coralie Harris, Ava Mendens, Pearl Cornwall, and Sibilia Howes, their coxswain, who are leading at this stage of the race. About a boat length clear of Canberra Girls Grammar on their right-hand side.
I'll just highlight the fact that down on the finish podium there, we had the Queenwood girls just got their medals presented, which is Gabby Ashbolt, Penelope Rolls, Naila Russell, Genevieve Hughes, Lara Ben Nahid. Well done, girls, down the finish podium there. But coming back to the race now, St Catherine's looking like they've got this race sort of under control there.
About a boat length clear of the field. So Loretto Kirribilli on the far side of the course looked to be challenging for that second place. They were just behind the Canberra Girls Grammar crew about 400 metres ago, but Loretto Kirribilli with a strong finish. Not enough to overcome the work of St Catherine's, who are definitely looking the form crew here in the Year 8 6th Quad Scull this morning at the King's PLC Regatta. St Catherine's will cross the line, take the win. Loretto Kirribilli will cross the line in second place. And the Canberra Girls Grammar crew just coming unstuck in the closing stages of the race in lane 4 there. They'll cross the line a length back in third place. The combination in lane 3 from North Sydney Girls in fourth. The Loretto Kirribilli number 2 crew, so good depth in that Kirribilli program in the Year 8 category. The number 2 crew there crossing the line in 5th. And it'll be the combination from Roseville over there on the far side of the course who will round out the field there in 6th place.
But coming up to the finish podium again, we've got another Queenwood crew with Miller, Moran, Scarlett Bennett, Naomi Garland, Edie Gillett, Natalia Allen is the coxswain. They're just about to jump out of their boat now and head up for maybe their first medal, I'm going to say, for their rowing career.
I'd say so. It's
Yeah, they look pretty happy down there. Oh, a few jumps in the air. A few high fives. Looking good. Very happy girls. They come up to get presented by Dr. Paul Burgess. So we're about to head back up to the start of the 2,000 metre course again now. We have the school year 10 4th 8 about to start their race. So it looks like St Joseph's has scratched out of this race, and so lane 3 we have St Ignatius, lane 4 Scots, lane 5 Shaw, and lane 7 Scots number 2. So it'll be always interesting to see how the 4th Junior 8 goes in a boat shed. It shows us how strong the shed is in terms of the depth and the number of people that are around the shed. Looks like Scots have got a lot of extra members in their club at the moment, which is good to see.
Yeah, so Scott's fielding a 5th year 10-8, which I can't say is something I think I've ever been able to say about Scots. So huge amount of depth there, and it's a good indicator of things to come in future years. When you've got that many boys rowing, it's easier to pull together a competitive 8 at the top end.
Yep. It's good watching these year 10 boys. They just like go off as fast as they can.
No fear.
No fear.
To be the first full season of 2K racing, they would have done two 2K races last term in term 4, and now out here in term 1. We've learnt a little bit, but probably not enough.
It's always a baptism of fire. As you go out, that first 500 is the fly and die, and then they realise they've still got another 3 times the 500 metres to go. So they managed to make it through, but by the last 500, I think they're burning in every arms and legs and.
Yeah, exactly. But on the flip side, for us sitting on the banks, can provide for some really fantastic racing.
Yep.
I remember racing in year 10 myself. That we had a lot of crews that rode completely different race profiles. You had crews that were fast out of blocks, crews that were really great in the last 500. A lot of different things going on. So
yeah, and for these guys as well, a lot of these in these crews, sometimes it's their first season of rowing, as they come in, and they might have done some other sport in year 9 and before that. Then they try out rowing, and then they realise this is the ultimate team sport. So actually rowing together is a thing that they have to learn. Rowing together and staying in a team environment is good. So going off individually by yourself, sometimes not so good.
Yeah, exactly. But the St Ignatius crew that you can see on the screen there, I'll refrain from saying that. The Scots crew in the on the near side of the course in lane 7, James Dunbar, Casper Chan, Hugo Duplessis, Hamish Wiseman, Rocco Rossi, Philip Young, Eric Johansson, Zach Sparing, and Jake Beer, the coxswain, have made the most of things in the early stages of the race. They're about half a boat length to a boat length lead over St Ignatius. They're sitting back in 2nd, Shaw in 3rd, and the 2nd Scots College crew in 4th place. But only about 2.5 seconds separating each of those crews. So could be on for a good finish here in the 4th year 10-8.
We just missed the presentation there for the St Catherine's crew. They're getting their medal presented from Matilda Jack, Coriol Harris, Ava Mendez, Pearl Cornwall, and Sabila Howes. Well done, girls. So that Scott's crew is looking really good coming up to this sort of 750 metre mark by the look of it. Where are they at? They're about the 750? Yep.
Yeah, just starting to
just go
approach
through.
that kilometre mark now. So the crew just starting to extend their lead. They have a bit over a boat length now. So obviously these boys are starting to learn that in eights rowing, the crew that gets ahead at the 500 metre mark 9 times out of 10 is going to lead the race.
Yep.
They're being challenged by a shore on the far side of the course, so they'll really be relying on their coxswain to be telling them what's going on in that race. 3/4 of a boat length, the margin there.
Oh, St. Ignatius. Whoa.
It is St. Ignatius, rather.
Yep.
It's definitely St. Ignatius.
That's Shaw coming through the third, in that third spot through the 1,000 there now.
Yep. So ignore what's on the timing screen at the moment. That was definitely the Scots #1 crew leading. And St. Ignatius second across that 1,000 metre mark, and Shaw third. And the Scots #2 crew trailing behind, but not a huge margin back there to that Scots #2 crew. So a good indicator of depth in that program in Year 10.
I think the coxswains would be just calling them to stay in time together there. And they'll probably be making some calls now about making some pushes through that 1,000, just trying to keep the crews together. They've still got, that's only halfway through the race, so they've done 3.5 minutes. They've still got like sort of 7 minutes of total time in the boat there.
Yep, and that third 500 metres, the championship quarter as it's known, and that'll be where the Coxes really come into their own, and those boys will be really relying on being told what's going on around them.
Looks like they've had a bit of a blade clash. Oh, they've technical issue in the shore crew there. Stopped rowing for a little bit.
Yeah, so that was the crew that was.
They're coming third.
Yeah,
yep.
Starting to.
Well, they've got it back together now. They've got it back together.
So a little bit of an opportunity perhaps for that Scots crew, but does look like they were maybe a little bit too far back. And Shaw just starting to recover now, so. Definitely keep an eye on that St. Ignatius crew on the far side of the course though. So they've sat back in second place for the majority of the race. A little bit of a digger of a stroke there, so maybe don't keep too close of an eye. But they just seem to be maybe closing that gap now as they cross the 1,500 metre mark. We'll get a better indication of timing. So about a boat length there. They did look to be closing, but a couple of dirty strokes there, just as I said it. So back in November was the last time that these crews raced together over 2,000 metres. We didn't have Scots at that regatta, but it was that St. Ignatius crew who won the Year 10 4th 8 and are now just putting a little bit of pressure on the Scots crew, who have been in the lead the entire way. They're a long way apart on the course, being on opposite sides of the course. So that Scots crew will really be relying on their coxswain to tell them, well, as will the St. Ignatius crew, will be really relying on that coxswain to tell them what's going on, as both crews start to lift the rate now in the last 200 metres of the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. It's been Scots the entire way down the course. A couple of them just looking out of the boats, checking on their nearest rivals from St. Ignatius. I think they'll be safe now as they approach the red boys of the last 100 metres here in the schoolboy Year 10 4th 8. St. Ignatius coming home very strong, but a little bit too much work to do this late in the race if they want to overturn the combination from the Scots College.
Yep. Scots have got it up on about 37 rate there. Really going for it, but the St. Ignatius crew slightly lower rate, but I think they just looked a little bit better technically.
Yeah, absolutely. I fully agree with that. But it's the Scots crew of Dunbar, Chan, Duplessis, Wiseman, Rossi, Young, Johansson, Sparing, Jake Beer, their coxswain, who will take out the Year 10 4th 8 here this morning.
Looks
St.
like
Ignatius second, Shaw in third, and the Scots #2 crew in 4th place. Once again, really great to see 2 entries here in the Year 10 4th 8 from Scots.
Yeah, good to see they took it out with pure grunt.
Yeah. Race 33 on the course now, so that's the school Year 10 third 8. So one crew up from what we had previously. In this race, 5 crews, Kings in lane 3, St Ignatius lane 4, Shaw in lane 5, Sydney Grammar in lane 6, St Joseph's in lane 7. Those crews through the 1,000 metre mark now, and the combination from North Sydney, from Shaw, about a boat length in the lead of St Ignatius, who are in turn about 3/4 of a length ahead of the King's School, and St Joseph's back in 4th place there. Possibly just the 5 crews out there. Sydney Grammar just trailing behind a little bit at this stage of the race. So that Shaw combination, Joel Hamilfield, Thomas Firth, Lachlan McIntosh, Tom Green, Braden McDonald, Toby Crowther, Rob Kerr, Christopher Yun, Jetty Sam the coxswain, coached by Nigel Collins. They are the crew to beat. They're the ones that have done the work early and gotten their bow balls in front, just breaking into a fraction of clear water there in the third 500 metres of this race from the St Ignatius crew, who in turn just trying to extend their lead on the King's School. So St Ignatius College there, Oliver Burgess, James O'Connor, Doshar, Waldron, William DeVos, Henry Clock, Joshua Deister, Alexandra Briscoe, Jack Hare and Henry Rose, the coxswain, coached by Marcus Bambagiotti. They're the combination who are challenging for second place, or sitting in second place rather, and pushing our race leaders of the Shaw School in the centre of the course there. So a great shot of our top 3 contenders at this stage. The King's School sitting back in 3rd place on the far side of the course. Henry Hazlitt, Charles McLean, Jock McGrath, Toby Chung, Patrick Irwin, Callum Kane, Gus Collins, TJ Bradford, Edo Dawson, the Cox, coached by Felix Lay. They're sitting back in 3rd place now, about a length off second, and they'll be looking to defend from St Joseph's College on the near side of the course. That's Daniel Stewart, Fletcher Stephen, Angus Falk, Edward Reinhardt, Nicholas Campy rather, Julius Lum, George Graham, Jed Holgate, and Jack Ledden, the Cox, coached by Joseph Bradshaw and Matt Mulders. They're sitting back in 4th place now. They look a little bit out of contention in this stage of the race. So Shaw School maintaining that lead through the 1,500 metre mark, 3.8 seconds up on St Ignatius College in second. The King's School about just over 5 seconds behind, so dropping a bit over a length off the lead. So the battle will really be out in front at this stage. Shaw really starting to wind things now, but not able to break away from St Ignatius in second place. St Ignatius sitting their bow ball just on the stern of Shaw, but not able to make any inroads here in the final. Well, they weren't able to make any inroads in the third 500 metres here of the third Year 10 8, and it doesn't look like there's going to be too much change to our race order here in the closing stages. Shaw lifting the rate now. You can see them on the screen. Certainly working hard for it, and certainly showing the effects of about 1,750 metres of rowing here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. St Ignatius starting to challenge now, but it really is a lot of work to do to overcome an over a boat length lead in an 8 in the last 150 metres of the course. Shaw moving well now as they approach the red boys, the last 100 metres. Joel Hamilford, Thomas Firth, Lachlan McIntosh, Tom Green, Braden McDonald, Toby Crowther, Rob Kerr, Christopher Ewan, and coxed by Jetty Sam. That's the crew, coached by Nigel Collins. They're still sitting bang on a boat length clear of St Ignatius in lane 4. If barring disaster, it is the Shaw School in the Year 10 third 8. A neat length clear. St Ignatius College will cross the line in second place. Margin of about 2 boat lengths, then back to the King's School in lane 3, who will be our third place crew, and St Joseph's College in lane 7, rounding out the field here in the Schoolboy Year 10 third. Confirmation of time there, that Schoolboy Year 10 third 8. 6:44.6 for the Shaw School, margin of 3.75 seconds back to St Ignatius. 7.97 to Kings and 3.5 to St Joseph's College. And Sydney Grammar in 5th place, about 40 metres to row here across the line. So out on the course now, Year 10 second 8, mighty 2nd June. Full full field of 8 crews on the course here today. So St Ignatius in lane 1, the King's School lane 2, Scots College in lane 3, Newington in lane 4, St Joseph's lane 5, Sydney Grammar in lane 6, Shaw School in lane 7, and Sydney Boys High School in lane 8. As we see on our course, a good close-up shot of, looks like that St Ignatius crew on the far side of the course who have done the work early, and they were our leaders there at the 500 metre mark, but only 0.05 of a second ahead of Shaw. Kings sitting back in 3rd place, Newington, St Joseph, Scots, Sydney Grammar and Sydney Boys High at that first timing point. So the St Ignatius College crew, Kieran Dennis, William Brown, Hugo Brown, Thomas Tancred, Benjamin Eisenhower, Boston Kirby, Matthew Beeman, William Bryan and Zeke Chan, their coxswain, coached by Simon Kendras. They were our early race leaders, and it looks like they've just stamped on that rhythm in the second 500 metre mark and really wound out a bit of a lead and stolen a march on the field as we approach the 1,000 metre mark. And we'll get a better idea of that timing as the crew with the number 1 on their bow sit in first place here in the early stages of the Year 10 second 8. St Ignatius College there doing some fantastic work early. It is very hard in an 8 when you don't get out, but they are having a fantastic tussle with the Shaw School. So 0.05 was the margin at the 500 metre mark, 0.03 the margin back at the 1,000 metre mark. So the Shaw School, our timing point says they were behind at the 1,000 there, but I do believe they were just a bow ball in front. That's the combination of Henry Wheeler, George Scammell, Hamish Gilligan, Ben Hutchinson, Luke Robinson, Harry Faulkner, Harrison Freight, Oliver Paris, Oscar Miller, the coxswain, coached by David Jennings. You'd expect nothing less from a crew coached by David Jennings with probably half a dozen schoolboy first 8 or Major Rennie Trophy wins to his name. And that crew having those two crews having a fantastic battle there for the lead of the schoolboy Year 10 second 8. St Joseph sitting back in 3rd place, margin of about 6 seconds there. So certainly 2 races going on. And St Joseph's, you can see on our screen, just tussling with Newington College in lane 4. And Newington College, Scots and Kings. So all those crews in with a shout. It'll just be St Joseph's, Scots, Kings. They're having a bit of a tussle for that 3rd place position, but they won't touch our race leaders. I won't say who our race leaders are because it is absolutely neck and neck out there, ladies and gentlemen, between the crew from Riverview on the far side of the course and the crew from the Shaw School on the near side of the course, and it will come right down to the line here in the closing stages. We'll get a better idea as they come across into our 1,500 metre timing point. From where I'm sitting, it looks like Shaw may have moved through in that championship quarter. St Ignatius had the early race lead, and St Ignatius will hold on to it just 0.8 of a second, but it was much closer than that, ladies and gentlemen. St Ignatius College still leading here in the schoolboy Year 10 second 8. Scots moving through in the battle for 3rd from St Joseph's and Kings. Newington back in 6th place at that timing point, but you could absolutely throw a blanket over those 1st and 2nd place crews and throw a blanket over the field for our bronze medal. Not that we are giving podium medals here at this regatta, but Shaw and St Ignatius College battling it out here in the closing few 100 metre mark. They'll approach the 1,750 metre mark now. It's between Shaw and St Ignatius. St Ignatius had the lead at the 500. Shaw got their bow balls in front at the 1,000. St Ignatius back in front at the 1,500 metre mark. These two crews trading blows all the way down the course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre. And it'll come absolutely right down to the line. St Ignatius are lifting. They're definitely looking the form crew of the two, but Shaw really hanging on. That really trademark aggressive style. They've gone out hard. They've matched the St Ignatius crew. Those two crews are a long way apart on the course. It'll be very difficult for those boys to know where they sit, and an absolute trust in their coxswain. These two crews approaching the last 1,500 metres, or last 100 metres rather, of the course. Rode that through that mark a very long time ago. St Ignatius looking good. Shaw on the near side of the course. They've gone neck and neck down the entire way down the course here, ladies and gentlemen. If you're close to the course, have a look now. Shaw School's starting to surge. It's going to go absolutely bow ball for bow ball. St Ignatius are just in front. St Ignatius are going to hang on to it here. St Ignatius College by a canvas from the Shaw School in the Year 10 third 8. Fantastic racing from these boys. They would have only done 3 or 4 2,000 metre races so far in their career. Scots come through in the battle for 3rd place. Newington College in 4th. King's School in 5th place and St Joseph's in 6th. We'll see Sydney Grammar and Sydney Boys High rounding out the schoolboy Year 10 second 8. And we'll present some medals to the winners of the Schoolboy Year 10 Third 8. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the Shaw School, represented by Joel Hamilford, Thomas Firth, Lachlan McIntosh, Tom Green, Braden McDonald, Toby Crowther, Rob Kerr, Christopher Ewan, crew coxed by Jetty Sam, coached by Nigel Collins. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for the Shaw School. Just confirming the timing there for the second junior 8, 6:38 with a margin of 0.48 of a second, but we'll wait. I'm sure that was closer than that. So it was very much bang on a canvas, about 2.5 metres there separating those two crews, and that was probably the biggest margin that they had the entire way down the course. So some fantastic racing there to be one to watch as we approach towards the AAGPS head of the river. On the course now, race number 35 on your program, the Schoolboy Year 10 First 8. Full field of 8 crews out on the course there this morning. Lane 1, Newington. Lane 2, Shaw. Lane 3, Kings. Lane 4, St Ignatius. Lane 5, St Joseph's. Lane 6, Scots College. Lane 7, Sydney Boys High. Lane 8, Sydney Grammar. You can see those 2 crews in the centre of the course having a good tussle now. Those crews approaching the 1,000-metre timing point. So at the 500-metre mark, it was the crew from Shaw who were leading out 1.5 seconds the margin back to Scots at the 500-metre mark. So approaching the 1,000-metre mark, it is still the crew from the Shaw School. The crew of Henry Wheeler, George Scammell, Hamish Gilligan, Ben McHutchinson, Luke Robinson, Harry Faulkner, Harrison Frape, Oliver Paris, Oscar Miller, the coxswain, coached by David Jennings, who leading out this race. I do believe I may have read out from the crew out from the wrong race in the Year 10 First 8, so apologies to the Shaw Year 10 Second 8, who I did misread their names in the previous race, but that is certainly the crew from Shaw, leading 1.7 seconds up by the crew from the King's School, Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Blatchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millwood, Lockie Rochards, Nicholas Plattis and Louis Hodgson, the Cox, coached by Dave Geely and Ed Yorston. They're the crews who are challenging for the lead from our early race leaders from North Sydney. And then the crew currently sitting in third place, or at least the 1,000-metre mark, was the combination from Scots. So Oliver Milling, Dean Lowe, Max Berkelow, Henry Marion, Hugh Merriman, Jasper Tousell, Charles White, Max Crawford and William Porter, the coxswain, sitting back in third place at that halfway point. So crews well into the third 500 now, and a very tightly matched field. So no runaway leader, and definitely not a tale of 2 races like we had in the previous matchup in the Year 10 Second 8. So all to play for here. Shaw definitely the early race leaders, but the King's School not looking to let their foot off the pedal here at their own regatta, so there'd be less than half a boat length separating those 2 crews. Shaw still leading through the 1,500-metre mark, 1.5 the margin now, so slightly tighter margin back to Kings in the sitting in second place. Scott's still maintaining third place, only a second clear the combination from Newington, Theo Downing, Evan Grillicus, Will Gillespie Penny, Lewin Whittaker, Charles Auld, Oscar Walsh, Tristan McDonald, Jasper Pattinson, Hugo Baker the Cox, and coached by Marty Nicholas. And they're well clear now of Sydney Grammar, sitting back in 5th place. So a little bit of, I think, may have missed a few crews through the timing. There's certainly a crew from the Scots College and from St Joseph's College there, sitting back in 4th and 5th. And then Newington, Sydney Grammar and Sydney Boys High rounding out the field. It's still the Shaw School as we come into the closing stages of the first Junior 8. Still about half a length clear of the King's School, as they have been about the whole way through the field. So Shaw getting the jump early, not managing to quite extend their lead throughout the course of the race. The King's School really challenging now, though, in the closing few hundred metres. Their names are on the regatta, their school emblem on the medals, and it's one that they'll be coveting and they'll really want to get their hands on. Shaw are trying their absolute hardest to deny them of the opportunity in the red boys of the final 100 metres of the course here in the first Junior 8. We can see the pain on the faces of the King School boys now. Shaw School leading by about half a boat length. It could be less. The Shaw School doing everything to hang on to this lead. The David Jennings coach crew, there's some absolute tenacity in there. They'll win by 3 seats. Shaw win the Year 10 first 8. The King School just narrowly behind in second place. St Ignatius come through for third ahead of Scots College, who are sitting in that position all race. It'll be tight between Newington and St Joseph's for fourth. That'll go to a photo finish. I'd pick Newington, but maybe St Joseph's just on the surge there. Sydney Grammar School will cross the line in 7th place, and Sydney Boys High rounding out the field here in the Year 10 first 8. And just before we move on to our senior racing, we'll have the presentation of medals for the school Year 10 4th 8. The school Year 10 4th 8, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause, won by the Scots College, represented by David Bye, Mark Littlemore, Binnaker Edawira, Aston Venclovis, Samuel Anderson, Torsten Schmidt, Marcus Lamb, Austin Sanchez, crew coxed by Angus Blight. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause to the Scots College. So on the course now, we're moving up to our senior racing. First of our senior crews will be the school Year 10 3rd 8, but we might just sneak in the presentation of medals for the second Junior 8 before we move to that racing. So second Junior 8, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for St Ignatius College. St Ignatius represented by Kieran Dennis, William Brown, Hugo Brown, Thomas Tancred, Benjamin Eisenhower, Boston Kirby, Matthew Beeman, William Bryant, crew coxed by Zeke Chan and coached by Simon Kendras. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for St Ignatius. And on the course now, we'll have another St Ignatius crew doing quite well in the school 3rd 8, so a non-GPS crew, so often not worth colours or no trophy contested at the AAGPS head of the river, but definitely one of the crews that will often exert or demonstrate the most amount of passion on the water, and we're seeing that from the St Ignatius number 1 crew. So St Ignatius with 2 representations in this event, and St Joseph's College, the sole other competitor who are just trailing the 2 St Ignatius crews. So St Ignatius 1 in lane 6, Dominic Flynn, Tana McCleary, Oscar Holmes, William Irwin, Daniel Shannon, Patrick Keeney, Robert Boyd, Thomas Shell and Riley Wallace, the coxswain, coached by David Hogan. That combination have a pretty commanding lead, 24 seconds over their schoolmates sitting back in second place, the St Ignatius number 2 crew of Finn Egerton Warburton, Alex Slobodetsky, Ben Walker, Patrick Ryan, Banjo Metcalf, Patrick Delaney, Oscar Pidcock, Samuel Pollock, and Harrison Boonis, the coxswain, coached by Hunter Hyde. And those 2 crews are clear first and second. St Joseph's College, Zach Louis, Peter Prentice, Hugh Woodbury, Harry Storia, Tanasi Chris, Lachlan Foster, Lachlan James, Henry Howard, and Cody Barnes, the coxswain, coached by Ken McRae. That crew just trailing now in the school year 10 third 8. And as the St Ignatius number 1 crew comes home to a pretty comfortable lead, and I can't say that I'm not grateful. My voice is starting to feel it after those couple of neck-and-neck races that we've had so far, but some fantastic racing here at the King's PLC Regatta, and St Ignatius College, despite their pretty decisive lead, just bringing up the rate and really moving the boat along quite nicely here in the school year 10 third 8. As they take the last couple of strokes to the line, it will be Riverview to win the school third 8. Riverview number 1, I should say. Riverview number 2 across the line second, and St Joseph's rounding out that race. So just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you are out there coaching, spectating, cheering, supporting, or just being a fan of rowing out on the bikes, it is effectively a public road, and if you're out there on the bike, you are required to wear a helmet. It is against the law not to be, and we don't really need any stress on our event organisers if we are to have an accident on the bike path. We want to be here focusing on the rowing. So just a reminder to be everyone wearing helmets when out there supporting on the towpath here this morning. So GPS crews racing now out on the course. Race 37 approaching the 1,000 metre mark. That's the school 4th 4. We have 7 crews out here in this race, including 3 from St Ignatius. So after seeing 2 third 8s, we're seeing 3 4th 4s. So some impressive depths in that program. No doubt buoyed by their recent success in recent years. So St Ignatius number 1 in lane 2, St Joseph's in lane 3, St Ignatius 2 in lane 4. Shaw School in lane 5, the King School in lane 6, St Ignatius 3 in lane 7, and the Scots College in lane 8 nearest to us. And as those crews cross through the 1,000 metre mark, it was St Ignatius number 1 who are leading that race, coached by Hamish McDonald, so a St Joseph's College old boys, part of the last St Joseph's College crew to win Head of the River in 2015, and defecting to Lane Cove to coach there. So they were our early race leaders there at the halfway point. But before they make it down any further, we'll present the medals to the winners of the Year 10 First 8. Fantastic racing in that one. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause and congratulations to the Shaw School. Shaw represented by Henry Wheeler, George Scammell, Hamish Gilligan, Ben McCutchinson, Luke Robertson, Harry Faulkner, Harrison Frape, Oliver Paris, and Oscar Miller, the coxswain, the crew coached by David Jennings. So back out on the course now. It's still most certainly that St Ignatius College crew in the school 4th 4 who are still leading the race on the far side of the course, but having a good little tussle with the crew from Shaw in the centre of the course, I believe. Yeah, so it was the Shaw crew in the centre of the course. Connor Glancy, Daniel Wright, or rather that's the 3rd 4, the Shaw crew in the centre of the course. Jack Holt, Tom Kerse, Kaylin Welch, Angus Marshall, and Thomas Gray, the coxswain, coached by Andy Hoffman. So some absolute coaching pedigree in there, and they're about a length down on the St Ignatius College crew at the 1,500 metre mark. 4's racing, obviously a little bit easier to change the boat speed than in 8's racing, so could be on for a grandstand finish here in the schoolboy 4th 4. St Ignatius number 2 crew sitting in 3rd place, and St Joseph's College in 4th at the 1,500 metre timing point, as we'll just see the crew in lane 7, that's the St Ignatius number 3 crew coming through in 5th place ahead of Scots College at that three-quarter halfway timing point, who in turn about a neat length clear of the King's School, sitting in 7th at that last timing point. But it is still St Ignatius on the far side of the course. St Ignatius number 1 in lane 2, Darcy Hallam, Josh Delaney, Maximilian Burke, Hugo Wrightson and Harry Horden-Smith from coxing them, coached by Hamish McDonald, who have led since the early stages of the race and looking quite tidy for a 4th indeed. So that combination still leading our race from the Shaw School in the centre of the course by about a boat length, if not starting to extend that lead in the closing stages. And a little bit of a tussle between St Joseph's and the St Ignatius number 2 crew in lanes 3 and 4 for 3rd place, but that St Ignatius 2 crew definitely getting enough done in the early stages to not have to worry too much about a late charge from St Joseph's College. But we'll see St Ignatius College Riverview in lane 2 leading in the last 100 metres of the race, as they have done from the very early stages by about a boat length from shore. So the winners of the school 4th, barring disaster, will be St Ignatius College Riverview, who will take their final 2 strokes now to cross the line. Just opening up a little bit more of a lead in the last 500 metres. Over the Shaw School across the line in 2nd. The Riverview number 2 crew in lane 4 will cross the line in 3rd place. St Joseph's in lane 3 in 4th. The St Ignatius 3 crew in 5th place, ahead of Scots College and the King's School in 7th. And as they cross the line, we'll turn back to our presentation day. So the presentation medals in race 36, the school 3rd 8, which was won by St Ignatius College. St Ignatius represented by Dominic Flynn, Tana McCleary, Oscar Holmes, William Irwin, Daniel Shannon, Patrick Keeney, Robert Boyd, Thomas Shell, crew coxed by Riley Wallace and coached by David Hogan. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, St Ignatius College. Moving up to the 3rd 4 now, race 38 on your program. These boys will be racing for the Father Gartland Trophy, I do believe, in a few weeks' time. GPS Head of the River. St Ignatius, and a good race starting to unfold too, so some tight margins at the 500 metre mark. It was St Ignatius who were sitting out in front at that first timing point. It's a combination of Samuel O'Brien, Darcy McPherson, Lucas Gontazik, Luca Laspina and James Stack, the Cox. Also coached by Hamish McDonald, who just got the win in the 4th 4. And that crew looking to replicate. And we're leading at the first 500 metre mark, but it was only a margin of 0.97 of a second back to the King's School on the near side of the course. Tom Gavel, Daniel Payne, Sterling Herriot, Henry Fagan, Oliver Forrester, the coxswain, and coached by Tom Wicken and King's Old Boy himself. So it was less than a second at the first timing point. We're just getting a good close-up view now of that St Ignatius crew, who look to have broken away. And we'll get some updated margins as they cross the 1,000 metre timing point in a number of strokes' time. But worth mentioning as well, the St Joseph's College crew over in lane 2, who are also just under a second back. So St Ignatius, we can just see the King's School crew starting to appear into our picture. They're starting to appear because that St Ignatius College crew have really stamped on things in the second 500 metre mark, crossing that 1,000 metre mark in 3:32. And the King's School crew just crossing the line, or St Joseph's rather, so they were back at the 500 metre, and they've just moved through King's at the 1,000 metre mark, so 6.5 seconds the margin from first to second. St Ignatius College Review really making their mark on the 4s here at the King's PLC Regatta. King's sitting, it said a second, but it was definitely less than a canvas behind at the 1,000 metre mark. Shaw back in 4th place, 3.31 seconds the margin there, so a little bit more out of the fight for the top 3, although I don't expect St Ignatius College to be under too much threat in the remaining 750 metres or so of the race here in the schoolboy third four. Scots College just trailing the field at this stage of the race, as are Sydney Boys High School in lane 4. So not too much change in the third 500 metres of the schoolboy third four. Still St Ignatius College approaching the 1500 metre mark now. In the school fourth four, we'll present the medals for that previous race now. The school fourth four, as is likely to happen in a couple of minutes' time, is won by St Ignatius College, represented by Darcy Hallam, Josh Delaney, Maximilian Burke, Hugo Wrightson, and coxed by Harry Horden-Smith. That crew coached by Hamish McDonald. And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, the winners of the school fourth four, St Ignatius. So St Ignatius in the third four now, stretching out that lead at the 1500 metre mark to 11.29 seconds over the King's School. So the margin was less than a second at the 500, 6.5 seconds at the 1000, and now 11 seconds at the 1500 metres. So taking about 5 seconds every 500 metres from that 500 metre mark out of the field. So not sure if this is a deliberate race plan or just didn't quite get the best start. We obviously don't see too much of the crews in the first 250 metres from all the way up here in the commentary box. But that St Ignatius crew, whatever they are, whatever their plan was, it has most certainly worked out, whether the execution was great or not, and have strode out to a pretty commanding lead. The King's School just coming under threat from both Shaw and St Joseph's College now. So Kings were sitting in just in second place, right in the race in the early stages, and St Joseph's just coming narrowly through at the 1000 metre mark, and now the crew from Shaw in the centre of the course. Connor Clancy, Daniel Wright, Will Bailey, Oliver Beta, and Leon Lee, the coxswain, just starting to come into contention now in the closing stages. So it'll be a tight race for second place here in the school third four. It is no doubt about the St Ignatius College combination of Samuel O'Brien, Darcy McPherson, Lucas Gontazik, and Luca Lafina, coxed by James Stack, coached by Hamish McDonald. They'll win the school third four here this morning. But for second place would be anyone's guess. I'd put my money on the Shaw School here. They've got the momentum in the closing 50 metres of the race. The Shaw School combination, Connor Glancy, Daniel Wright, Will Bailey, Oliver Beta, and Leon Lee. They'll come through by about 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Kings for third place. So Kings have sat in second for most of the race and just fell victim to that fast finishing Shaw School in the closing stages. The King's School crew there in third place. St Joseph's College in fourth. It'll be the crew from Scots in lane 3 that'll cross the line in fifth, and Sydney Boys High just trailing the field there. A couple hundred metres left to row in lane 4 to round out the school third four. So out on the course now, we've got race 39 on your program, the schoolboy second four. 7 crews contesting this one. Does look like we've got everyone there out there this morning. Newington College over in lane 2, Scots lane 3, Sydney Boys High lane 4, St Joseph's lane 5, King's School lane 6, St Ignatius lane 7, and Shaw in lane 8. As we see them approaching the 1,000-metre mark there. At the 500-metre mark, it was St Ignatius once again by about 2 seconds, and probably looks to be about 2 boat lengths now at the 1,000-metre mark. So St Ignatius through the K, under 3:30 as well, 4.2 seconds, then the margin back to Shaw is currently in second place. And 3.3 seconds back to the King's School there in third place at that halfway timing point. St Joseph's sitting back in fourth, Scott's in fifth, and Newington on the far side of the course in sixth at that halfway timing point. So we're seeing another fantastic performance from St Ignatius College in the GPS 4s here this morning. It's the crew of William Van Ryswyk, Jack Ward, Alexander Forlico, Christo Blank, and James Ree, the coach, James Ree, the coxswain rather, coached by Hugh Court. So another defector of St Joseph's College, jumping ship from Hunters Hill over to Lane Cove, and doing a fantastic job there, evidently, as his combination strides out to a good 2 or 3 boat length lead now in the championship quarter of this race. They're leading over the combination from, just lost my timing in front of me, but I do believe it was the King's School sitting back in second place, and that's the combination of Hugo Firth, Chase Scott, Oscar Todd, Luca Bazzina, and Hugh Miller, the coxswain, coached by Nicholas Jones. They were sitting back in second place, or third place rather, just behind the combination from the Shaw School, as it looks to still be as they approach the 1,500-metre mark. So that combination from Shaw, Ethan Nam, Caleb Jones, Lachlan Paris, Henry Sherrington, and Jethro Chapman, the coxswain, sitting back in second place behind our race leaders, St Ignatius College. If we turn our attention back down to the presentation dais, we'll present the medals for the winners of the school third 4. Ladies and gentlemen, a big congratulations to St Ignatius College, represented by Samuel O'Brien, Darcy McPherson, Lucas Gontazik, Luca Laspina. The crew was coxed by James Stack and coached by Hamish McDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause there for the winners of the school third 4, St Ignatius College. And it looks like I'm going to be repeating my words very shortly as St Ignatius look to take out their third Cox 4's win of the morning here with their representation in the second 4 of Willem Van Ryswyk, Jack Ward, Alexander Forlico, and Christo Blank. A crew coxed by James Ree, and they've led from the early stages and just extended their lead as they move all the way down the course. A little bit of a fight on between Shaw and the King's School for second place, but there is no doubt about St Ignatius College, who have got about 150 metres left to row here on the course at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and have about 3 or 4 lengths lead on their nearest rivals, which I would say is still the combination from Shaw on the near side of the course, Ethan Nam, Caleb Jones, Lachlan Paris, Henry Sherrington, and Jethro Chapman, who are their nearest contenders, but certainly aren't really in with a shot here of stealing the win away from St Ignatius College, who have got away early and just extended that lead all the way down the course. So St Ignatius College, we saw them here with several 8s and several fourth 4s, and that depth really paying dividends here as they take out their third 4's win of the morning in the school second 4. St Ignatius College, about 4 lengths clear, the combination from the King's School, or from the Shaw School rather, who are about 1.5 lengths ahead of the crew from the King's School in third place. The boys from Hunters Hill, from St Joseph's College in lane 5, Oliver Harris, Byron Matheson, James Wan, Fletcher Cairns, Zachary Taylor, the Cox, coached by Tom Morgan, and Dion Bottega, who will cross the line in 4th place ahead of Scots College over in lane 3. Newington in lane 2 in 6th, and Sydney Boys High in 7th place here in the school's second 4. So the final fours race of our GPS racing this morning. Race number 40 on your program, the school first four. Full field of 9 crews out there on the course now, and well into the third 500 metres of the race. We've got Sydney Grammar in lane 1, St Augustine's in lane 2, Scots College in lane 3, the Shaw School in lane 4, Sydney Boys High in lane 5, St Ignatius College in lane 6, St Joseph's in lane 7, Newington in lane 8, and the King's School over in lane 9 on the nearest side of the course. As those crews approach the 1500 metre mark, they're well in the pain cave here of the third 500 metres of the race. Just lost a little bit of my timing screen in front of me, so I won't be able to tell you accurately who's leading our race. But if I peer down my binoculars, I don't even really need to at this stage, based on prior form, it is certainly the crew from St Ignatius College there. In lane 6, that's the crew of Brandon Sullivan, Zachary Hyde, Thomas Johnston, Thomas Hartman and Ryan McNulty, the coxswain, coached as well by Hugh Courts. And that's the crew who are our current race leaders in the school first four. Looking to make it 4 from 4 in the Cox Fours racing this morning. St Augustine's on the far side of the course. We'll have something to say about that, but sitting just about a length behind at this stage. So that's St Augustine's crew. Jay Taylor, Miles Nicholas, Jason Cow, William Pender, coxed by Ryder Taylor and coached by Biani and Judith Ungamark. They're sitting back in second place there in the first four at the 1500 metre mark. And looks like possibly the King's School just coming through there. So we might have had a change in shift with our timing hunt operators, a few things going on. So don't take what we're seeing on the screens on the timing front quite as gospel. I would say the crew from Shaw and the crew from the King's School just sitting back and tussling for that third place position. King's just ahead of them at this stage, but definitely too close to call early enough. But St Ignatius College, as they've done in the fourth, third and second fours here this morning, leading pretty decisively in the schoolboy fourth four. St Augustine's on the far side of the course. Crew from Brookvale giving them a good challenge, but still sitting just maybe slightly too far back to really challenge for the win here in the school first four. St Ignatius College, crew coached by Hugh Courts, who have done so well here in the early stages and about to reap the rewards here with a win in the school first four. They're going to cross about 150 metres left to row here in the school first four. They're sitting in first at the moment. St Augustine's sitting back in second, not really a threat for the win. And the King's School sitting back in third place, about a length or so clear of the Shaw School. So that's our provisional podium. But the crew who will get on the presentation dais for a medal here this morning will be the combination from Lane Cove, St Ignatius College, Riverview. Look to take a clean sweep of the fours this morning. It's Brandon Sullivan, Zachary Hyde, Thomas Johnston, Thomas Hartman and Ryan McNulty, the coxswain, coached by Hugh Courts. St Ignatius College take the win in the first four. St Augustine's take second place. The King's School will cross the line in third place. Shaw in lane 4 will cross the line in fourth place. Good tussle for fifth here between Newington and St Joseph's. Newington just got their bow balls in front, but St Joseph's moving quickly in the shadow of the post. It'll be Newington College by about a quarter of a length ahead of St Joseph's College in lane 7 for sixth place. Scots College across the line in 7th and Sydney Boys High in 8th, about a length clear of Sydney Grammar in 9th. We'll move back to our presentation dais. Present the medals for the winners of the school's second four, St Ignatius College. Willem van Ryswyk, Jack Ward, Alexander Forlico, Christo Blank, crew coxed by James Ray and coached by Hugh Courts. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for St Ignatius College. As our last fours across the line, it is the schoolboy second eights who are coming at us thick and fast now. So 8 crews here contesting this, all GPS. So King's School in lane 1, St Joseph's College in lane 2, Shaw School in lane 3, Sydney Grammar in lane 4, St Ignatius in lane 5, Scots in lane 6, Sydney Boys High in 7, and Newington College in lane 8. At the 1,000 metre mark, it was St Ignatius here looking for their 5th GPS crew win of the morning. 1.5 seconds up on the crew from the King's School. Newington sitting in 3rd, Shaw, Scots, Grammar and Sydney Boys High at the halfway timing point. They're approaching the 1,500 metre mark now, and it is St Ignatius's race to lose here as they look to put on a very dominant performance here at the King's PLC Regatta this morning. So first hit out of the school year and really stamping their authority on the field ahead of the AOGPS, ahead of the river in March. And absolutely a program on the move, program who is looking to back up in the last couple of years of fantastic performances. I would say it is still the crew from St. Ignatius College who are leading at the 1500 metre mark. That's the crew of Sebastian Zuckerman, Jeremy Holmes, Alistair Brown, Ambrose Hennessy, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Angus McGrath, George Field, Henry Burton the coxswain, coached by Matthew Curtin, and that's the combination who are leading this race early and leading it well, about almost a boat length clear of the King's School on the far side of the course. So St. Ignatius, you see them on the screen there coming through the 1500 metre mark. A neat length clear of the King's School, who are only a bow ball in front of Newington College for third. Shaw sitting back in fourth place ahead of St. Joseph's College. So a real tussle for second place and a real tussle for fourth place there at the 1500 metre mark. So it's all going to come down to the wire for our minor placings. But a boat length clear sits the St. Ignatius College second 8, who have gotten away strong and just extended their lead the entire way down the course here. St. Ignatius making an absolute mark on the competition as a program here this morning, and looking to sweep the GPS events here after this race. But they need to get across the line first in the school second 8. They're about a boat length clear. The King's School on the far side are really moving, but a boat length is a long way to catch up in about 500 metres, and so a lot of boat speed to change. It'll certainly be, or almost certainly rather, the St. Ignatius College Riverview crew in the centre of the course, and crew from Lane Cove who will take out this second 8's race. King's School just moving away from that tussle for third place, so it's looking likely with the King's School and Newington on the near side of the course. They're at opposite ends of the course and they're having to battle each other for second. St. Ignatius College in lane 5, they've led the entire way down the course and only extended that lead in the closing few hundred metres. King's School finishing well, but not enough to challenge for the win. St. Ignatius College win the second 8. The King's School are about a boat length back. They'll be half a length clear of the competition from Newington College, who will hold off a tight finishing Shaw and St. Joseph's. So Newington in third, Shaw about a canvas clear of St. Joseph's College. So Shaw third, St. Joseph's in fourth. Sydney Grammar across the line in 5th place in lane 4 there. Scots College across the line in 6th. Scots College in 8th place, rather, if your trusty commentator could count, and the Sydney Boys High School over rounding out the field. So we'll go back down to our presentation dais to present the medals for the winners of the schoolboy first 4, St. Ignatius College, represented by Brandon Sullivan, Zachary Hyde, Thomas Johnston, Thomas Hartman, and Ryan McNulty, the coxswain. The crew is coached by Hugh Courts. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the winners of the school first 4, St. Ignatius College. So we've seen St. Ignatius College win 5 from 5 so far in the GPS races, and it looks like we may have an upset to that clean sweep bid here in the school first 8. So full fleet here of 8 crews on the course. I believe we've got a full fleet here of 8 crews. I did hear that we might not be seeing our King's School crew, so that is the case. King's School in lane 8 of scratch. So Sydney Grammar in lane 1, Sydney Boys High in lane 2, Shaw in lane 3, St. Joseph's lane 4, St. Ignatius lane 5, Scots in lane 6, and Newington College in lane 7. And at the 500 metre mark, at the 1,000 metre mark as well, rather, it was St. Joseph's College who were pulling out to about 3/4 of the boat length lead over St. Ignatius in lane 5. So 3 seconds the margin there, but just 0.68 to Shaw, 0.38 to Newington, and 2.5 seconds back to Scots. So definite tight competition for the minor placings here in the schoolboy first 8. St. Joseph's College, the boys from Hunters Hill in the Cerise Zooties, about 3/4 of a boat length and certainly moving on the St. Ignatius crew to their left-hand side in the Empacker shell. So see some fantastic shots from our umpires launches here. St. Joseph's College crew there. You can see the bow ball of the St. Ignatius crew just sitting on the coxswain of the St. Joseph's College first 8 there. St. Joseph's represented by Darcy Williams, Matthias Maloney, McKinley Dooley, Alex Negleen, Thomas Maloney, Gus Soloska, Samuel Basher, and Finlay Mitchell. The crew's coxed by Jonathan Yates, who's urging his crew on to get him past the bow ball of that St. Ignatius crew to his right-hand side, and that's St Joseph's crew, coached by Michael Lane and William Raven, and that's the crew to beat now as they cross the 1,500 metre mark and start their wind home to the finish, and to try and hold off the crew from St Ignatius: Sebastian Zuckerman, Jeremy Holmes, Alistair Brown, Ambrose Hennessy, Montague Hiles, Harrison Davis, Angus McGrath, George Field, and Henry Burton, the coxswain, coached by Matthew Curtin. I think I may have read them out in the second 8 as well, so my apologies to the Ignatius second 8 for that. But they're the crew sitting back in second place. St Joseph's College are the ones to beat here in the schoolboy first 8 as they start to cement their place in a bid towards the Major Rennie Trophy in March. Shaw sitting back in third place, but only 1.3 seconds clear the crew from Newington. A good improvement from Shaw. They were sitting back in sort of 5th and 6th at the early season regattas in October, November. But it is certainly the St Joseph's College crew. They can't quite break the crew from St Ignatius there, so a little bit of our overlap. The bow ball of the St Ignatius crew just sitting on the coxswain of the St Joseph's College crew. St Ignatius really starting to wind now and coming home strong, but it won't be enough. It'll be too little too late. There's about 200 metres left to row. St Ignatius really starting to surge now. St Joseph's College looking to respond. I don't think they'll have too much left here, but it is a long way for St Ignatius College to go. They're putting St Joseph's College under some serious pressure, but St Joseph's have done the work early. It'll be the boys from Hunters Hill, St Joseph's College, who have led this race from the early stages. They moved out in the second 500, cemented that lead in the third 500, and they'll come home to win here in the schoolboy first 8. St Joseph's College from Hunters Hill in lane 4. They'll win from St Ignatius by just under a boat length. So St Joseph's College responding there, getting a little bit more ground back. So a tight race, less than a boat length there. St Joseph's College get the win over St Ignatius. The Shaw School in lane 3, coached there by Jason Baker. They'll come across for third place. Newington College in 4th. Scots College in 5th place. Sydney Grammar in 6th. And Sydney Boys High in 7th place. So St Joseph's College, the only ones to upset the run of St Ignatius here this morning in the GPS Cruise. And the unofficial time there, 6 minutes, 0.3 seconds in the schoolboy first 8. So it's obviously not super quick out there. They're over on the further side of the course, a little bit slower. So I'll move back down to the presentation dais and present the medals for race 41, the school second 8, which was won by St Ignatius College, represented by Luke Bannerman, Charlie Harrison, Hugh Waldron, George Tancred, James Hare, Sebastian Connor, Jack O'Hara, Walter Walker, crew coxed by Edward Thorpe and coached by Joe Bocchio. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for St Ignatius College.
And we'll move to presentation now for race number 42, the school first 8, and the winners representing St. Joseph's College, Darcy Williams, Matthias Maloney, McKinley Dooley, Alex Negline, Thomas Maloney, Gus Sisolka, Samuel Basher, Finley Mitchell, Jonathan Yates, and the coaches Michael Lane and William Raven. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate St. Joseph's College, winners of the school first 8. And we now turn to racing with race 43, the schoolgirl year 10 Coxed Quad Scull Division 2, and we have PLC Sydney in lane number 1, Mossman Rowing Club in lane 2, Loretto Kirribilli in lane 3, Queenwood in 4. In lane 5 we have Pymble Ladies College. In lane 6, MLC School, Redlands in 7, and Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 8. And it's been Loretto Kirribilli with the early lead, but Redlands have certainly made a push in the second half of this race. The Redlands crew, Aurora Crennan, Eva Simpson, Liv Goodland, Tilly O'Flynn, and Tully Sloot, the coxswain, and coached by Alex Coney. And they are finishing this one off very strongly. Kirribilli, Lily Loiterton, Mary Dunstan, Scarlett Cortez, Gemma Ronan, and they're coxed by Jessica Bruce. So it's between these two crews. They're based out of the same facility out at Pearl Bay near the Spit Bridge at Mossman, out of Mossman Rowing Club. And I'm sure they've seen each other on the water plenty of times, and no time for looking around now. Less than 200 metres in this one to go, and Redlands looking very strong. In third spot we have MLC School, followed by Mossman Rowing Club. And then it is back to Queenwood in 5th. 6th is Pymble Ladies College, and then followed by Loretto Normanhurst in 7th, and PLC Sydney in 8th place. But it's the blue and yellow vertical stripes of Redlands that lead coming into the last 100 metres, where the boys change from pink to red. And they look to have this one in control. So a very strong second half of the race to row through Loretto Kirribilli and take out Division 2 of the schoolgirl year 10 Cox Quad Scull. The first Redlands, second will go to Loretto Kirribilli. Mossman are finishing this one off strongly and put their bow ahead of MLC School in that race for third place. And Mossman Rowing Club only about a canvas ahead. And that'll be enough to see them home for third. MLC School fourth. And then it is back to Queenwood in 5th. Pymble in 6th. Loretto Normanhurst in 7th place. And PLC Sydney in 8th position. Absolutely glorious conditions here at the Sydney National Regatta Centre. Flags are limp in front of the grandstand, no wind at all to speak of, and temperatures have been far worse at this time of year at the Sydney National Regatta Centre. So Pymble Ladies College crossing in 6th position, and they'll be followed home by Loretto Normanhurst in 7th and PLC Sydney in 8th. So unofficial winning time for Redlands, 8 minutes 17 and .38. And James Tate, the umpire, has given that the white flag to clear that race. So a nice win to Redlands in the year 10, second Coxed Quad Scull. Two divisions of the first quad coming up now. And Division 1 is race 44, and we have in lane 2, Queenwood School, Bridget Thompson, Charlotte Nell, Flo Veach, Scout Ferguson, and coxed by Alice Holm. MLC School are in lane number 3, Miranda Hudson, Ashley Denton, Clementine Hendricks, Ella Hu, coxed by Sophia Grave and coached by Kathleen Hextall and Amelia Fink. In lane 4, Redlands, Catherine Budden, Myla Osborne, Isabel Campbell, Alana Winder, and coxed by Lillian Chen and coached by Lisa MacDonald and Ingrid Holthuer. Canberra Girls Grammar School are in lane number 5, Elka Spiller, Mia Wiley, Charlotte Bowen, Sophie Murphy and Heidi Bella Coxon. Mossman in lane number 6, Erica Nutt, Lottie Ravenstein, Eloise Stevens, Elise Coates and coxed by Alexandra Pearson and coached by Ben Whitewolf. And Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 7, Lexi Sam, Poppy Russell, Juliet Mason, Amelia Branley and coxed by Charlotte Fagan and coached by Thomas Parker and Mark Featherston. And it is the Prawn Zudi, or the red and white horizontal hoops of Mossman Rowing Club, that are out in front. Erica Nutt, Lottie Ravenstein, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates. Elise Coates has been in very good form this season. I think she's about 8.17 in the single at one of the earlier regattas. And the daughter of Ian Coates, of course, a well-known rower from Mossman Rowing Club. And it's great seeing him back involved in the sport. And this young group, some of the kids from various schools, Winona, I think Erica Nutt's a student at Winona, and Ben Whitewolf doing a very good job over at Mossman Rowing Club. And they've got a very, very good lead over Canberra Girls Grammar School, sitting upwards of 3 boat lengths. And then back in 3rd place is Redlands, and then 4th, Queenwood, 5th MLC School, and in 6th place is Loretto Normanhurst. So just 150 metres to go for the leading boat Mossman Rowing Club in this first division of the Year 10 First Cox Quad Scull. And they're not content to sit on their advantage. They're continuing to extend that as they get into the latter stages. So fine performance here from Mossman Rowing Club. And as they head up towards the line, they're going to take a very strong win here in Division 1 of this Year 10 First Cox Quad Scull. It's about 80 metres, I think, the margin in the end. Just starting to come into view now is Canberra Girls Grammar School in 2nd spot. That's their bow coming into view now. They've just got another 3 strokes to go and they'll cross the finish line in 2nd spot. And they'll be followed home by Redlands in 3rd. 4th will be Queenwood. And Loretto Normanhurst have really stuck with it here as they've challenged MLC School over the latter stages of this one. So Queenwood will be 4th, MLC School still with just a little bit of clear water, and it'll be enough to see them home in 5th. And Loretto Normanhurst to claim 6th place. So unofficial time 7:43.22 for Mossman Rowing Club. Race 45 getting towards the business end of this one, and we have Tara School and Loretto Kirribilli in adjacent lanes, lanes 7 and 6 respectively, that are fighting this one out. It's Tara School in the lighter blue, Loretto Kirribilli in the darker blue. So that's Tara School on screen there with the lane 7 bow number. They're the lead there, and you can see the great acceleration through to the finish. And they look to be trying to just rid themselves of a little bit of an overlap in this last 70 metres and try and hold on to this one. So Tara School, Amy Rouse, Hannah Ryan, Lila Odbert and Olivia Bailey. Maria Karoutsos is the coxswain, and Aidan Smith, who's the head of rowing at Tara School, the coach of the winning crew. Second goes to Loretto Kirribilli, Elizabeth Roberts, Millie Fallon, Sarah Holt, Maddie Wheelerhan and Lulu Warren, the coxswain. And then now just starting to come into view in third spot is Pymble Ladies College over in lane number 3. And they head up towards the line to claim position number 3 ahead of PLC Sydney in 4th place and Sydney Girls High School in 5th. So unofficial time 8:02:36. The unofficial time of Mossman in the previous division 7:43:22. So some good quad sculling here in the schoolgirl year 10 firsts. We now move to presentation for the first division of the schoolgirl year 10 first Cox quad scull. The winners Mossman Rowing Club, Erica Nutt, Lottie Raverstein, Eloise Stevens and Elise Coates, and they're coxed by Alexandra Pearson and coached by Ben Whitewolf. Congratulations, Mossman Rowing Club. On the course now is race 46. It's the schoolgirl year 10 third Cox quad scull, and the 4 crews that we have: Roseville College in lane number 3, Renee Hahn, Emily Wong, Amalia Fiedler, Kiona Wu and Lola Mason, the coxswain, and coached by Alyssa Burke. Mossman, you can see at the top of the screen there in lane number 4, Chloe Benfield, Alice Stringer, Arabella Turner-Smith and Amelie Kemper-Massey. And they're coxed by Erica Nutt and coached by Ben Whitewolf. I suspect they've lodged a sub on that one. And Ben Whitewolf, the coach of that crew. And in lane 5 is Loretto Kirribilli. And that is Zara Jean Felinski, Imogen Scheel, Cleo Donahue and Phoebe Ahrens, and Angie Contractor coxing. Luca Roncolado, the coach, and Redlands are in lane number 6. Isabella Solgard, Saskia Kay, Lila Sost, Lillian Forsyth and Alice Franceschi, the coxswain, and James Petering, the coach. So it's Redlands leading through the halfway mark from Mossman and Kirribilli. It's a real Pearl Bay race, this one, with the adjacent boat sheds here shining through. So Redlands leading, although Loretto Kirribilli, as I see it, look to be out in front. As they make their way up towards the 1,300 metre mark. So Kirribilli leading. And the race going on between Mossman and Redlands for second spot. Roseville are in 4th. And we now move to presentation for the second division of the schoolgirl year 10 first Cox quad scull. The winners Tara School, Amy Rouse, Hannah Ryan, Lila Odbert and Olivia Bailey, and coxed by Maria Karoutsos. And coached by Aidan Smith. So congratulations, Tara Anglican School for Girls, winners of Division 2 of the Year 10 First Cox Quad Scull. So coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, that's Loretto Kirribilli that are first through there. It's still showing up as Redlands, as perhaps has got some bow number issues there on these boats as they come through. So it is Loretto Kirribilli leading. And then they lead from Mossman and back to Redlands in third. Roseville College are in fourth, and it's a very handy buffer, 8 3/4 seconds advantage to Loretto Kirribilli in the lead. And coached by Luca Roncolato, who had a very successful school rowing career. He was in the GPS first 8 when he was at Newington College, a very good sculler. And he's been a very good influence at Loretto Kirribilli with all his work there in the last few seasons. And they're able to be looking back beyond their stern and see out of their peripheral vision Mossman in second spot and Redlands in third, and a pretty good clear water margin to work with just 200 metres left to go in this Year 10 Third Cox Quad Scull. Redlands trying to make a push here. They were some 3.5 seconds behind Mossman coming through the 1500 metre mark, and we'll see if they can start to get a bit of an overlap and whether they can put the Mossman crew under a little bit of pressure and see if they can force a bit of an error in this last 150 metres of this race. There's even less to travel for the race leaders, Loretto Kirribilli. 100 metres to go for them. And still more than 2 lengths to the good. Redlands have been very strong here in pushing to get that overlap with Mossman. But it will be Loretto Kirribilli coming up to the line that will take out race 46, the Year 10 Third Cox Quad Scull, ahead of Mossman Rowing Club, who will claim second spot, 1 boat length ahead of Redlands in third, and Roseville College will cross in fourth place. 8:32.64 the unofficial time for the winning Loretto Kirribilli crew. So on the course now, race 47. It's a combined event race with the Year 10 fourths and fifths racing. And we have in lane at number 2, Redlands, Orla Collins, Saffron Charles, Alice Hagman, Darcy Menny and Saray Bailey, coached by Beth McClellan. In lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli, Harriet McCloskey, Andy Schuster, Luella Roberts, Chloe Stevenson and Alana Casalo, the coxswain, and coached by Luca Roncolato. In lane 4, Kinross Walleroy, Grace Storer, Lucy Baldwinson, Zara Broom, Stella Davis, Alexandra Karash, and coached by Rebecca Pearce. In lane 5, North Sydney Girls High, Sherry Liu, Sienna Fong, Anika Ganguly and Grace Wong. Hashan Ding is the coxswain, and Phil Brown and Pamela Withnell, the coaches of North Sydney Girls. In lane number 6 is the Loretto Normanhurst crew on screen. And that is Lily Graham, Matilda Cronin, Anastasia Stratford and Emma Cusack, coached by Alison Boone. Or coxed by Alison Boone, I should say. And in lane number 7 is the Year 10 fifth quad. That's North Sydney Girls High. Yan Fei Han, Emily Wang, Sia Sachdeva and Chloe Wong, and Felicia Wu, the coxswain, and coached by Phil Brown and Pamela Withnell. So that is the Loretto Normanhurst crew on screen. They're having a good tussle with the North Sydney girls' school crew over on this side of the course in that race for 5th place overall. It is the Kinross Walleroy School that are in the lead. And they lead from North Sydney Girls and then back to Redlands and Loretto Kirribilli. So they're the top 4. As we see Loretto Normanhurst and North Sydney Girls, it looks like they might have swapped the lanes in which they were racing in. Loretto Normanhurst are coming down in lane 8 and North Sydney Girls in lane 7, whereas they're listed in lanes 6 and 7. So Kinross Walleroy in the blue boat out in front with clear water. A good race developing for 2nd place between Redlands, Loretto Kirribilli and North Sydney Girls High School. And that was Loretto Normanhurst coming through the 1500 metre mark, and North Sydney Girls, the 5th crew, will come through that juncture very shortly. A bit of a steering concern here for Loretto Normanhurst as they've just started to move right onto the buoy line between lanes 8 and 9. But I think they're starting to move back towards the middle of their lane. As we see about 1800 metres covered for the leading boat, Kinross Walleroy School. And you can see that gap on screen back to that race for 2nd spot with Loretto Kirribilli ahead of Redlands and North Sydney Girls. A really good race for 3rd here in this one. And then there's that big gap back to Loretto Normanhurst in 5th and North Sydney Girls in 6th position. But no one appears to be able to catch the Kinross Walleroy crew. They're not the longest of strokes, but they're very, very powerful ones. They're all combining well with good length together. And they're going to cross the line and claim the win. Kinross Walleroy School in 1st place. Loretto Kirribilli still have some clear water over that great race for 3rd spot, and they'll claim 2nd, Kirribilli. And Redlands, I think, will just hold on over North Sydney Girls High School. So Redlands 3rd, North Sydney Girls High 4th. And Loretto Normanhurst set to claim 5th ahead of North Sydney Girls High in 6th position. And whilst that race was taking place, medals were presented to Loretto Kirribilli. And that was in the Year 10 3rd Coxed Quad Scull. That was the winning crew of Zara Jean Felinski, Imogen Shale, Cleo Donahue and Phoebe Ahrens, Angeli Contractor, the coxswain, and Luca Roncolado, the coach. So they come up towards the line, North Sydney Girls High School. They were in the Year 10 5th Cox Quad Scull, and they will claim 6th overall. And just up on the start line for race 48, the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Skull. In the field that we have Kinross Wallaroy, number 1 in lane 2. Joe Dunworth, Caden McLaughlin, Maddox Broom and George Hunt. Ned Martell coxing and Ben Watt, the coach. St Augustine's in lane number 3. Caelan McLennan, Jasper Moy, Jack Penberthy, Jack Guthrie and Henry Goldsworthy, the coxswain. Joshua Wilson, Joe Lynch and Nick Pender. A triumvirate of very successful young oarsmen as their coaches. In lane at number 4, Kinross Wallaroy School, Samuel Attenborough, Jack Burke, Henry Llewellyn, Bede Lighton and Chloe Caro, the coxswain. Will Stanley Davies, the former student, back coaching at his alma mater. And in lane number 5, St Augustine's, Archie Lyle, Oliver Kennedy, Oscar Porteous, Daniel Corrigan and Oliver Mellor, the coxswain. Josh Wilson, Joe Lynch and Nick Pender, the coaches. In lane 6, Kinross Wallaroy, Sandy Johnson, Thomas Hunt, Maxwell Horn, Austin Cutter, Flynn Jones and coached by Will Stanley Davies. And St Augustine's in lane number 7, Henry O'Hare, Jesse Bray, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Gioretta, Sam Pickard, the coxswain, and coached by Bjarne Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. So 3 crews from Kinross Wallaroy School interspersed with 3 crews from St Augustine's. And we're on board here. You can see in front of us the St Augustine's boat in lane number 5, Lyle Kennedy, Porteous Corrigan and Oliver Mellor in the bow of that boat. It's been a very good start from the Kinross number 1 crew over on the far side of the course. So some great footage here being provided from Ace Communications, John Meekings, for the live stream here. And whilst that's race is coming down towards the 1500 metre mark, a presentation occurring for the Schoolgirl Year 10 4th Cox Quad Skull to the winners, Kinross Wallaroy School, Grace Storer, Lucy Baldwinson, Zara Broom, Stella Davis and Alexandra Karash, the coxswain, and coached by Rebecca Pearce. Congratulations, Kinross Wallaroy School. And back to race number 48, and it was St Augustine's leading through the halfway mark on this side of the course. O'Hare, Bray, Schofield and Gioretta. Sam Pickard, the coxswain. And they lead from Kinross Wallaroy over on the far side of the course. Dunworth, McLaughlin, Broom and Hunt. Ned Martell steering them. In third we have Kinross Wallaroy 2. And they're followed by Kinross Wallaroy 3. And then followed by the St Augustine's crew of Lyle, Kennedy, Porteous, Corrigan. And the St Augustine's crew of McLennan, Moy, Penberthy and Guthrie is back in 6th position. So some good aggressive Cox Quad sculling coming from the St Augustine's crew in lane at number 7. As they have good clear water margin over a very tidy Kinross Wallaroy School crew over in lane number 2. And St Augustine's really trying to put a good marker down here today. They come up towards the line and they will take out the men's under 16 Cox Quad Skull. So first St Augustine's. Now 2 lengths ahead of Kinross Wallaroy School in 2nd spot. And then they'll be followed by Kinross Wallaroy number 2. They have just another 2 strokes to go and they'll cross in 3rd place. And then a bit of a gap back to Kinross Wallaroy number 3. They're just starting to come into view. And they will claim 4th ahead of St Augustine's out of lane number 5 in 5th and St Augustine's in lane 3, who will complete the field of 6 in the men's under 16 Cox Quad Skull. So the unofficial winning time 3:20.92 for St Augustine's. The margin just under 6.5 seconds back to Kinross Wallaroy number 1. And on the course now, race 49, the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull division number 1. And we've had a couple of withdrawals. North Sydney girls withdrawn out of lane number 4 and MLC school out of lane number 5. So a big gap in the middle of the course. The field that we have. PLC Sydney number 2. Claire Lara and Carla Rosico in lane number 1. Abigail Walsh and Ava Machevsky of Mossman in lane number 2. Vicky Russell and Kiara Ewing of PLC Sydney are in lane number 3. But I suspect we're missing a crew over on the far side of the course. It might be, by the look of it, a PLC Sydney crew. That Russell and Ewing crew have not started. And then we have lanes 4 and 5 vacant. Lane 6 is Sydney Girls High School. Mia Williams and Saskia Alexander, coached by Tal Lewis and Cam Ogilvie. In lane 7, Sydney Girls, Chelsea Dam, Amy Dew, also coached by Lewis and Ogilvie. And Redlands are in lane number 8, Eva Simpson, Tillio Flynn, coached by Alex Coney. So starting to make their way up to about 400 metres covered. A good performance coming from PLC Sydney on the far side. Lara and Rosica, as well as Sydney Girls number 1, Mia Williams and Saskia Alexander. So they look to be leading out with Walsh and Machevsky of Mossman. And then back to Redlands and Sydney Girls number 4. So that looks like the 5 crews starting to see them come through. So Sydney Girls number 1, Mia Williams, Saskia Alexander, leading through that halfway mark and just over a length ahead of PLC Sydney, and almost bow ball to bow ball with the Redlands crew, just 7 lanes across. And again, inseparable Mossman and the Sydney Girls number 4 crew. So some good racing going on here in this first division of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. So we'll sort of see how these crews have been able to pace themselves down the course. Some very close margins through that halfway mark between Sydney Girls and PLC Sydney, and then also Redlands Mossman and Sydney Girls number 4. Still Sydney Girls number 1 that are leading, Mia Williams and Saskia Alexander. We now move to presentation for the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull. And the winners, St Augustine's, represented by Henry O'Hare, Jesse Bray, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Geretta, and Cox by Sam Pickard and coached by Bjarne Ungemark and Judith Ungemark. So as this first division of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull approaches 900 metres covered, it is still Sydney Girls number 1, Mia Williams, Saskia Alexander, that are looking the goods here. And they're ahead of a very close tussle between PLC Sydney and Redlands for second spot. And Sydney Girls matching up very well here, and they've just started to lift that rating just a point or two as they come towards the finish. And Sydney Girls High School will take out Division 1 of the Year 9 schoolgirl double scull. And it's a good race for second. PLC Sydney look like they'll just hold off Redlands. So PLC Sydney second, Redlands third. And a very good race still going on between Mossman, who just have a slender advantage over Sydney Girls number 4. I think that'll be enough to see them home with just 1 or 2 strokes to go. So Mossman claiming 4th, and Sydney Girls number 4 or 5th in this first division of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. And race 50 is on the course, and you can see the Canberra Girls Grammar School crew of Ruby Allen and Fleur Baseby on screen as they've covered about 450 metres. The full field that we have: North Sydney Girls in lane number 2, Felicity Moy and Lua Tang, coached by Phil Brown and Pamela Withnell. Grace Moody and Willow Swift are the PLC Sydney crew in lane number 3. Sammy Rebilliard and Anouk Lafferty, coached by Marielle Caponis of Askham, are in the crew in lane number 4. MLC School in 5, Eleanor McHugh and Annabelle Mansfield, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Amelia Fink. Allen and Baseby, that Canberra Girls Grammar School crew, who we're just seeing now coming through the halfway mark in 3rd place. And then we have Tara School, Ashani Shekhar and Charlotte Goy, coached by Laura Brenesi in lane number 7, and Ashley Wren and Karina Lee, coached by Tal Lewis and Cam Ogilvie of Sydney Girls, there in lane number 8. So it is North Sydney Girls High School over on the far side in lane number 2 that are leading this field. We have a good race between PLC Sydney and Canberra Girls Grammar School. North Sydney Girls High School. You see at the top right of the screen, still getting stuck in here with 250 metres left to go, and a credit to these crews. They're not looking out of the boat too much, they're looking straight back down the course and focusing on what they're doing and not what the other crews are doing, and that's the best way to get the speed out of the boat. Control the things that you can control, and by doing that, North Sydney Girls High School are controlling this race. With just under 150 metres left to go. PLC Sydney putting on a very good sprint here, and they're starting to narrow the gap, and in doing so move away from Canberra Girls Grammar with the boat with the green bow and stern in 3rd. And then in 4th we have Sydney Girls High School. They're followed by Askham in 5th and Tara School in 6th position. So coming up towards the line, North Sydney Girls High School managed to hold off the fast finishing PLC Sydney crew, and they'll take out Division 2 of the schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. PLC Sydney 2nd. And they'll be followed home by Canberra Girls Grammar in 3rd spot. And just coming onto screen is Sydney Girls High School, Ashley Wren and Karina Lee. They will be 4th. Back to Askham's Rebilliard and Lafferty in 5th, and Tara School, Shekhar and Goy in 6th place. MLC School, the non-starter in this one. Unofficial time for the winning North Sydney Girls High School crew, 4 minutes 17.00 as Askham cross in 5th, and Tara have just another 3 strokes to go when they will cross in 6th position. This presentation taking place now is for race 49, the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull Division number 1. And the winners, Sydney Girls High School, Mia Williams and Saskia Alexander, coached by Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. And we're in the area marshalling for a start in race number 51. It is Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull. And the field that we have in lane number 1, Sydney Girls number 2, Veronica Tan and Aisling Considine, coached by Tal Lewis and Cam Ogilvie. MLC School are in lane number 2, Mina Kathasis and Isabel Warusavitani, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist. Holly Angwin and Amelie Gooderick are the PLC Sydney crew in lane number 3, as we've just had a start, and we'll go through the remaining 6 crews. MLC School are in lane number 4, Adelaide Abernathy and Jemima Blake. And in lane number 5, Redlands, Eva Blundell and Zoe Potter. Abby Wrightson and Sophie Mills of the Mossman crew in lane 6. Navia Singh and Sophia Trofer from Tara in lane 7. Sarah Wang and Drea Deng of North Sydney Girls in lane 8. And Alice Hagman and Darcy Many from Redlands in lane number 9. So we're on screen here with the Redlands crew, Eva Blundell, Zoe Potter. You see them just getting a little bit entangled in that buoy line there. They're not soft buoys, those. If you hit them, you can see the stroke side blades just collecting them there, and that's forced to move back to the centre of their lane. But yeah, if you do hit them for the first time, it is quite a shock at how hard they are, and it can knock the blade out of your hand. So the Redlands crew have done well to move back towards the centre of their lane, and they can just focus on getting in a good mid-race rhythm here in this race that is being led by Adelaide Abernathy and Jemima Blake of MLC School out of lane number 4. Presentation taking place just now for North Sydney Girls High School, winners of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Double Scull, Felicity Moy and Lorja Tang, coached by Phil Brown and Pamela Withnell. And coming up to halfway, MLC School just through in 2 minutes and change. Adelaide Abernathy, the daughter of Laird Abernathy, a very good school rower at Sydney Boys High School, and also at Sydney University after that as a lightweight, and now heavily involved with the parent support group at MLC School. And some good sculling coming from this MLC School crew, and they look well clear. 6.78 seconds over their crewmates, 2 lanes across in lane 2. Kathasis and Waris Rusavitani. And in fact, I think we've seen a few lanes change around here. It looks like PLC are over, due to start in lane 3. They're over in lane 1 at the moment, and Sydney Girls were due to be in lane 1, but they look to be rowing in lane number 2. So we'll have to keep a good eye on this one and see where they all end up. But at the moment, it's looking like MLC School are going to end up with a medal being presented around their neck. 250 metres or less to cover for them, and they've extended their advantage. Adelaide Abernathy, Jemima Blake, and they are trying to put this one to bed very, very early. So Sydney Girls, Mossman and PLC Sydney are really going to go close to hitting that can dock over on the far side with their stroke side blades. And in fact, they have collected it now, and that started to slightly halt their progress and allow 2 crews from Redlands to just start to creep up on them. But we'll see if they can still get their steering right. It looks like they're going to go steering towards the bank over on the far side of the course. So hopefully they can finish in the liquid, not on the solid. But at the moment, they're looking like they're heading towards the little inlet area over on the far side of the course. So they are finishing right over on the far side. So MLC School dominant in the Year 9 double scull school for schoolgirls, taking out division number 3. They do so from Mossman Rowing Club in second spot. Third will go to Sydney Girls in lane number 1. PLC Sydney still determined to head straight towards that finishing post on the far side of the course. And they will just finish on the water there in fourth spot, followed by a couple of Redlands crews, lanes 5 and 8, very close there, 5th and 6th. 7th goes to North Sydney Girls High School, and they're followed by MLC School number 3 in eighth, and it looks as though we've had 2 PLC school crews in lanes 3 starting this one. And then followed by Tara School in final place. So an intriguing schoolgirl Year 9 double scull event. That was won by a dominant MLC school crew. It looked to have gotten to the bottom of that. It looks like one of the PLC crews that was in an earlier race was in that one as well. So we had 10 double sculls coming down the course. And race 52 nearing its conclusion as well. And we have, it's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. Great race going on between lanes 2 and 1. Camille Zankel of Sydney Girls in lane 2. Portia Gill of Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 1. And then in third is Ava Smith of Loretto Normanhurst in lane number 6, followed by Isabel McFarlane of PLC in lane 4. Redlands is next, Lila Sost will be in 5th position. But a great race going on the far side of the course. Loretto Normanhurst and Sydney Girls High School stroke for stroke towards the line. And I think it was the Sydney Girls sculler Camille Zankel that claimed that over Portia Gill. We'll await the result of the photo finish of that one. Third going to Loretto Normanhurst, Ava Smith. Fourth to Isabella McFarlane. 5th to Lila Sost of Redlands. 6th to Isabella Solgard of Redlands. 7th to Montano of Loretto Normanhurst. And the MLC sculler was in the previous race in the double scull, so a scratching there. So in the meantime, we had the presentation, and congratulations to MLC School, Adelaide Abernathy and Jemima Blake, taking out Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 double scull. And race 53 is on the course now. It's the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. And we've had Annika Clark of Loretto Normanhurst scratch alongside Orla Collins of Redlands. So those two not there. Who we have though, Alice McDonald of Kinross Walleroy in lane 3. Redlands, Isabel Bannon in 4. Emerson Dooley of Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5. Alison Rao of Sydney Girls in 6. Elizabeth Pennington of Loretto Normanhurst in 7. And Georgia Yuen of Australian Christian College in lane number 8. And a good race taking place between Alison Rao of Sydney Girls High School and Kinross Wallaroy's Alice McDonald. Around about a length separating them at the halfway mark, and Kinross Sculler just having just a little bit of a digger there on the bow side blade, and that's sort of held the progress a little bit and I think given Alison Rao a bit more comfort here. So Alice McDonald of Kinross Wallaroy School, coached by Rebecca Pearce and James Perrin, and Alison Rao, coached by Tal Lewis and Cameron Ogilvie. The Kinross Sculler putting in a bit of a charge here. There's only 100 metres to go in this one. And we'll see who's got the sprint as they come towards the line. Very little separating these two. Sydney Girls Sculler with their bow in front, but now the Kinross Sculler is just starting to see if she can put her bow in front. So a little bit of a bad stroke there from the Kinross Sculler, and Sydney Girls are going to claim the win. Alison Rao first, Alice McDonald of Kinross placing second. A great race between those two. And the Nepean Rowing Club colours there being worn by Australian Christian College's Georgia UN, coached by Daniel Waddell. She claims third place. Fourth will go to Emerson Dooley of Loretto Normanhurst, ahead of Normanhurst's Elizabeth Pennington in fifth. And that concludes Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull Division number 2. Division 3 is also coming down the course. In lane 1 we have Loretto Normanhurst Ellen Ogilvie, coached by Bridie Cooksey. In lane 2, Loretto Normanhurst Gracie May Lander, coached by Bridie Cooksey. And Liv Goodland of Redlands is in lane number 3, coached by Alfred Bear. Libby Lacko of Loretto Normanhurst in 4, coached by Bridie Cooksey. Redlands Aurora Crennan, coached by Alex Coney, is in lane number 5. Naomi Cross. Tara in lane 6, coached by Laura Brunessi. Lee Tan of North Sydney Girls in lane 7, coached by Phil Brown and Pamela Withnell. Jessica Burrows of the host school, PLC Sydney, is in lane number 8 and also in the race lead, and leading by a pretty healthy margin too. Coming up towards the 1750 metre mark, so 3/4 of the race covered. With the Year 9s racing over 1,000 metres, and PLC Sydney, Jessica Burrows having a good advantage over Redlands Aurora Crennan, and also Loretto Normanhurst Ellen Ogilvie over on the far side of the course, and Redlands and Normanhurst having a good battle for 4th as well between Goodland and Lander. And then back to Libby Lacko in 5th position. Tara's Naomi Cross is in 6th, and North Sydney Girls Lee Tan is in 6th, and Naomi Cross of Tara in 7th position. So PLC Sydney's Jessica Burrows in the Wintec boat. Is heading up towards the line and all set to take out this 3rd division of the Schoolgirl Year 9 Single Scull. Having a look around to see the finish tower and the finish line, and coasts across the line to claim the win. This great race going on for 2nd spot between Redlands and Loretto Normanhurst. I think it was Redlands getting there in the end. Aurora Crennan 2nd, Ellen Ogilvie 3rd, and then it's Liv Goodland coming up towards the line to claim 4th, out of Gracie May Lander of Loretto Normanhurst in 5th. Libby Lacko, Loretto Normanhurst in 6th, and then followed by Lee Tan of North Sydney Girls in 7th, and Naomi Cross of Tara in 8th place. And just hopping into a boat at the medal presentation pontoon, Alison Rao of Sydney Girls High School, a winner of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. My apologies, it was Camille Zankel that was being presented before with her medal for Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. Being presented now is Alison Rao of Sydney Girls High School as winner of Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull. Our next presentation is for the Division 3 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, and the winner representing one of the host schools, PLC Sydney, Jessica Burrows. And on the course now, Division 4 of the Schoolgirl Year 9 single scull, and it is the sky blue colours of Sydney Rowing Club that are looking prominent. Heidi Heap, coached by Charlie Patterson, and Heidi Heap leading this one quite comfortably. Pimble's Kelly Clifton over on the far side of the course in second spot, Lillian Forsyth of Redlands in third, and Alice Gow of Sydney Girls High School in fourth. But it is Heidi Heap, coached by Charles Hector Patterson, that leads this one, and only has a handful of strokes to go, and that'll be delighting Coach Charlie Patterson, who runs a very good program down at Sydney Rowing Club with Andrew Hoffman and the team of about 8 coaches that they have at Sydney, and a very good result there. And Kelly Clifton, who's moved across to Pymble Ladies College and just started there this year, claims a second spot. And Lillian Forsyth, Redlands third, Alice Gow of Sydney Girls in fourth, and then followed by Loretto Normanhurst, Mia Dranganudis in fifth position. And sixth will be Redlands' Gabrielle Bernath, followed by Ainhua Culazzo in seventh position. So sixth and seventh coming up towards the line. Redlands, Bernath claiming sixth ahead of the Pymble Sculler Culazzo. And we're racing now with race 56, and that is the schoolgirl Year 9 single scull division number 5. And sculler in lane number 2, Emily Devlin of Sydney Girls High School. It's leading this one. They've had a very successful run here, Sydney Girls High School, in these Year 9 small boats. And that's been a very good bit of coaching here from Tal Lewis and Cam Ogilvie. And yet another win to Sydney Girls High School. First to Emily Devlin. Saskia Kay of Redlands coming up towards the line to claim second spot. Third will go to Saffron Charles of Redlands. And then followed by Zoe Trevina of Redlands in fourth. And Grace Luffman of Loretto Normanhurst will be fifth ahead of Mossman Rowing Club's Chloe Phillips in sixth position with that bow number hanging on by a thread. It's dragging in the water, and I don't know how that's, what's exactly holding that in place, but it may just stay with the boat as it crosses the line in sixth position. And that will conclude the Year 9 single scull division number 5. And on the course now, we have race 57. It's Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. These are from the 2,000 metre starts. So, field that we have, El Shalim of Sydney Girls High School in lane number 2, Julia Ungamar, Kinross Wallaroy School in lane number 3. On screen, Alison Zhang of North Sydney Girls High School. And in lane number 5, Redlands, Francesca Richardson. In lane 6, Mossman, Erica Nutt. Allegra LaFace of Loretto Normanhurst has been a scratching. Isabel Campbell of Redlands is in lane number 8. And Chloe Hitchens of Askham in lane number 9. So you can see the Mossman sculler Erica Nutt doing quite well at the top right of the screen, as she leads Richardson of Redlands and Zhang of North Sydney Girls High School. Alison Zhang on screen, coached by Phil Brown and Pamela Withnell. North Sydney Girls High School program based out of the University of New South Wales and Sydney Girls High School complex at Tarban Creek. That's where Pamela Withnell has rode for quite a number of years at the University of New South Wales, and Phil Brown, very experienced coach there. On screen we have Chloe Hitchens of Askham, coached by Chris McCarthy, who we've had up here in commentary earlier on today. And she has a commanding lead going through that first 500 metres. And leading from Redlands, and that's Isabel Campbell in second. Erica Nutt in third for Mossman Rowing Club. Julia Ungamark of Kinross Wallaroy School in fourth place. And then followed by Francesca Richardson of Redlands in fifth. And El Shalim in sixth place. And then followed by Alison Zhang of North Sydney Girls High School in seventh. So that's the field having passed through that halfway mark. You can see top left of the screen there in lane number 9, Askham's Chloe Hitchens, going along very, very nicely indeed. Just coming through the 750 metre mark and extending her advantage over the rest of this field. Askham program based out of Walleye Creek, headed up by Lizzie Chapman as head coach, and Chris McCarthy is spending a lot of time coaching there. They had a good camp based out of Sydney Rowing Club on Hen and Chicken Bay a couple of weeks ago. And that's Hitchens on screen there now. There's Askham Sculler leads. Just has a glance across to see where she's located on the course. And Chloe Hitchens continuing to push to the fore here in the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull as she makes her way up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Just about another 4 strokes to go, I'd say, and she'll be passing through that juncture. So through the halfway mark, Chloe Hitchens of Askham. Just pushing into just a little bit of a slight head breeze, 4:18. It was, I think it was 2:01 or something through the first 500 metres. And she's really controlling this and has some good mid-race boat speed. And second, Isabel Campbell in lane number 8, and then followed by Erica Nutt of Mossman in third place. And then back to Julia Ungamark of Kinross Wallaroy School, coached by Emma Fessy, the Loretto Normanhurst and UTS in Australia and New South Wales great. Fourth is was Ungamark. Fifth, Richardson of Kinross Wallaroy. Then El Shalim of Sydney Girls High School in sixth. Then Alison Zhang of North Sydney Girls will be seventh in this race, controlled well and truly by Chloe Hitchens out of lane number 9 for Askham School. About 1,350 metres covered for the race leader, and this field continuing to get strung out a little bit down the course. So Chloe Hitchens leading. Life is peachy for the Chris McCarthy coached sculler from Ascombe School. She continues to hold a big advantage over Isabel Campbell of Redlands in the adjacent lane, in lane number 8. That's Hitchens there, just coming up through the 1,500 metre mark. Still Campbell in second spot, Erica Nutt in third, and then Ungamark in fourth. Julia Ungamark, the daughter of Matthias and Judith Ungamark. Done a very, very good job at St Augustine's and previously at Mossman, and now over at UTS Rowing Club. Judith now an Australian under-23 selector. And of course, World Junior Champion coach in the men's Coxed 4. Last year the crew was over there, was in fourth place. Matthias been Australian under-23 team coach for the last few years, and they've done a very, very good job in developing young coaches. So Julia was previously at I think Marist College and moved across to Kinross Wallaroy School, and currently in fourth place in this field. And then Francesca Richardson coming through in fifth. Elsha Lim of Sydney Girls still in sixth, and Alison Zhang of North Sydney Girls in seventh place. But Chloe Hitchens coming up past the 1,800 metre mark. She's about to pass where the Ascombe tent is, and I suspect she'll get a good deal of support for this fine performance here as she starts to build it towards the finish line. Some very good sculling, some very good coaching. And just starting to sharpen things up at the front end, and looks around to see that the boys are changing colour. 100 metres to go for Chloe Hitchens of Ascombe School. A very fine performance in the Year 10 single scull division number 1. Going to take this win out by more than 100 metres. So a convincing victory for Ascombe School. About 120 metre margin in the end. Chloe Hitchens claims the win. Isabel Campbell of Redlands. Strong performance here in second spot, coached by Lisa McDonald and Ingrid Holtour. So the Redlands sculler heading up towards the line to claim second spot. Isabel Campbell. Erica Nutt of Mossman set to claim third place. Brother Ed was part of the Shaw first 8, and I think headed over to Princeton for a scholarship. And Nutt claims third. Ungamark had stopped rowing prior to the line, but has managed to get things going again when she realised that horn was for the Mossman sculler and not her. So Julia Ungamark placing fourth. Fifth to go to Francesca Richardson of Redlands. Sixth to Elsha Lim of Sydney Girls High. And seventh will be Alison Zhang of North Sydney Girls High. So that will be the field once Sydney Girls and North Sydney Girls come up and complete the 2,000 metre course in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Single Scull. And on the course now, race 58 nearing its conclusion. A great race going on here between these four scullers in nearly all adjacent lanes, 8, 7, 6 and 4. And there's Lottie Raverstein of Mossman that leads, Isabel Bug of Askham. And then Sydney girl Xenia Palmer is in a good tussle with Alana Winder of Redlands. So it is Raverstein that takes the win for Mossman Rowing Club. Isabel Bug of Askham claiming second place. Xenia Palmer just with a little bit of clear water over from her stern to the bow of Winder of Redlands. And that's how it'll end up. So Xenia Palmer third, Alana Winder, Redlands fourth. And then those four were having this great race down the course. Unofficial winning time 8:55.15, but it's seen them move well clear of the rest of the field. So there's a big gap now of 250 metres, in fact, to Alice Stringer of Mossman in fifth, PLC Sydney's Ruby Mills in sixth, and North Sydney Girls Waya Kong in seventh place. So that will be the conclusion of the Schoolgirl Year 10 single scull. And prior to that, or post that, in fact, we will have the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4. So race 59 is the Schoolgirl Year 10 Coxed 4, and that's on screen. You can see the Kinross Wallaroi School crew doing very well here in race number 59. So that's Kinross Wallaroi School in on screen in lane number 7. they're leading Mary Dance in this one. It was at over 10 seconds at the halfway mark, and I suspect that's grown as they start to make their way towards the 1,500 metre mark. Abby Kerr, Jessica Woods, Molly Mason, Katie Smith, Zoe Mackay, Coxon and Emma Fessy, the coach of the crew. And rest of the field that we have. In lane number 1, Tara School. In lane 2, St Catherine's. Lane 3, Tara School. Lane 4, Roseville 2. Lane 5, Tara School. Great depth from them, and we've seen them have some good performances in the Year 10-8 earlier on in the season. I suspect that's that boat being split up into a couple of 4s as well. So great work from Ben Broad and Aidan Smith at Tara School in growing the size of that program. Pymble were due to start in lane number 6 with their number 2 crew, but they have scratched. And Kinross Wallaroy, the race leaders, in lane 7, and Pymble 1 in lane number 8. So heading up towards the 1,750 metre mark, the leading Kinross Wallaroy School crew, and they are leading a brace of crews from Tara School in 2nd and 3rd. So the Tara crew in 2nd spot, Amy Rouse, Lila Odbert, Hannah Ryan, Olivia Bailey and Hannah Wilkins, the coxswain. And very small margin back to the 3rd place crew of Rita Liu, Isabel Dulamov, Kelly Lee, Nicole G and Charlotte Goy, the coxswain. Both of those crews coached by Aidan Smith. Pymble having a good tussle with the crew from St Catherine's in that race for 4th and 5th. And then it is back to Roseville number 2 in 6th, and in 7th place Tara out in lane number 1, Badman, Hussain, Waterhouse and Karoutsos. So just 70 metres left to cover for Kinross Wallaroy School in lane number 7. And they're heading up towards the line, and we'll take out the Year 10 Coxed 4. The first Kinross Wallaroy. And Tara School. Impressive performance here. They will claim 2nd and 3rd. 2nd to the crew in lane number 3. 3rd to the crew in lane 5 as they hold off Pymble Ladies College. They finish in 4th place out of lane number 8, and then across to St Catherine's in 5th. 6th will go to Roseville number 2. And 7th to Tara out of lane number 1. So that's how they'll end up in the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4. Unofficial time for Kinross Wallaroy not yet available, but we'll get that to you as it comes to hand. And we're on the last two races before the lunch break. Race 60 is coming up through to the 1500 metre mark. And the original field that we had in this one has been hit by some withdrawals. Mossman a withdrawal out of lane number 1. So we have Queenwood in lane number 2, Isabella Kennedy, Winter Shervington. And in lane number 3, MLC School. Lane 4, North Sydney Girls, a scratching. Lane 5 is PLC Sydney. Lane 6, Canberra Girls Grammar School, is a scratching. And in lane 7 we have Redlands, and lane 8 PLC Sydney. So 3 scratchings out of this field of 8. And Isabella Kennedy and Winter Shervington. Winter Shervington has moved across to Queenwood from Pymble Ladies College to start 2024. And they've got the advantage over PLC Sydney, Frankie Riley and Emily Barrett. And Redlands are certainly right on their hammer, Catherine Budden and Myla Osborne. So a good race going on for the top 3 placings in this one. MLC School, Eve Parker and Rebecca Beaton are in 4th, and then it is Isadora Sachs and Emma Collins of PLC Sydney in 5th position. So just 200 metres left to go for the leading boat, Queenwood, out of lane number 2. And they look to have built up a pretty handy buffer to come into this closing stretches. PLC Sydney in 2nd spot. They have just over a length's advantage over Redlands, who are trying to lift their stroke rate in the closing stages and see if they can try and mow down this PLC Sydney crew out of lane number 5. But they're looking long and they're looking pretty strong. And they look pretty undeterred. Also undeterred are the race leaders now, race winners, Queenwood School, Kennedy and Shervington. 1st place, 2nd to go to PLC Sydney, Riley and Barrett, and then followed by Budden and Osborne of Redlands in 3rd. Fourth will be MLC School. Out of lane number 3, Parker and Beaton, and then it'll be back to Saxon Collins of PLC Sydney in 5th position. Presentations now being made to Kinross Wallaroy School, winners of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Cox 4. That's the crew of Abby Kerr, Jessica Woods, Molly Mason, Katie Smith, and Cox by Zoe Mackay and coached by Emma Fessy. That's PLC Sydney on screen here, and having a bit of a glance around to see that the grandstand now just in their peripheral vision on their left-hand side. So we've got about 130 metres still to cover in the penultimate race before the luncheon break. Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. Still working hard all the way towards the finish line. So Isadora Sachs, Emma Collins heading up towards the line to claim a 5th placing in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 Double Scull. So congratulations, PLC Sydney, 5th place in Division 1 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double. We now move to Division number 2, which is the final race before the luncheon break. And the field that we have Mossman in lane number 2, Emily Plowman, Lola Balmain, coached by Ben Whitewolf. Lane 3, PLC Sydney, Amelia Barry and Matilda Kidd. Askham in lane 4, Eliza Simons and Anna Radzaminski, coached by Mitchell Caponis and Gemma Coolio. In lane 5, Sydney Girls, Zymo Kang, Bonnie Steele, coached by Miku Johnson. In lane 6, Mossman, Chloe Benfield and Arabella Turner-Smith, coached by Ben Whitewolf. In lane 7, MLC School, Ashley Denton and Sophie Winnell, coached by Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning. And they're the race leaders through that 1,500 metre mark. And the others just starting to make their way through that timing point. And in lane number 8, PLC Sydney, Mia Wilson and Hannah Reeves. So it's MLC School leading Mossman and Sydney Girls in 3rd spot. So Mossman, Plowman and Balmain, Sydney Girls, Kang and Steele. But MLC School, Denton and Winnell look to pretty much have this one in the bag. They are well clear, looking strong. MLC School based out of Burwood, and they row out of the Sydney University boat shed on Blackwattle Bay, which was the former home of Glebe Rowing Club. Previously out of what is now Abbotsford Rowing Club, which was Sydney Women's MLC Rowing Club, when they were a tenant and part of that boat shed, which is right near Sydney Rowing Club in Abbotsford. This MLC School crew looking very strong and spirited as they have the rating right up as they come towards the finish line. Just 130 metres left to cover, and they are well clear of the rest of this field. Good acceleration of the handle through to the finish. And very well coached, as you'd expect from the duo of Kathleen Hextall and Rob Glendenning. In 2nd spot we have Mossman, 3rd Sydney Girls High, and then 4th PLC Sydney. But it's going to be MLC School, Denton and Winnell that take out Division 2 of the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. A fine win. Mossman now just starting to come into the top of the screen. And they're in 2nd spot and have some clear water back to Sydney Girls in 3rd position. So Emily Plowman and Lola Balmain cross to claim 2nd in the Schoolgirl Year 10 double scull. 2nd division, 3rd to Sydney Girls, Zymo Kang, Bonnie Steele. And then we're followed by PLC Sydney, Mia Wilson and Hannah Reeves. They will be next in 4th position. Askham's Simon and Radzaminski be 5th, and good race going on for 6th position. Amelia Barry and Matilda Kidd, and the Mossman crew, Chloe Benfield and Arabella Turner-Smith. There's not much to separate those two, and it's going to go right down to the wire. So that was PLC Sydney, Wilson and Reeves claiming 4th, Simons and Radzaminski. Now just with 10 metres to go, and they will claim 5th position, and it will be PLC Sydney that come up trumps in that race for 6th position. That will leave Mossman in 7th, and that concludes the morning session of racing at the PLC Sydney King's School and Rowing New South Wales Regatta. Racing for the afternoon session will resume at 2:20 p.m. with the men's under-19 Coxed Quad Scull. We have a few presentations to get through from the morning session, but we'll join you after those presentations at around about 20 minutes past 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the afternoon session at the Kings PLC Rowing New South Wales Regatta. Very hot and slightly blustery afternoon out here at the Regatta Centre. We do have, as a result, quite a few changes and substitutions in these races, but we'll do our best to lead you through it and try and call the right crews as they appear. So race number 62 is out on the course at the moment. The final of the men's under-19 Coxed Quad Scull. We did have 8 entrants in here. We've got the 2 Sydney Grammar School crews that have scratched. So lane 2, Kinross Wallaroi. Lane 3, Redlands. Lane 4, Kinross Wallaroi 2. Lane 5, Redlands. Lane 7, Kinross Wallaroi. And lane 8, Kinross Wallaroi once again. And as any betting man, any smart betting man would have money on Kinross Wallaroi for this one, and that is exactly what is not happening. So Redlands leading the race at the 1,000-metre mark, and that's the Redlands crew that we can see on the screen there in lane 5. They had about a 5-second margin up on the Kinross Wallaroi number 1 crew. As we see them coming and crossing the 1,500-metre mark now, looking fairly comfortable out in the lead there. 5:07 through that timing point. That's 1 length, 2 lengths, 3. They're really extending that lead in the third 500. The Redlands number 2 crew have just moved through that Kinross Wallaroi combination. A good gap back there to their second crew, and Kinross back in third, followed by Kinross, and once again Kinross, and there'll be one more Kinross crew there as well, just approaching the line now. So that crew that's leading our leading combination will be Thomas Hooper, Archer Kerr, Jack Meek, Angus McInnes, Fletcher Logan, the coxswain. And they lead from the number 2 combination. Thomas Jackson, Zachary Bornas, Toby Anderson, Oscar Pearce, and Anushka Lee, the coxswain. And that leading Kinross Wallaroi crew is the combination over in lane 2. Leading for Kinross Wallaroi, sitting back in, or the combination in lane. I reckon we've got a few different versions of the timing going on in our timing huts with so many Kinross crews, but it's the crew sitting in third place is the Kinross crew over in lane 4. So Henry Hunt, Dominic Seger, Jack Dunworth, Tommy Poulton, Emily Carrow, the coxswain, coached by Benjamin Watt, Fletcher Smith. It is certainly the Redlands number 1 crew leading, as they have from the start of the race, and really opening up that margin in the third quarter, in the second half of the race. And that's that combination: Thomas Hooper, Archie Kerr, Jack Meek, Angus McInnes, and Fletcher Logan, the coxswain, as they lift up the rating, looking very tidy indeed in the final 50 metres of the course. Pretty quick conditions out here this afternoon. Wind's switched around to a tailwind, so they'll be looking to set a pretty handy time as they cross the line. Take out fight on the men's under 16 Coxed Quad Scull. About 3-4 lengths to their schoolmates, their classmates in the number 2 boat. Thomas Jackson, Zachary Bornas, Toby Anderson, Oscar Pearce, Ganushka Lee, the coxswain. It'll be a tight match between the Kinross crews in lane 4 and 8. The crew in lane 4 gets it. And that's a combination of Hunt, Seger, Dunworth, Poulton and Carrow over the combination of Swift, Davis, Baldwin, Soster and Martell. And the lane 7 Kinross crew, Williams, Attenborough, Price, Schofield and Sabota, the coxswain. They'll come across in 5th place, and the Kinross crew over in lane 2. Run very tidy, but definitely well out of contention there to round out the final of the men's under 19 Coxed Quad Scull. Confirming the results there, the under-19 Coxed Quad. Redlands number 1 taking the win there. Time of 6:49, margin of 9.5 seconds. Back to the number 2 crew. So on the course now, and approaching the 1,000-metre mark, we've got race 63 on your program. Men's under 17, 8. Few scratchings on this one on account of St Joseph's and Shaw schools, but our Kings, Scots and Newington representations still out there with a fight. And the crew from the Kings School from North Parramatta over in lane 4, leading the way in the men's under 17, Coxed 8. It's a combination: Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Blatchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millwood, Lockie Rogers, Nicholas Plattis and Louis Hodgson, the coxswain, coached by Dave Geely and Ed Yorston, who are leading at the halfway point. They're leading by about a clean boat length from the Newington 1 crew. The Scots crew 1.5 seconds behind them, so about half a length back to third. And then the Newington 2 crew sitting back in fourth, some margin back, so a bit of a tale of two races here in the under 17.8. We've got the first and second crews racing together, and the Scots crew just under 2 seconds behind them. And we can see those two crews over on the far side of the course in lanes 1 and 2. The Scots crew there on the left of your picture and the Newington crew on the right. So that Scots crew just maintaining a little bit of overlap in the third 500. Tailwind conditions here, so the boys who have all raced this morning in the Junior 8s races looking to improve on that time despite the heat, despite the fatigue. A good chance for an extra hit out, a little bit more racing experience. As we touched on this morning, this boy's only doing a handful of 2K races so far in their rowing careers, so any chance for a second race is very helpful. But King School definitely making the most of that chance. They did pretty well in the Junior 8s racing this morning. So this morning, had some great racing in the Junior 8s categories across the first, second and third 8 races were all pretty tight. So in the first Junior 8 race, we had Shaw take the win, not here, scratching from this race, but the King School crew that we can see in front of us who are leading the charge, there was only a narrow second place, 1.1 seconds the margin in that race this morning. They led from Scots, St Ignatius and St Joseph's, then Newington. So Newington and Scots getting a little bit of a chance at redemption here, but the King School done some great work early on, and they'll enjoy a pretty comfortable win here in the men's under 17 Coxed 8. This would be the category that they would go on to compete at the national championships or the state championships next weekend, and they looking very tidy now as they cross the line, bettering their time from this morning by a significant amount. 6:23, pretty tidy for this point in the season. About a boat length and a half to the Scots College in lane 8, and who turned about 3/4 of a length over the crew from Newington in third place. In the battle of the second Junior 8s on the far side of the course, as it has been for the majority of the race, the Newington crew just keeping their bows in front, so about 2 metres of clear water separating those two crews, and it will equate to about sort of 4 or 5 seconds of margin there. Newington crossing the line 4th, and Scots College crossing the line in 5th to round out the men's under 17 Coxed 8. So moving over to the 4s now. So had a few withdrawals from the 4s. So we've combined 2 races down to 1, and that leaves us with 1 race, 4 crews in this one. Over on the far side in lane 4, or in the centre of the course rather, in lane 4 we've got Newington. In lane 5 we've got King School number 1. In lane 6, St Augustine's. Lane 7, King School number 2 crew. So just the 4 competitors here. We saw St Augustine's have a pretty good race amongst the GPS crews this morning, and they look to be doing reasonably well, but a little bit off the pace in the first 500 metres. It was certainly the King School who 4.5 seconds the margin at the first 500 metres, so a pretty decisive start in the old lead sled of the Coxed 4. And pulling out to sort of 2 or 3 lengths. We'll see them come through the 1,000 metre mark. That's the King School crew of Thomas Duffy, Harry Bodman, Grayson Odbert, Tanner Purdon, Troy Graham, the coxswain, coached by Nicholas Jones. And that's the combination who are enjoying a pretty comfortable lead now over the Newington #1 crew. So 8 seconds the margin at the 1,000 metre mark, and travelling pretty quickly too at that rate. So 1.7 seconds then the margin back to St Augustine's. The Newington crew sitting in second, that's Noah Kinley's side. Owen Toogood, Callan Rixham, Harvey Carnegie, and Elvis Johnson, the coxswain. The St Augustine's crew sitting back in third, that's Jay Taylor, Max Tancred, Jason Cow, William Pender, Ryder Taylor, the coxswain, coached by Biani, and Judith Ungamak. And then the Kings #2 crew on the near side of the course, just trailing a little bit. I'll retract that one. Don't have the Kings #2 crew out there. So we do have the Kings #2 crew out there. I'll correct myself. The St Augustine's combination that's in the centre of the course appear to have scratched or not started. So this one, so just Kings, Newington, and Kings. So the Newington #1 crew having a good tussle with Kings at the back of the field, but the Kings #1 crew certainly enjoying that comfortable margin there. So as this race draws to a close, we'll have presentation of medals for or presentation of mugs rather, for the race number 63 that just preceded us, the men's under-17 Cox State. And big congratulations to the winners, the King's School, represented by Sam McLean, Oscar Parsons, Hugo Yates, Jeremy Blatchford, Hamish Matthews, Duke Millward, Lockie Rogers, Nicholas Plattis, and their cox, Louis Hodgson. The crew coached by Dave Geely and Ed Yorston. And ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for the winners of the men's under-17-8, the King's School. And as I say that, it might be 2 from 2 in the sweep events this afternoon, as we have the final of the men's under-19-4 coming to a head. And just the 3 crews in this race, but it looks to be a Kings 1-2. As the Kings first and second fours trade blows with the Newington first 4 on the far side of the course there. And the Kings second 4 definitely getting the better of things in that matchup. We've got the Kings #1 crew, Thomas Duffy, Harry Bodman, Grayson Odbert, Tanner Purdon and Troy Graham, the coxswain, coached by Nicholas Jones. They'll cross the line to take out the men's under-19, coxed 4. About a couple lengths clear of their classmates, their fellow Kingsmen, Hugo Firth, Chase Scott, Oscar Todd, Luca Bazzina, and Hugh Miller, the coxswain, coached again by Nicholas Jones. So Kings 1-2 in the under-19-4, their home regatta. And Newington combination rounding out the field there in third place. So the presentation of medals for race 64, the men's under 19 Coxed 4, which was won by the King School. Represented by Thomas Duffy, Harry Bodman, Grayson Odbert, Tanner Purden, and Cox by Troy Graham. Crew coached by Nicholas Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for the winners of the men's under 19 for the King School. So we were to have the final of the schoolgirl 4 next, but there's one substitution and one did not start. So I'm going to skip that one, move straight on to the first division of the schoolgirl Coxed Quad Scull. I have 2 races in this event, so it's first division made up entirely of first graded crews, and we have entirely second graded crews in the second division in a couple of minutes time, but 9 crews across in this one. So Mossman in lane 1, Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College lane 3, MLC School in lane 4, Roseville in lane 5, Redlands in lane 6, Mossman Rowing Club in lane 7, Sydney Girls High in lane 8, and PLC Sydney in lane 9, closest to the grandstand. And Canberra Girls Grammar, it's Canberra Girls Grammar who have gotten away early and really stolen a march on the field. Almost 6 seconds of a lead over the Mossman Rowing Club crew. Roseville then back in third in a tight battle for those top 3 positions. Redlands just 0.71 of a second, and looking at the screen, look to be moving through that Roseville crew. PLC Sydney sitting back in 5th place, Pymble Ladies College in 6th, Sydney Girls High in 7th, MLC School in 8th, and the second Mossman crew sitting back in 9th. So not entirely first grade crews. We do obviously have one Mossman crew that's going to be ranked higher than the other one, but not indicated to me here on the draw. But it's the Mossman crew over in lane 7 that are trailing behind the Mossman crew over in lane 1 on the far side of the course, who are currently sitting up in 2nd place. But a good margin off our early race leaders of Canberra Girls Grammar. That's Charlotte Bowen, Emily Walker, Samantha Burns, Eliza Lilly, and Livia Noonan, the coxswain, who got away very, very well, come all the way up here from Canberra for this run and for the IGSA Regatta tomorrow. And look to still be moving away on the field, moving away on that Mossman combination of Frida Kirkham, Tanya Horby, Eloise Stevens, and Elise Coates. Alexandra Pearson, their coxswain, and coached by Ben Whitewolf. Now we're sitting in 2nd place. A good way up, but not entirely out of the danger of the battle that was going on behind them between Roseville College and Redlands. So that Roseville crew were sitting pretty in 3rd place, but only by sort of half a canvas at that 500 metre mark. That's the combination of Angelina Bodjossen, Sophie Hurl, Phoebe Herdman, Mathilde Baird, Sabine Baird, the coxswain, and Katie Ashworth coaching that combination, as we see our early race leaders continuing to be our, or starting to become our late race leaders as well. Canberra Girls Grammar, 8.3 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark, so a pretty decisive first 1,000 metres there. Mossman sitting in 2nd. Redlands have moved through Roseville but not been able to break them, so 0.8 seconds. The ascendancy for 3rd place goes to the way of Redlands, away from Roseville, sitting back in 4th. PLC Sydney in 5th, absolutely neck and neck between Sydney Girls and Pymble for 6th and 7th. They crossed the 1,000 metre mark basically together. MLC School sitting back in 8th place, and the second Mossman combination in lane 7 sitting back in 9th, rounding out a little way off the field at this stage. So looks to, I wouldn't say that our race leaders of Canberra Girls Grammar are going to be under any significant threat here in the 3rd 500 or the closing stages, but all eyes should definitely be on the battle there for 3rd and 4th. So Mossman sitting back in 2nd, and then quite a long way, almost 10 seconds back to 3rd place, which is Redlands, but absolutely neck and neck, and this championship quarter will be what decides our the tightest battle of this race, as Roseville and Redlands trade blows all the way down the course here. You can see that Redlands crew just looking a little bit tidier in how they're moving the boat, and possibly with the rate up a little bit higher, a little bit tidier blade work there, and that'll pay dividends in the 3rd 500 metres, where possibly a little bit of technique goes out the window, and we are really relying on the summer training of these two crews. But Roseville staying right in it, Canberra Girls Grammar come across that 1,500 metre timing point, and we'll wait a good little while. So 11 seconds back to Mossman. So Canberra Girls Grammar still extending that lead in the third 500 metres. 11.1 the margin back to the Mossman crew, and then be probably a similar margin back to our third place Redlands crew as they come across the line. About 3/4 of a length clear, so 15 seconds that margin. So a couple of different races going on here. 2 seconds the margin back to Roseville. So about 3/4 of a boat length separating those two crews. Roseville getting off the line better, but Redlands settling into a stronger rhythm in the middle of the race. Sydney Girls in 5th, just staying ahead of a tight tussle between PLC Sydney and Pymble Ladies College. And the two PLCs battling it out for 6th place. As we see a few things going on with our time. If you're following the live timing at home, MLC School crossing the line there, and it'll be that second Mossman crew rounding out the field as we our leading crews enter the last 250 metres of the race. We'll see the Canberra Girls Grammar crew not thinking too much about their lead and the fact that they've got a race tomorrow, and executing their race plan, getting some good practice in for tomorrow's competition in the schoolgirl quad at the IGSA Regatta. And Canberra Girls Grammar combination: Charlotte Bowen, Emily Walker, Samantha Burns, Eliza Lilly, and Olivia Noonan, the coxswain. They are well and truly inside the red boys now, and looking a very class unit here in the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. And they'll take their final few strokes across the line. It'll be Canberra Girls Grammar who win the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull, the first division of this event, pretty comfortably from Mossman Rowing Club, Frida Kirkham, Tanya Hornby, Eloise Stevens, and Elise Coates. Alexandra Pearson coxing that, Ben Whitewolf coaching that combination. There's been a good tussle from the early stages of the race here between Redlands and Roseville. Roseville really bringing up the rate and trying to bring something back and get back on level pegging with the Redlands crew. They've made up some ground in the last 500, but it won't be enough. A decisive championship quarter there from the Redlands crew to move ahead of Roseville, who will have to settle for 4th today. Sydney Girls are staying ahead of a fierce battle here. We did have Pymble Ladies College and PLC Sydney battling it out for 6th place, but MLC School are coming home with a wet sail. Sydney Girls will just get it over MLC, PLC Sydney, and then Pymble Ladies College. We'll have our second Mossman crew just entering the last 100 metres now to round out this first division of the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. So Division 2 on the course now, the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. And it does look like we've also got the Roseville College Cox 4 from earlier. So obviously not judged in this race, but they're over there on the far side of the course, still getting down. So possibly just a little bit late or have been included in this race. So in the Cox Quad Sculls race there, we've got the second of our Canberra Girls Grammar School crews. So Canberra Girls Grammar took a decisive victory back just in the first division, and their second crew leading by 4.5 seconds, almost 5 seconds over the Roseville College crew. So that's the Canberra Girls Grammar crew. Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Sophie Frost, Maddie Beasley, and Eliza Miller, the coxswain, leading the Roseville College crew of April Menk, Hannah Clark, Phoebe Clayton, Sophia Vella, Lola Mason, the cox, coached by Indy Burke, and the Redlands crew sitting back in third place, some way behind. So a couple different battles going on here, that's for sure. So the Redlands crew of Isabella Crennan, Francesca Richardson, Scarlett Thorpe, Jemima Hugman, Carolina Pedro Ignacio, the coxswain, coached by Uzez Beaton and Alfred Bear. They're sitting back in third place, but some way behind, but having a good little tussle, actually, with the second of the Canberra Girls Grammar School crews there, and Pymble Ladies College on the far side of the course, just trailing behind somewhat from that battle. And we'll also have the Roseville number 2 crew and the Sydney Girls crew well out of contention at this stage, but it is certainly all about the Canberra Girls Grammar crew in this second division of the schoolgirl Cox Quad Scull. West, Hoskin, Frost, Beasley and Miller, the coxswain, who got away strong, increased their lead significantly in the third 500 metres, and sitting pretty comfortably out in front. They do have the Roseville College Schoolgirl 4 on the far side of the course there to play with. Obviously not officially racing each other, but as there, I believe we'll have two events going on here in the one. But Canberra Girls Grammar take the win there. 7:39, so it would have been pretty competitive in the first division as well. See the Roseville College coxed 4 there, across 7.4 seconds behind. So it'll be about 7:46.5 or so in the rhythm boat, the coxed 4. Back to the Quad Sculls, the Redlands crew in lane 6. With Crennan, Richardson, Thorpe, Hugman, Pedro Ignacio across the line for second in the Cox Quad. Canberra Girls Grammar number 3 crew there in lane 7. It's Joyce, Billington, Warswick, Cox and Lotfi. So on the course now, we've got the first division of the schoolgirl second 8 out on the course. 7 boats racing out there on this one, and so a pretty full field. We've got, over in lane 1, we've got the Kinross Wallaroy number 2 crew, the number 1 crew. Not sure why they're a number 2 there, but Kinross Wallaroy over in lane 1, Queenwood in lane 2, Roseville in lane 3, Loretto Kirribilli lane 4, Pymble Ladies in lane 5, St Catherine's in lane 6, and Loretto Normanhurst in lane 7, as I'm joined up here in the commentary box by Lizzie Chapman. Welcome back, Lizzie.
Thank you. Yeah, and the Canberra Girls Grammar School has scratched. So, of course, we have fierce competition here in the schoolgirls second 8, with everybody vying for first position. This is Division 1, and in a moment we'll have the second race in the second eights with the Division 2 crews. The Kinross Walleroy crew, across on the far side, a young crew of Abby Jones, Daisy Smith, Hannah Mackay, Bonnie Layton, Grace Tancred, Myrie Wiley, Jemima Scammell, Sophie Lulf and Philpa Martin, the cocks. They're coached by the veteran team of Andrew Gannon and Emma Fessy. Emma, welcome back. It's great to see you on the towpath again. And next to them, a valiant effort from Queenwood's first second eight with Scarlett Kay, Kiana Gapayard, Flo Vitch, Scout Ferguson, Natasha Hughes, Madeline Walk, Ella Hardy, Millie Don't and Zara Milner, their cocks. They are coached by Ashley Fitch, Ella Davidson and Max Stanistreet. So they're having a good battle there over on the far side. In the middle of the course, we see the familiar colours of Pymble Ladies College and the crew of Alison and Isabel Matasantos, Lauren Gibson, Celeste McDermott Bozolik, Catherine Walker, Isabella Stally, Skye Pockley and Annabelle Shanahan with Mathilde Goddard coxing. Their coach is Ben Booker.
And things really hotting up here in the closing stages of the schoolgirls second eight. It has been Kinross Walleroy the majority of the way down the course, but they've never really been able to shake clear of the Queenwood crew in lane 2. That crew really knocking on the doors the entire way down the course. I think Kinross Walleroy have done enough. They've opened up a little bit of a gap in the closing stages. It's about 4 seats, so nothing in it at all here. Kinross Walleroy will take out the schoolgirls second eight from Queenwood. A fantastic row from Queenwood, but just not getting enough to get the jump on the Kinross Walleroy crew on the far side of the course there. About a length and a half back from Queenwood will be the Pymble Ladies College crew in third place. St Catherine's will follow them in the middle of the course in lane 6. They'll follow them across for 4th. Loretto Kirribilli will cross the line in 5th place. Crew from Roseville in 6th, and Loretto Normanhurst there in lane 7, rounding out the field in 7th place for the first division of the second schoolgirl 8.
Yeah, some good rowing going on there, don't you think, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think we're getting some really good sweet rowing happening now in New South Wales, aren't we? And Kinross Walleroy, congratulations, taking out Division 1 of the schoolgirls second eight. I know, talking to Andrew Gannon earlier, they've got quite a young crowd. Really great to see them do so well. Our next race will be the second division of the schoolgirls second eight. We'll have Loretto Kirribilli 2 in lane 3, Queenwood 2 in lane 4, Queenwood 3 in lane 5 and Loretto Kirribilli 3 in lane 6. And again, how fantastic to see such strength in depth amongst some of our leading rowing schools here in New South Wales. So on the presentation dais now, we have the winners of Division 2 of the schoolgirl coxed quad scull. And the win was taken by Canberra Girls Grammar second crew. Audrey West. Audrey West, Emmanuel Hoskin, Sophie Frost, and Maddie Beasley, coxed by Eliza Miller. So back to our schoolgirl second eight, which is on the course right now. We've got Loretto Kirribilli 2 in lane 3. That's Kate Whitson, Jessica Rich, Annalise Radikaj, Elsie Hutton, Maya Strudwick, Rachel Risby, and Charlotte Madsden. Amelie Champ is in the stroke seat and Annabelle Peel is their cox. They're on the far side. In lane 4 from Queenwood, we have Isabella Kennedy, Hilary Milner, Charlotte Burt, Lucinda Doku, Sammy Hunt, Danielle Stridham, Georgina Macram, Charlotte Nell and Melody in their cox. They're coached by Zoe Keating. The Queenwood 3 crew is Nika Vanna, Sophia White, Eloise Atkins, Larissa Rosenbergs, Sophie Bennett, Lucy Gillett, Daisy Waite and Florence Hawkes. Claire Chen is their cox and they're coached by Danny Stewart. And in lane 6, the third Loretto Kirribilli crew is Madeline Burgess, Lucy Sekzenian, Ava Hatzidis, Nellie McKerahan, Audrey Ross, Inez McGrath, Sarah Steele and Coco Butcher, coxed by Olivia Madsden. Back on the presentation dais, we have the presentation to the crew from the schoolgirl coxed quad scull schoolgirl 4, and that was the crew from Roseville. The crew was Charlie Griebel, Emma Dupreez, Grace McInlay, and Hannah Alexander, coxed by Jessica Davies and coached by Jack Henderson.
Thanks, Lizzie. Would never be able to pick that you were thinking of going home. Feeling a victim of the Penrith heat out here, but sounding fantastic. And thank you for joining us again this afternoon. Out on the course, the second division of the schoolgirl second 8. So Queenwood number 2, who have pulled out to about a 7-second lead now at the 1500 metre mark. But there was a bit of tight racing there in the first 750 or so of the race. They were just struggling to pull ahead of the Loretto Kirribilli crew on the far side of the course, but they've made pretty short work of it through the middle 1,000 metres. Now 7.5 seconds the margin there, back to Loretto Kirribilli number 2, and then the Queenwood number 3 crew kind of in no man's land there, sitting in between the leading 2 and the trailing crew. So 24 seconds the margin back to the number 3 crew, and the Loretto Kirribilli number 3 crew sitting about 22 seconds back again. So this race, certainly the battle of Middle Harbour between our 2 Queenwood and 2 Kirribilli crews, but it is the Queenwood number 2 crew in lane 4, Kennedy, Shervington, Waite, Doku, Hunt, Stridom, and Markham, Nell, their Cox Melody Yin, coached by Zoe Keating, who have managed to break free of the challenge that came from their right-hand side from Loretto Kirribilli, and as they stride through the last 100 metres here of the course at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, we'll see the Queenwood number 2 crew take home the win of the second division of the schoolgirl second 8. A good 3 or 4 boat lengths clear of the combination from Loretto Kirribilli over there in lane 3. Whitson, Rich, Radikash, Hutton, Strudwick, Risby, Madsen, Champ, and their Cox Annabelle Peel across the line in second place. The Queenwood number 3 crew will cross the line in third, and the Loretto Kirribilli number 3 crew in fourth place.
Yeah, fine win there for Queenwood, 10 seconds over Loretto Kirribilli 2. And in some ways that makes up for Queenwood having had to scratch its first 8. So as our final contestants in the schoolgirl second 8 crossed the line, just recalling then Queenwood 2 were the winners. Second was Loretto Kirribilli 2, third Queenwood 3, and coming up to the finish line now, Loretto Kirribilli 3. And on the course now, the schoolgirl first 8, race number 71 on our programme. We have Loretto Normanhurst across in lane 2, Pymble Ladies College in lane 3, Kinross Walleroy in lane 4, St Catherine's in lane 5, and Loretto Kirribilli in lane 7, Queenwood from lane 6, having had to scratch due to illness in the crew.
Some tight racing going on here in the schoolgirl first 8. It was pretty well decided in the schoolboy first 8 earlier this morning, with St Joseph's coming home pretty much a length in the lead the majority of the way through the race. But even in the closing stages here, a tight battle unfolding between Pymble Ladies and St Catherine's. So Pymble Ladies in the far side of the course in the navy, red and white, and St Catherine's over on the nearer side of the course, the centre of the course rather, there in the yellow, blue and red stripes. And it is the Pymble Ladies College crew, 0.09 of a second the margin at the 1500 metre mark, and St Catherine's certainly not letting up. So that Pymble Ladies College crew of Mia Booth, Alessandra Brasic, Millie Colliane, Scarlett Olsen, Megan Wood, Mika Naito, Erin Porter, Holly Craig, Carolina Yema there, Coxon, coached by Carl Schmidt, and they're doing absolute battle, going blow for blow with the crew from St Catherine's, Bianca Rupnick-Wilkins, Alice Steed, Evelyn Stigter, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Layla Gaston, and Jasmine Abella the Coxon, coached by Jared Watson. Those 2 crews are absolutely going for it here in the closing stages of the schoolgirl first 8. It was Pymble Ladies College at the 1500 metre mark by the narrowest of margins, but it looks like St Catherine's have come through and have got their bow balls in front. They're almost half a length in front at this point as they surge towards the red boys. St Catherine's School from Sydney's eastern suburbs, half a length in front, coming home with a wet sail. It'll be St Catherine's School over Pymble Ladies College, who are our early race leaders, who will come home to win the schoolgirl first 8 here at the King's PLC Rowing New South Wales Regatta. St Catherine's School crossed the line in first, a length and a half clear of a fading Pymble ladies crew over in lane 3. And some margin then back to Kinross Walleroy in the centre of the course, who lead by about half a length from Loretto Kirribilli. And Loretto Normanhurst over in lane 2 to round out the field in the schoolgirl first aid.
What fantastic racing. Another great row there for Kinross Walleroy with their young crews, and it's Kinross Walleroy on the medal presentation rostrum now, being presented with their medals for winning Division 1 of the schoolgirl second 8. The crew from Kinross Walleroy was Abby Jones, Daisy Smith, Hannah Mackay, Bonnie Layton, Grace Tancred, Myri Wiley, Jemima Scammell, Sophie Lelf, and the all-important coxswain, Philpa Martin. The crew was coached by Andrew Gannon and Emma Fessy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate the winners of the schoolgirl second 8, Division 1. On the course now, we have race number 72, which is Division 1 of the men's under 19-8. It's been consolidated, so there's just one race in the men's under 19-8. In lane 4, Newington. In lane 5, Scots. In lane 6, Kings, 2. In lane 7, Newington, 2. And in lane 8, Scots, 2.
So penultimate race of the day here for the men's under 19-8. We saw some fantastic racing in the schoolboy 8s this morning, but was all fairly dominated by St Joseph's in the first 8 and St Ignatius in the second 8, and every 4s race for that matter. But so those crews not present here today. A plethora of scratchings this afternoon from a number of schools, and an opportunity for a really competitive hit out. So we've got Newington, Scots and Kings all vying for honours here. So that's the Newington and Scots first 8s and the Kings second 8, who are right up amongst this race ahead of the Newington second 8 and the Scots second 8. So a really good effort from the King's School crew there in the centre of the course, who appear to be moving pretty quickly actually, and really applying some pressure on the crews from Scots and Newington. So a lot of pressure from those, given that they're that is the second 8 from the King's School. That's the combination: Jackson Thomas, Charles Whalen, Oscar Petrus, Lockie Tyndall, Lewis Todd, William Hurst, Lachlan Jones, Luke Fleet, Ty Watson, the coxswain, and Harrison Randall, Stephen Edwards, the coaching team. They're a very accomplished coaching team at the King's School, those two, having worked together on a number of second 8s and first junior 8s for a couple of years now. But it is really coming down to the line here. Scots College look to be just out of the race for the honours at this point. It's the crew from Newington on the far side of the course. The crew there coached by Blair Jenkins, who are doing battle with the crew from the King's School. The King's School second 8 and the Newington first 8. This is a fantastic race coming right down to the line. The King's School have got their bow balls in front. They weren't in front. They were third at the 1500 metre mark, and they've come through with a wet sail. King's School will take it by half a boat length. Newington in second place. Scots College a length back in third. Bit over a length back to the Newington number 2 crew in 4th place, and the Scots College number 2 crew in 5th place, just crossing the line now. Fantastic racing.
Fantastic.
I'm sure that those Kings boys will be extremely proud of that effort.
Yes, and so they should be. That was an amazing finish. Not to in any way whatsoever downplay what Newington were capable of there and how well they rode. Some excellent racing, and for the girls 8s out there, that's what's coming soon. Our standard of rowing in the girls is going up and up and up, and it's getting closer and closer. So we should be looking forward to hard racing like that very soon. Our final race of the day will take place in a couple of minutes' time, and that will be the men's under-17 coxed quad scull, race number 74 on the programme. So on the presentation dais now, we have the winners of the schoolgirl first 8. The winners, St. Catherine's School. The crew, Bianca Rupnik-Williams, Alice Steed, Evelyn Stigter, Madeline Mannins, Isabel Yardley, Chelsea Baker, Madeline Swain, Lila Gaston, and their cox Jasmine Abela. The crew is coached by Jared Watson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our winners of the schoolgirl first 8, St. Catherine's. So our final race of the day, the men's under-17 coxed quad scull, and a fantastic piece of vision there on the big screen or on the live stream if you're joining us online. There are a number of Kinross Walleroy crews in this race.
6, if I count correctly, as well.
6. So
6.
The 6th crew is in lane 1. That's on the far side from the camera and also from you on the bank. Redlands are in lane 2. Kinross Walleroy 4 are in lane 3, Redlands 1 in lane 4. Kinross Walleroy 1 in lane 5, St. Augustine's in lane 6, Kinross Walleroy 1 in lane 7, 3 in lane 8 and 2 in lane 9. So being quad sculls, I think we could probably just quickly run through the seating order. So in lane 1, Kinross Walleroy 6 is Samuel Attenborough, Jack Burke, Henry Welf and Bede Leighton, coxed by Flynn Jones. The Redlands 2 crew is Toby Anderson, Connor Morrison, Henry Dobson and Zachary Bourness, coxed by Fletcher Logan. The Kinross Walleroy 4 crew in lane 3 is Joe Dunworth, Caden McLaughlin, Maddox Broom and George Hunt, coxed by Harriet Bird. The Redlands 1 crew in lane 4 is Thomas Hooper, Archer Kerr, Angus McInnes and Oscar Pearce, coxed by Henry Preece. In lane 5, the Kinross Walleroy first crew is Sandy Johnston, Thomas Hunt, Maxwell Horn and Austin Cutter, coxed by Alexandra Karash. In lane 6 from St. Augustine's, Rory Parker, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Giretta and Hamish Wise, coxed by Henry Goldsworthy. In lane 7, Kinross Walleroy 1, Charlie Swift, Jackson Davis, Rowan Baldwin and Lockie Soster, coxed by Emily Carrow. Kinross Walleroy 3 in lane 8, Henry McCardle, Thomas Goodsir, Luca Popper and Lachlan Gordon, coxed by Sophie Carrow. And in lane 9, Kinross Walleroy 2, Hugh Williams, Fergus Attenborough, Finn Price, Ollie Schofield and their cox, Chloe Carrow. And on the presentation dais now, we have the crew from the King's School receiving their medals for winning the Under-19 Men's 8. The crew, Mac Mason, Charles Baker, Campbell Wickham, William Farrer, Samuel Hines, Alfred McLean, Tom Whalen, William Rogers, and their cox Otto Gerber. The crew was coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our winners in the men's Under-19 8, the King's School.
Going to be a very happy second 8 indeed. Take a couple of scalps this afternoon. 6:09 too, pretty handy time for a second 8. But returning to the racing, plenty of Kinross action in this under 17 Coxed Quad Scull race, the final race of the program here today at the King's PLC Rowing New South Wales Regatta. But despite that large showing from Kinross Wallaroi, it is St Augustine's who are leading quite comfortably at the 1,000 metre mark. 3:22 with a margin of 9.3 seconds back to Redlands, who are having a good tussle with the Kinross Wallaroi #1 crew, who are sitting in third place at that halfway point. Redlands #2 sitting in fourth, Kinross Wallaroi 2, 4 and 3 for 5th, 6th and 7th. Kinross Wallaroi 6th, and I think Kinross Wallaroi 5th in the in 8th and 9th place. So possibly some interesting viewing for some coaches as they their selected crews go up against each other here in the under 17 Coxed Quad Scull. So back onto racing now. Final race of the day as we see the men's under 17 Coxed Quad Sculls, rather. Been a long day. Very hot day out here in Penrith. We see the crew from St Augustine's, Rory Parker, Lachlan Schofield, Matthew Geretta, Hamish Wise and Henry Goldsworthy, the coxswain, coached by Biani and Judith Ungamark, who have led from start to finish and only extended that lead in the latter stages of the race as they stride down towards the finish line here in the under 17 Coxed Quad Sculls. St Augustine's will take the win. The Redlands crew in lane 4 of Hooper, Kerr, McInnes, Pearce and Priest, the coxswain, They'll come across in second place, looking very tidy indeed, ahead of Kinross Wallaroi in lane 7, and the Redlands number 2 crew over in lane 2 will cross the line in 4th place. And the remainder of our field will be Kinross Wallaroi, and the crew in lane 9, the number 2 crew for 5th. Crew over in lane 3, the number 4 crew in 6th place. The crew in lane 8, that's the number 3 crew in 7th. A bit of a battle between the number 6 and number 5 crews unfolding, but the number 5 crew, as I'm sure they should, just getting the upper hand there. About a boat length, the number 5 crew over the number 6 crew from Kinross Wallaroi to round out the field and round out a fantastic day of racing here at the 2024 Kings PLC Rowing New South Wales Regatta.
And that lovely sight of all of the umpires coming in, that flotilla. Congratulations to all of our rowers. It's been a short but big day. Great to see everybody back from their summer holidays competing and getting ready for our New South Wales State Championships next weekend on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Chris and I do hope you'll join us on the live stream if you're not able to be here in person, and otherwise to be seeing you across those 3 days, particularly for the under 16, under 17 and under 19 age groups, and the schoolboy and schoolgirl events. But there will be some amazing racing on show, some excellent crews right through from our National Training Centre down to less experienced under 16s, as I say. So please do join us next weekend, and it looks as though we're going to have a wonderful season of school rowing, so looking forward to seeing you at all of the school regattas still to come. And a big thank you to PLC, the King's School and Rowing New South Wales for putting on this event, and to all the volunteers who helped make it possible.
Yeah, and if you have volunteered and come from PLC Sydney or from the King's School and volunteered at this regatta, please get in touch with Rowing New South Wales, have a chat to Alico. All the details are on the Rowing New South Wales website. We really need as many volunteers as possible to get the state championships next week to work. If you're out here anyway, you get the parking pass, you get a free lunch. Sign up, give us a hand.
Meet lots of people. That would be lovely to see you. Yeah. See you next weekend.